Well, for the second time in a week, we are back here in the sunny shores of Spain. Circuit de Catalunya here in Barcelona for the Coach Dave 1000, kicking off our brand new series here on the SimGrid. And what a series this is going to be. 5 1,000 kilometre, 6-hour races split into 3 splits as usual: Pro Split, Silver Split and Am Split as well. Each split holds 44 teams of 3 drivers. That's around about 396 drivers racing every single round, and that's going to be a total of 5,000 kilometres to determine the champion. So firstly, a huge thank you to everyone watching and to everyone taking part for spending your weekend with us. My name is Dave Christie, and I am going to be taking you through the next 6 hours. But first things first, we've barely even started, we've already got somebody in to interview, and we're about to jump into qualifying, so I'm going to bring them in without further ado. But a very good afternoon to the man, the myth, the legend behind the team at 3G TWR Dalking Community, none other than Mr. Dan King. We've seen you tons and tons, Dan, here at the SimGrid, but a brand new championship and a brand new teammate this season as well. First off, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, great, thank you. How are you guys?
I am absolutely raring to go for this. So obviously we've seen you so far teamed up with Jan Willem van Omen, but tell us a little bit about Jason Foster.
It's actually my brother. So
okay.
So he's actually filling in for this race. He's been sim racing for about 18 months. He's okay. He's about pro-am level. So today will just be about trying to manage him for the end of the race, you know. But hopefully after this race we'll have Joe McCauley stepping in to help us finish off the season.
So talk us about a little bit about these championships, because you've been in quite a few of the high-profile ones that we've seen on ACC. What sort of preparation do you and the team go through to get involved for these events?
Yeah, so preparation-wise, we start prepping about 3 or 4 days before the event, and depending on the conditions, you know, hopefully today we've gone with a full dry setup, and depending on the heat as well. Like, hopefully the race is super hot, because the Aston is actually one of the best cars at saving tyres. So I'm hoping towards the end of the stint, when it heats up, we could have a real strong car.
And the other question as well is having a look at the entry list here. Obviously, you've taken to that Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Seeing the amount of Beamers, the amount of BMW M4 GT3s out there, does that make you feel a little bit nervous at all about your car choice?
No, not at all. Like I said, all these cars, they're going to be a little bit quicker at the beginning of the stint, but they're going to struggle. If you watch about half hour into the stint, that's when the Aston's going to come alive. And like I said, the hotter it gets, the faster we're going to be going, and the slower the other cars are going to be going for sure.
And then finally, obviously, qualifying is about to get underway very, very shortly. What's the top secret GTWR Dalking Community tactics for the race today?
Try to qualify inside that top 10, stay out of trouble. Damage can be so costly here. So them first few laps, just try to...
Well, again, just quickly, I mean, on Thursday we saw that, didn't we? How important it is to qualify inside that top 10, because outside of that, you're taking your life into your own hands.
Yeah, even at the front, like we see as well on Thursday. But yeah, in that top 10, just try to play it cool. Hopefully the guys around us as well, it's a long race. Hopefully they have the same sort of thing in idea, you know, just to try to keep it out of the wall and keep the damage to a minimum. But let's see how we get on.
Right, final question, Dan.
No,
a little bit tongue in cheek here. Promise to leave our pickling cones alone today.
I'm gonna try. I can't promise anything, but we'll try.
Our stewards are going to be watching you, mate. Right, you have a good afternoon, and we'll speak to you throughout the day, buddy. Take it easy.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Bye bye.
There we go then. Dan King joined us and having a little chat with us. Fascinating to hear what he has to say, purely because obviously there's, as he said, there's a lot of preparation that goes into organising these events. And when we see the the competition entry list of who is out here. It is, again, like on Thursday, it is a who's who of top level tier driving here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. So we said it's a 5 race calendar. Round 1 here at Barcelona. Round 2 is going to be at the end of the month on April the 30th at Imola, and then we move to Nurburgring on the 4th of June. Then we are all the way to good old Blighty, Silverstone 1000 on the 2nd of July, and then Monza. What could possibly go wrong holding a season finale at Monza on August the 6th? I very, very much looking forward to it. So, the driver's briefing is underway, and I'm just having a quick look at some of the drivers that are out here just now. Again, you know, you've got the likes of the 82 Yas Heat team, George Boothby, Michael Tauscher, Mik Malinowski. They are an incredibly, incredibly fast outfit. We obviously spoke to the GTWR Dalking community, but again, it's just fantastic to see so many well-known drivers that you all know and all love. Grip Hacks Engineering, Uniself Linen, Jesse Kalpinen, and you know, names that we've seen here time and time again. Also want to give a big shout out to everybody that is in chat today. We're going to be paying a little bit extra attention to you guys today because you're going to be keeping us company throughout the entirety of the afternoon. And the reason I say that is that when I said thank you for being with us, it's genuinely a thank you, because there's so much virtual motorsport on this weekend. There's so much real life motorsport on this weekend that it's genuinely a privilege to steal some of your time away from that. It looks like that the driver's briefing is almost over. Michael Hamlet bending the ears of the drivers here. And what we'll do as soon as we get qualifying underway, we will be able to go to the grids and actually give you a little look around the track here at Barcelona. Got to give a big shout out to the number 96 team, Wild Things Racing, Colex.gg, Chris Hack, Dom Healy and Harry Phillips out there in the Bentley Continental GT3 2018. One of the things I also said to Darren King when I was chatting to him there was the sheer amount of BMW M4 GT3s, and just off the top of my head, I'm looking at this and I can see around about 12 out of the how many cars have we got connected? 47 cars, so about 12 of them are that one car alone. The next big one I would say is probably the new Audi, the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, and I'm personally very excited because this is going to be my first time seeing that thing out on the track, getting driven in anger. We do have a Honda NSX, and we need to talk about this because nobody drives the NSX before, and this is a big bugbear of mine. I absolutely love this car, so a huge thank you and a huge shout out to Renfelt and Esports in the number 11 of Lucas Kreuzer and Maximilian Walmuth and Samir Ibrahimi taking that Honda NSX Evo through its paces. So again, if you're going to have 3 drivers that are going to be out there, yeah, they are definitely the ones to have. Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo getting taken out as well. Virtual drivers by TX3 number 17. That is Valentin Barrier, Maxime Chassé and Florian Bonjour. All bets go today for the 77, 78 and 79. So what I will say is, from the early looks in chat, we've got quite a lot of support for Prime E-Racing. Now that is the 3 teams that we've got there in the 3 McLarens of Sven Hettich, Tobias Schur, Felix Arndt, and then in the 78 it's Finn Haupt, Manuel Meyer, Tom Gorka, and then in the Prime Racing 3 machine it's Max Schwanke, Nick Baltzar and Mark Philipp Ender. So I'd say about 5 of those names I've not actually heard as racing here at the SimGrid. I remember Nick Baltzar, I remember Sven Hettich, Tobias Schur. So great to see so many new names as well out there. But obviously, with it being a 5-round calendar, one of the things, if you were watching on Thursday and you saw all the fun and frivolity that went on in there, what you'll understand that the thing that happens with all of the races at the SimGrid here is that they take the racing etiquette and the driving standards very, very seriously. And you can see the poster there for Super Sprint. Next event is well, actually that's the old poster for that. So the last round is going to be in Imola with Bathurst next in 2 weeks' time. But the point being is that there was some very interesting driving, shall we say, on Thursday, and what that's done is that the team at SimGrid have sat down with their stewards and thought, right, we need to get this sorted out here. So there's now tweaks to the regulations. So the same regulations that affect the teams on Thursday, they move over to affect this championship. So it's like a fresh start. Everybody gets no penalty points and all that sort of stuff for this championship. But now there's changes to the further penalties that are imposed. So if a team gets 3 licence points in one round, they receive a drive-through penalty in addition to any other penalties that they've been awarded. A team with 4 licence points in a single round gets a stop-go 30 in addition to any other penalties. And then a team with more than 4 licence points in a single round will get a black flag and be disqualified. That is going to be a very, very interesting addition to that, to see exactly how that is all going to pan out. And I can see, it's quite funny because obviously on Discord we see the little channel for drivers briefing, and it goes from about 300 drivers to about 12 in 8 seconds. It's thoroughly impressive stuff. So drivers briefing is over. We've got a couple of minutes before we head to the grid, and again, just thinking about this this fantastic 6-hour race that we have got coming up for us in the next couple of minutes. So the session changes over, and just like that, we are into qualifying. So I hope you enjoyed that stalling that I did there. That's I've worked many years to perfect that skill, but I don't need to do it anymore because we are ready to head to the grid, and the car's already out on to track. So we go over, and there we go. So let's have a look at what we can see immediately. Then we've got so it's almost like a repeat of Thursday. I'm actually getting a little bit of PTSD thinking about this, watching this. We've got Novikov, Darren McCormack, you've got Dan King out there, James Baldwin, Yigorodnikov. Yeah, well, less said about Thursday, the better on that one. Florian Haupt, you've also got the 128 Jasa Jr. of William Hendrickson, teamed up with Ivan Shermatinsky and Simone Aietza. So it's a 20-minute qualifying session, and we often speak about qualifying and how important it is, because a lot of people can think, well, you know, it's not really that important. It's in this level, nonsense. It is absolutely make or break. You have to, if you're going to have a really good chance at getting a podium in this race, you have to get in the top 10. Purely from a risk management point of view. Now, what you'll see once the qualifying is done and dusted, because the SimGrid is split normally into 3 different levels of skill. You've got your Pro, your Silver, and your Am. The Pro level, I would not be surprised to see about maybe 25 cars separated by that 1 second. So that is the level of quality that you're talking about. So we're on board then with Alexander Novikov. A huge thank you to our main man behind scenes, Steve Crowley, doing all of the camera work. Straight into turn number 1 then. This beautiful right that leads immediately into the left-hander known as Elf, and then again straight into this long sweeping right-hander at Renault, where you want to get onto the power as much as you can. If you've got TC or your traction control set up properly, then it'll be very easy to just hit that loud pedal. Round the right-hander then, again looping back on yourself at Repsol, onto the left-hander at Seat. Now this is a very tight left-hander here. Again, you have to be so patient patient with the throttle. It's onto the accelerator then, and then the track sweeps round until you hit a sudden stop at Worth here. Left-hander, brilliant overtaking opportunity. You can just send it in. Whether it works, that is a different matter altogether. Round the right-hander at Campsa, still on the full throttle on this, down the hill towards the left-hander at Lakaja. Through that left-hander, and Alexander Novikov making this look so very, very easy, but again so simple to make it too wide on that right-hand side on the exit of that. Through Bank Sabadell on the left, and then the right, and then it's down through into Eurocar, and then the bit that I absolutely detest about this circuit. I hate this RACC chicane, but that's by the by, because the lap is done round New Holland corner, and then it's going to be across the line, and hopefully for a decent lap for Novikov. He goes across actually, sorry, that was Darren McCormack. So I think that was actually down at Lakaja that Novikov actually invalidated that lap in the 3.22. So as it stands then, Darren McCormack, no surprises to see him up at the top then, 142.9. That would give me the impression that maybe high 141s, low 142s is going to be the order of the day, because what you normally see from the pros is that in the first couple of laps they'll set a lap that's about maybe 75-80% of what they can actually do, and then the next 15 minutes is all about chipping away at those times. So we've got a poll going on YouTube just now asking what manufacturer you think will get pole position today. Is it going to be the Merc? Is it going to be the Audi, the McLaren, or other? I like how generic and vague the other category is, because there's about another 6 cars that could be involved in that one. Now, obviously with the Audi, you've got that new R8 LMS Evo 2. Is it going to be any less deadly than the previous version? We'll wait and see on that one. The Merc was very, very strong here on Thursday as well, so the new BOP changes have changed a fair bit as well. The McLaren, always devastatingly fast, and even more so if it's in the hands of this driver here. James Baldwin for Veloci, McLaren in the McLaren 720S. Now again, we saw James Baldwin out there at during the week, and yeah, it's scary what that Veloci team can do with a good setup, but because I'm a complete fanboy, of course I'm going to have to put in the vote for Mercedes AMG. Fight me, that's all I can say on that one. 14.5 minutes left to go in qualifying. Darren McCormack though in that number 5 machine doing a fantastic job getting that into pole position. Did get it into pole position, because that's now changed. It's now been put from the top. Now this is Danila Sherepinin for SMP Racing Esports, currently the top Merc just now for that 888 team, 0.6 of a second off of the pole position time, and again expect those times to come down very, very quickly. James Baldwin in pole position currently with a 142.630. Igor Gorodnikov in the 41 Simware.Pro by Vides machine, 1/10 of a second. Now again, I do have a little bit of a massive appreciation for Igor Gorodnikov, because throughout my time here at SimGrid, I've probably been his harshest critic, and again, from his performance that he showed on Thursday compared to the lack of restraint in terms of his temper and things like that in the past, I've said it before, he's absolutely turned over a new leaf, and this is the Igor Gorodnikov that it's kind of scary to see, because if he knuckles down and he just concentrates on driving, yeah, he is devastatingly quick, and that's exactly what is going on there. William Hendrickson jumps up into 3rd position. The top BMW then makes its mark up into 3rd, then 1/10 of a second behind James Baldwin, and we've got 3 cars just separated by 1/10 of a second. You're seeing all the way down. This is what I said to you. I did say you're going to see about 30 cars separated by a second, and that is exactly what we have. But worryingly, that is 12.5 minutes left to go in qualifying. That is going to come down and get even closer all the way down. I said earlier, great to see everyone out in YouTube, and let us know, who are you supporting today? Make as much noise as you possibly can. My band finger is feeling incredibly itchy today, so yeah, we'll get that on the go later on. But it is fantastic to see so much support for all of these drivers. Let's have a look at Yuri Artik Vitic here in the slow racing team, Sim Racing Cockpit number 987, and fascinated. I genuinely am fascinated to see how these new Audis compare to the last gen versions, because they seem to be a little bit more solid on the feet. They seem to be a little more grounded. And certainly we've got 6 hours in which to find out if that is the case, because the old Audis, I never liked them. I didn't like them. They were a beautiful car, but I just couldn't handle them. And many people that I spoke to were exactly the same. They would be like, they were so unpredictable. You could brake 9 out of 10 times at exactly the same spot, doing exactly the same thing with exactly the same loads, and that 10 out of 10 time the car would just snap and put you into a wall. It was a very unpleasant experience. But from what looks like here, this Audi looks a little bit more stable, a little bit less intimidating. As we cut to Michael Tauscher, again one of the ones to watch here in the Yaz Heat number 82 there. The Porsche, it's a difficult one, because from what we saw on Thursday, and again, there's very limited information you can get over 2 1-hour sprint races, but they give you a fairly good idea of the pace. The Porsche struggles on this track. The Porsche really struggles for straight line pace. We were seeing it coming down the start-finish straight, and quite honestly, it was getting devoured by the likes of the Merc and the BMW. But if anybody's going to be in it, it's going to be Michael Tauscher and the likes of Marco Bischoff in the 977 as well. So here we go with Dara McCormack then. And the great thing as well about me doing the commentary all by myself here is that we get a chance to kind of relax a little bit more, and we get to hear a little bit more of the engines, because I know that when there's a couple of us in the booth here, we kind of chatter quite a lot, and you don't actually get to hear the engine sounds as much as you'd like to. And I quite enjoy it myself, I've got to be honest. It's a bit of a relaxed afternoon, I think, that we're going to be having here, so maybe a little bit different to some of the previous shows that we've done earlier on. But Darren McCormack here just making his way around and coming into one of the first problems you're going to have during qualifying here, which is the incredible amount of cars that you've got on this grid, trying to find space for yourself, and that's going very wide there, but you can go a little bit wide over that exit of Lacacia there, and then through towards the final couple of corners here. Under 10 minutes to go, so we've hit the halfway mark in this qualifying session, and as it stands, it's Baldwin, Ogorondikov, Hendrickson, McCormack, Tauscher, Sherdakis, Arndt, Bischoff, Apostle, Rotors in that top 10. Again, why that's so important is that it gives you that grid position for the race as well. When you look at the field, you look at those 23 cars that you can see on your screen, and the other 24 that you can't see on your screen, by the way, which is frightening. Think about 30 cars that are on almost an identical pace to you. You think about risk management, you think about how desperate are they to try and get past you, how much what are they going to do, what are they willing to take, what risks are they willing to take to get past you. That's where it becomes on risk management. You go down to turn 1, and that's usually where all the issues tend to happen. On the note of that though, this is kind of mind-blowing. This is legitimately kind of melting my head right now. 46 drivers have put times in, separated by 1.25 seconds. 1.25 seconds for 46 drivers. I cannot understand how that is even possible. And it brings up another issue as well, is those marginal gains. 1/10 of a second would be enough to put you from 40th position on the grid up to P34, 6 positions, and that's across the board. You could look at going from 9/10 of a second behind to 8/10 of a second behind. That's another 6 positions. It seems to be for every 1/10 of a second you can get, that is another 3 rows up the grid that you go. So we're watching Jonathan Seville here for Pulse Sim Sport. Fantastic onboard action, really gives you a sense of the high speed nature of this course here. Currently the only car not to have set a lap here in Barcelona, using all of the available curbing and then some in that number 17 Pulse Sim Sport machine, teamed up with Fred Olsen Forberg and Vince Van Meerveld as well. But through that left-hander now, just watching as we come through towards Wurth just now. Then it's going to be up the left-hander as well, and then again, just it is such a fantastic circus here, because through Campsa you can see the puff of smoke from the car up in front. That's the 214 of Nyring that is just up in front there in the Audi, onto the brakes here into La Caixa, and then into the chicane just up in front as well. It's so difficult to keep your momentum here. It's so difficult to keep your speed up as much as it is possible to do here, and that's exactly what's going to get you a decent time here. Although, to be honest, I can't see anybody getting near to James Baldwin. I've said that, and I'm immediately told to shut my mouth, because do you remember 5 minutes ago when I was telling you about the Porsche not exactly being the fastest in a straight line? Well, apparently that's absolutely irrelevant, because Michael Teicher has went and put that 82 Yaz Heat machine up into second place, 5/100ths of a second behind your current pole sitter. That I struggle to comprehend that one, especially on the pace that the Porsches were showing on the Thursday. In fact, actually, they might have qualified well, but I think it was during the race pace that they did struggle slightly. So we'll keep an eye on that, but that is a storming lap there from Michael Teicher. Third place company Darren McCormack in that Williams Esports number 5, sharing the car with Igor Rodriguez and Tinko van der Velde. I know they're doing their own stream as well, and that's the other crazy thing about today, is that almost every single one of these teams and drivers taking part will have their own alternative streams, some of them having professionally produced streams with their own commentators, although, you know, why you'd want to listen to anybody else but me, that's sacrilege. But joking aside, it's brilliant to see this is where this level of competition has brought us, with less than 5 minutes to go in this all-important first qualifying session of the new Coach Dave Academy 1000 season. Jesse Kalpinen, one of the more well-known names from the SimGrid for Grip Hacks Engineering in the number 69. This was a car that we saw regularly through Thursday. They didn't have a really good night on Thursday either. They got caught up in a lot of the accidents, especially in race 2, so they will be looking to undo a lot of the damage and wounds that were inflicted on that Thursday as well. So let's have a little peek at what we've got then, with 4 minutes left to go. Again, Darren McCormack now just 7/100ths of a second off of that pole pace, but Igor Ogorodnikov still holding in there with that 1/10 of a second lap off of pole right now. 41 Simware.pro by VDES machine, doing very well indeed. Surprisingly, the 42 is actually nowhere in sight, as usually we see the 41 and 42 separated by maybe 1 or 2 rows on the grid, but the 42, I'm just looking down the order to see where the 42 is, and yeah, I'm not actually seeing it at all. I might just have a case of being blind here, but I don't actually see the 42 out there. But it must be, because Novikov was out there, so yeah, I'm absolutely being blind on this one. 3 minutes 10 left to go. Now, what can Baldwin do? Can he get any improvements done? I've always found it really irritating. I've said this many times before, an incredibly average to slow sim racer. So occasionally we get our very own Michael Hamlet just whispering little bits of info and little bits of race-relevant gossip into our ears while we're doing this broadcast, and sometimes he says something that you look at and you're like, hang on, wait, what? P8, P9 and P10 all on identical times. Dan King, Apostle and Alexander Novikov in the 3-2-2 are all on identical times. They've all done a 142.912, and there's my own question being answered, because we saw Alexander Novikov, he was down to be in the 42, but that is currently shown as the 3-2-2. So just for any of you with your little bingo boards out at home, you can keep an eye on that car now under the 3-2-2 in the Bentley. 2 minutes left to go though. I'm not expecting to see any absolute crazy lap times coming in here. Track temperature currently 24 degrees, so it's cosy, but it's not massively warm. That was what Dan King that we spoke to earlier was backing. Or let's have a little look here. So one of the little stories I was just being briefed on there is the number 3 machine, the West Competition Racing Academy car, Sebastian Apostle, Andre Pazza and Caitlin Tufino. And one of the things that I was just being told there is that they were on the fence about whether or not they should take part in this competition up until I think it was a couple of days ago, and so they've taken part, and here they are, P9 out of 47 cars. That is not a bad day at the office indeed, to make a last minute decision like that and end up getting into the top 10. So the update on the 47 cars then, I said earlier on it was 1.2, that gap's now down to 1.075 seconds. That is frightening. 47 cars all within a second. It is just absolutely nuts. Right, this is exciting because Igor Ogorodnikov has potentially enough in the bag to put him on the front row of the grid, and just coming through the final couple of corners down to that chicane that I love to hate. He's looking very smooth in this Bentley round. Then that final right-hander, the checkered flag flies. Marco Bischoff, the first car to get the checkered flag. What can Igor Ogorodnikov do? There we go. Second position, right at the last gasp. That is impressive to say the least. Igor Ogorodnikov puts the Simware.Pro by Vides machine on the front row and puts himself within shouting distance of James Baldwin in that McLaren up front. But there are still cars on laps as we speak. Baldwin's taken the checkered flag, Ogorodnikov has taken the flag, Bischoff and King have taken the flag as well, Sherdakis and Adam have taken the flag as well in that top 25, which means that we have maybe about 5 or 6 cars that aren't in pit lane that are potentially still on laps just now. We'll keep an eye on that. Darren McCormack still in third position, and Baldwin's gone faster still. Baldwin has actually improved on that last lap, I've just realised, because he did. It was a 142.6 and he's now done a 142.567. And what I was about to say before I was being told that story about the number 3 car is that as an average sim racer, I really find that absolutely frustrating. The fact that he does this every single time. He gets in a really good lap, but he always leaves it till about a minute to go and then just fires in 2 ridiculous laps there. Incredible talent there from James Baldwin in that Veloce team car, sharing it of course with Aon Murphy and Isaac Gilson then. Wow. I do not know what to say about that. 47 cars separated by 1.138 seconds. What a way to start off this brand new season for Coach Dave 1000. It's going to be, though, James Baldwin on pole position with the big bad Igor Ogorodnikov. The 41 is on second place on that front row of the grid. This is going to be a spicy race. Just having a look further down as well. So Dara McCormack, again, we've seen this brilliant resurgence of Williams Esports here with Dara at the helm. Tinko van der Velde also in that car, along with Igor Rodriguez in that Bentley. They are going to be one to watch this afternoon as well. So the results of the poll are in. Apparently, the McLaren is going to get pole position. Well done. Get yourselves a little beer to celebrate that one, because you pretty much nailed that one. 42% of you guessed that it was going to be, or thought it was going to be, a McLaren. So we are giving the cars a couple of minutes to get ready to the grids, and now what we need to know from you guys is who is going to take the race win today. We've got 6 hours of a race coming up, and the cars are all ready on to the grid. So let's take you through your 47 car grid, and there is a risk I may actually pass out once we've done all of these drivers. But in pole position, it's James Baldwin with Igor Ogorodnikov alongside Darren McCormack, alongside George Boothby on row 2. Row 3, William Hendrickson and Eunice van Druyten, and then in row 4 is Sven Hettich with Darren King. Row 5 is Sebastian Apostel and Alexander Novikov, and then row 6 is going to be Victor Nikolai alongside Kilian Ryan Meenan. Row 7 is Yanis Sherdakis with Danila Sherepinin. Row 8 is going to be Valentin Barrier alongside Jesse Kalpinen. Row 9 is Lewis Roters alongside Nicholas Arnke, and then row 10 is going to be Finn Haupt with Tariq Adam. Row 11 is going to be Lucas Kreuzer with Aurelian Perlicori, and then row 12 is Chris Hack with Max Schwanke alongside. Row 13, Denis Medvedev and Alessio Catania, and then row 14 is going to be Uros Zelenko and then Zhang Gang. Row 15 is Bastian Offerman with Kieran Prendergast keeping him company. Row 16 is Matteo Sinotti with Norbert Tamas. Row 17, Joshua Allen with Jonathan Seville alongside him. Row 18, Alexander Kostin with Alex Chirato. Row 19, Klaus Naring, and then Adrian Bourdon behind him as well. Ante Salonen is on row 20 with Matteo Vignoli, and then row 21, Marcus Eichenhorn with Barnabas Eros, and then row 22 is Pavel Domniak and Gerard Martinez. Row 23, Henrik Horvath with Marco Macri, and at the back of the grid, Christopher Larson. That's your 47 cars, and to make it even easier for you, that might not actually be the drivers that are in the cars right now. That is how they qualified. So the drivers can change depending on who they want to get into the start of this race, but a 6-hour race, you can see the amount of rubber and debris on that dirty side of the track. The lights going on as these what can only be described as a Scottish day in Spain. It's overcast, it's dreich is what we would call it up here, and James Baldwin, I don't know if that's a bit of an ominous sign, but he's already away. Now, a little bit of insight that I can share with you from the Thursday as well. What to watch out for with this Veloci car and from James Baldwin. If he gets a little bit of a gap, if he gets past lap 1 and he's got like half a second to 6/10 of a second, there's a very strong chance that that car is going to be away with it. Now, what's different to here on Thursday is the fact that those were 2 1-hour races, and we've seen from all of our experience here at the SimGrid, I mean, anything can happen. Goodness, we've had leaders disconnect 15 minutes from the end of a race, and just collective heartbreak across chat for that. So yes, they've got a lot of pace, and I do expect if they can get a little bit clearer space, then they will absolutely tear away. But again, having come through all of the field multiple times on this 6-hour race, yeah, this could be very, very special. Darren McCormack there sneaking up into that second position. He'll end up going back behind that 41 of Igor Ogorodnikov. Expect him to make big moves, but what I worry about with Igor Ogorodnikov is something that I've always said about him. He is at the risk of being very, very temperamental. If something happens, something goes against him, and he feels aggrieved, he can lash out. Thankfully, over the past this year and the sort of 6 months of the year before, basically since it became Simler.pro by Vides, he's been a transformed character. He has been just absolutely exemplary, and I feel like I've got to stress that because, you know, as I said before, I was his most vocal critic about some of his driving standards, but it's crazy how much he has come on in terms of his you know, ability to calm it down and hold things down. So many people in this top 10 could take this race win today. So many people in this top 20 could take this race win today. Quite honestly, so many people in this 47 car field could take the win. It's way too early to even think about calling a winner right now. But for the best of the chances, you want to be up in that top 10, top 15, because there's going to be elbows, there's going to be flying haymakers, there's going to be a lot of aggression early on in the race. We like to think it's going to be calm, we like to think that it's going to be collected and cool, but it's not. It never ever is. It's usually sweaty and just boisterous for the first half an hour. But here we go, race number 1 of Coach Dave 1000, 6 hours here of Barcelona. The cars go 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 as we go green flag racing for the first time this season. And oh my goodness me, look at the amount of cars trailing down into turn 1. Nobody wants to let this go, and that's already the lead for Igor Ogorodnikov. That is outrageous, and around the outside as well, that's the Williams. So that is going to be Dana McCormack going round the outside. Are you kidding me? That is an incredible turnout. So the 33 has had a connection failure already. So there's... Apologies, they got collected, not disconnected, right? All I heard was they got connected, right? So they've been tagged by someone, basically. That's the West competition outfit of Victor Nicolai and Dragus Simeon with Andrea Michele as well. But I'm sorry, what an incredible start. That is unbelievable from Dana McCormack. Just mugged both Igor Ogorodnikov and James Baldwin straight into the lead of this race. And this is game on now, because James Baldwin is at risk of getting absolutely devoured by the rest of this field. Look at the fact that Igor Ogorodnikov already trying to chase down Dana McCormack here, and those two Bentleys have a bit of advantage in this sunshine. Look at the temperatures as well, 8 degrees difference from qualifying. That's exactly what they were saying. We heard that from Darren King on the pre-qualifying interview, that the Aston Martin's the same. It loves these warm conditions, and you can totally see why, because look at Dana McCormack. That's now 0.4 of a second already to the goods. And again, going back to my previous experience as a public racer, as we've got all hell kicking off, it looks like, coming in to the final chicane there. We've got a couple of cars all collected and getting through, but realistically, when have you ever seen 47 cars being this incredibly well behaved on the first lap of a race? This is absolutely nuts. Why can't we get this in public racing, folks? This is just craziness. Right, lap 1 in the books then. Dana McCormack from Igor Ogorodnikov. James Baldwin drops down to 3rd position. Marco Bischoff in 4th with William Hendrickson in 5th. It's then Tauscher in 6th position, Michael Tauscher. Alexander Novikov in 7th. Then you've got the number 3 car, Sebastian Apostle, in 8th position. James Parker in the 1, 2, 3 in 9th position. And Louis Roters in the BMW. So we've got 3 BMWs in the top 10 at this early stage. James Parker there trying to hold on to the back of Sebastian Apostle in the FFS Racing, that iconic sort of fuchsia pink livery that is hunting down that BMW in front. But he's in a bit of a German sandwich right now, because he's got a BMW in front of him and a BMW behind him as well. You've then got Danila Sharepinin in the highest place Mercedes, up in P11 right now. But again, you're looking at about maybe 4.5 seconds, 5 seconds from first place all the way down to P number 12. glorious sound as the cars coming out of the chicane then to complete lap number 2 here. 6-hour race. We've already had just the first 5 minutes gone already. Incredible action, but so many purple sectors as well, dotted across the different cars. Darren McCormack sits purple in sector 1. Then it's Igor Ogorodnikov in sector 2, with Michael Tauscher sitting fastest in sector number 3 as well. So again, we're now seeing immediately you've got, what's this, a 5-car train breaking away. Michael Tauscher kind of getting dropped a little bit from William Hendrickson at such an early stage of the race, and I'm almost lost for words with the fact that you saw qualifying, you saw how close it was. So what's the explanation for this? How can you have a qualifying that's separated by a second, and then you've got 5 cars that can just absolutely blitz away from this? And this, it's strategy, it's race pace, it's these guys know exactly what to do at the start of an endurance race. You need to focus, you need to work together, making temporary allies and, you know, these temporary allegiances, with the hope that you're not actually going to trip each other up, because you don't want to send the entire group back down to the baying mob, which is waiting for you from P7 downwards right now. But I don't think Igor Ogorodnikov, if I'm quite honest with you, has got that message, because he is putting Darren McCormack under some incredible pressure right now. James Baldwin looks like he's starting to wake up with those tyres as well. So the other thing with the 1.8 update, as many of you will now know, is that the tyre wear has had a complete overhaul. The way that the drivers have to warm up the tyres is a much more considerate and a much more compassionate affair now. You can't just go hell for leather on the warm-up lap doing anything you can to try and get heat in the tyres, because if you heat them up too much, we've got a yellow flag coming at the last chicane, and that is 3 cars involved in that one. That's the 103, the 420, and so that is Magyar Simulator, and having a look as well, the 420 in that as well. So that is Gripax Engineering, Slowpokes, Antti Salonen and Sebastian Handler. Right, let's have a look at this replay again from the start. Let's have a look from Darren McCormack's point of view then. He's down behind in 3rd place at this point, and he just outbreaks 2 cars in front of him. I mean, how is that even, like, in what universe, right, do you think, oh, right, I'm just going to outbreak the entire 2 people in front of me? What? It's, yeah, okay. Right, so, Igor Ogorodnikov still hunting down that car in front. I tell you what, I know obviously the guys and girls at Williams Esports, they have their own stream. They are going to be absolutely delighted with this one just now. And fantastic to see the amount of work that they put in and they've got going on. Igor Ogorodnikov, though, in 2nd place, and James Baldwin, I'd love to think that he's going to be quite appreciative of the tenacity of that move, but yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous stuff. Let's remind you of the penalty changes then that have come into place since Thursday then. Further penalties are going to be on the following scale. Teams that get 3 licence points in a single round get a drive-through on top of any other penalties that they've been awarded. Teams with 4 licence points in a single round will receive a stop-go 30 in addition to the penalties that have been awarded. And if you get more than 4 licence points in one round, then pack your suitcases and say goodbye, because you are done for that round. You are getting a black flag and disqualified from that round. And that may sound, you know, quite extreme, may sound quite harsh, but they're deterrents. That's what they're there to do. They're there to protect the racing and make sure everybody keeps at their best behaviour. And again, not to soapbox, you know, I do love to soapbox every now and again, but I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the first 10 minutes that we've had at this race, what night and day we've had from the chaos that we had on race 2 on Thursday, where we had the same cars, we had the majority of the same drivers involved on the same track, and yeah, let's have a look then. This is down into the final chicane, and that is what we call in the industry a boop. The McLaren, I think that was tiniest touches on the rear end of that car, and you see what a concertina effect that has, and that would explain why there's such a gap between the 333 car and virtual drivers by TX3 and that second group of the 34. So that is Janis Sherdakis, and that looks to be about 4 seconds that they've got, and that is exactly what happens there. Instants happen, you react, you try and change, and yeah. Have a look at that gap though between Darren McCormack and Igor Ogorodnikov. I'm going to make a suggestion here. I'm going to say that Igor Ogorodnikov is quite happy sitting on the tail of Darren McCormack, putting all that pressure on. Now, the Igor Ogorodnikov we knew of old, of maybe say 2-3 years ago, would have made at least 4 attempts to have overtaken by now. But this is, as I said many times before, it's a very different driver here. It's composed, it's very calculated, very precise, and you can see there that I'm looking at the lap times there. Ogorodnikov was 3/100ths of a second faster on that last lap there, and it's, you know, sector 1 and sector 2 that he is able to do that. So I do honestly think that he is quite happy at the moment just to sit on the tail of that Bentley. James Baldwin is a different kettle of fish, however. I think he's got a real problem right now. He needs to get back up to that first 2 group. But the problem is he's got Marco Bischoff, who is, for want of a better word, like a yappy little puppy right now, biting at the heels of that McLaren. And he is going to try and make I think he really wants to get that 3rd position. The more that James Baldwin is having a look in his mirrors, the more that's going to slow them down. Let's have a look at this replay then. This is coming into the final chicane then with the 420 car, and you can see there's a car already spun on the inside there, and that is what ends up catching 2 other of those cars out there. And just to prove that point there, Igor Ogorodnikov still about 3/4 of a second. Okay, maybe this is now starting to get it back to the Igor that we know and love. He had a little bit of a look there. Yeah, this is getting a little bit spicy with 5 hours 45 minutes left to go, not 5 minutes 45 seconds to go, 5 hours. Igor Ogorodnikov is starting to have a little look in. I've been delightfully informed that we have our very first race control message, and that is for the instant on lap 1 between the 211 of Vipperman Racing and the AAA car of SMP Racing Esports. That has been decided as a racing incident. So good to see then that from the looks of things, everyone has survived lap 1, and it doesn't, I'm going to touch my desk here, it doesn't look like we've got any penalties from lap 1, which is a fantastic thing. Again, not yet, we'll wait with bated breath, but hopefully that's it, that's done and dusted. So the great thing is though, again, from what we saw on Thursday on race 2, the fact that we've got 10 minutes into this race is a fantastic thing. There's confirmation that it is just or has been decided by the stewards as a racing incident. Fascinating though to watch this battle here with P1 and P2 though. The battle of the Bentleys rages on as they come to complete lap number 7, or rather start lap number 7. James Baldwin there still in that no man's land there in 3rd position, 1.1 seconds behind this group here, but he's just ahead of Marco Bischoff. And again, that group working very well, all 6 cars there, and you can see now we're getting a little bit impatient, little flashing lights there from Igor Ogorodnikov, and starting to get a little bit closer. Listening to these cars heading round, and you can only imagine the tightness of the battles that is going on through the field there. Looks like we've got James Parker trying to catch on to the back of Novikov and Sherapinin. Oh, who is that that's just gone flying down the order there? But Sherapinin jumps up into that 9th position there. You can see that group behind. I wonder if we can have a little look at them, because you've got Sherapinin, Louis Roters, Dan King. There we go. Wow, that's out to the outside then. Dan King going to the inside there, and amazing stuff going on right now, and Nicholas Arndt gets that position from that wasn't actually Dan King, I don't think. That was the Sebastian Apostle that is just behind them right there. So yeah, fascinating battles going on. You see Lou Rotors up there as well, and this is just a crazy battle because it's such an early stage. I mean, this is for P9. And they are dropping hand over fist over that leading group right now. But it looks like this group has calmed down a little bit then. They were all bunching up and they were all fancying a little go. So we cut back to our leading group then. Zara McCormack then on lap 8, still ahead of Igor Ogorodnikov. And now I'm also seeing that James Baldwin making a little bit of a break, and Ogorodnikov now closer than he's ever been before here, and just watching how he's meticulously stalking that Bentley up in front here. And while James Baldwin has broken away a little bit from Marco Bischoff still is bringing up William Hendrickson as well, but they've dropped Tauscher now is absolutely away. And yeah, I wonder actually if we can go on board with Igor Ogorodnikov, because we'll get an idea of just how close he is and how much tension this is. There we go, on board with Igor. Look at how close he is to the car in front of Dana McCormack here, and how much that Igor is absolutely on the edge. Look at the amount of steering correction that goes in, and the way that Bentley seems to sort of drift across the corners here. Oh, that's an even better angle from the rear of Dana McCormack now, and we've now got a battle because these two have bumped themselves back into James Baldwin. Bischoff is here as well. Oh, this is going to be trouble. This is going to end in tears in the next 10 minutes if this keeps going on, because look, Bischoff is getting brought back into it. So is Hendrickson as well as they come through the final chicane. But it's here that the Bentleys absolutely streak away. That is absurd. Look at the pace that the Bentleys have got, just tearing away from the McLaren. We'll look at Ogorodnikov. Is he going to make a move? He's in the toe. He moves to one side, then the other. He's got the toe, but he's not going to make the move. He's going to go to the outside, try to do what Darren McCormack done on lap 1. He's going to get bumped. There's contact. That was predictable. And do you remember what I said right at the beginning about Igor Ogorodnikov, and if he feels aggrieved, then bad things tend to happen? Yeah, just bear that in mind. That might be a thing. James Baldwin now has decided that he wants to come and play in this party because he brought Marco Bischoff and William Hendrickson to play as well. This is now a 5-car battle for the lead, ladies and gentlemen. 15 minutes into a 6-hour race. This is the SimGrid doing SimGrid things, and this is what I absolutely love about being part of these events here. The Veloci McLaren 720S very much stuck in between a rock and a hard place here, because if he thinks about trying to make a move on Igor Ogorodnikov, he's got Marco Bischoff to worry about as well. And you can see again these little gaps opening up. And do you remember when I said Michael Tauscher was dropped off the edge of a cliff and he was falling away? He's now only 2.5 seconds off of this group as well. Now, my issue is that Ogorodnikov knows where he can try and make a move, but what I would counter that with is that he didn't have James Baldwin as close as this last time round. They come round the final chicane to start lap number 10 here, and I think we need to hold our breath as we go down the start-finish line. Fascinating little bit of an insight there just from the track map that you can see from about maybe say P12 all the way down to P16. You've got a little group, and then from about P20 all the way down to about P35 you've got what looks like a proper express train going on there, led by that what's that, the 383 machine. So that's actually P10 that's leading that train. I thought that was much further down there. Talking about that train then, here is Sven Hetich, who is safe to say he's booked his tickets. He's enjoying the sleeper class right now because there's nothing you can do. You just have to go with the pace of the cars around you. As we go back to the leaders, and now things starting to boil over. Here comes Igor Ogorodnikov back onto the tail end of Darragh McCormack there, lining himself up for that final corner there. And it's here where James Baldwin in that McLaren just can't get the exit out of that corner there, but it's going to be all about the toe. Look at the gap to James Baldwin behind, but look at the gap in front to Darragh McCormack. Here we go in the toe. It's not close enough. He's not going to be able to make a move into turn one. He thinks about it, but it's not going to happen because he's just not close enough, and Darragh McCormack knows this. This is fascinating 3D chess that's going on with these drivers right now, with such an early stage of the race. And realistically, I've got to say, and again I'm going to touch a desk here because I can hear Michael Hamlet almost screaming in my ears as these words leave my mouth. This has been one of the cleanest races, or cleanest starts to an endurance race that we've had here, and this sounds like it's going to be an absolute barnstormer. You put in with the fact that we've had 47 cars qualifying within 1.2 seconds of each other. You put in the fact that we've got so many cars here that are all in these tightly knit groups, and it's a very different atmosphere. It's a very different vibe to the start of this race. It feels like for the first time these drivers know that this is a 6-hour race. They're not taking stupid chances. They're not taking stupid situations, and it's all about that risk management. Fantastic to see, and hopefully for you guys and girls at home makes for a much more enjoyable show. I know that I'm enjoying watching this unfold a lot more than some of the previous races that we've had in the past as well, because it just feels like it's all delicately poised on a knife edge. Look at how much Igor Ogorodnikov is having to hustle that car through that final corner here. This is fascinating stuff here. And I was joking on Thursday night actually about if we had our own version of Drive to Survive. One of these races could be stretched out to about 6 hours, just from the first 2 laps alone. Such is the amount of action and intrigue that we get within these races. Just watching Igor Ogorodnikov, it's so difficult because I've got things that I want to say, and then Igor is just like climbing all over the back of Darragh McCormack here, and it's part of me is like, I'm wanting to bite my nails and I'm wanting to get really emotionally involved, but I've got to try and be here for you guys as well. And what is going on now? That seems to be a bit daft from Igor Ogorodnikov. He's weaving about, so he's obviously trying to distract Darragh McCormack. Well, firstly, that's not going to distract Darragh McCormack. That's never going to distract Darragh McCormack. The only thing it's doing is allowing James Baldwin to close right back up to the tail end of these Bentleys. And the thing is that Baldwin, this is what I predict is going to happen. Ogorodnikov is going to try and move on McCormack. It's not going to work. He's going to get sent into the clutches of Baldwin. He's going to get a little bit overly aggressive trying to hold on to that position. He's going to knock himself down 10 positions, and then he's going to act as a game of wee bowling. That is my prediction right now. I'm watching the frustration level kind of start to rise up here with Igor Ogorodnikov, and it's a little bit predictable. We've seen it so many times before. He just needs to think about the other drivers that he's got in this team right now. Of course, I could be completely wrong here. I could be just completely off the mark here, but I'm reading all the signs that we're getting here, and it does not look good. And Darragh McCormack is not a pushover. He is not a driver to take that type of intimidation or that type of physical driving lying down. He will absolutely give as good as he gets. So with 25 minutes gone then, let's take you through your top 10, and leading the race then, Darren McCormack for Williams Esports, with Igor Ogre on the call for the SimWare.pro by Vires, number 41 in second place. The Veloce McLaren of James Baldwin in third place just now, with Marco Bischoff in the 977 Kramer Racing Esports machine in that fourth position. William Hendrickson is doing a grand job of just keeping himself quiet. He's just out for a Sunday drive right now on a Saturday afternoon in the JSA Junior BMW in fifth position. Michael Teicher is thinking about it, but he is not even wanting to touch this with a barge pole, and quite frankly, I don't blame him in that number 82 Yaz Heat Porsche. Then it's Alexander Novikov in the 322 machine, and that is the what we've got on paper as the 42 SimWare.pro by Vides machine out there in the 322. James Parker in the 123 FFS racing machine in the Aston Martin down in 8th position. In Imola Sheriffman in P9 of the 888 Mercedes. Then on the top 10, Dan King, we spoke to him earlier, Dalking Community in the 383 Aston Martin. I believe we've got a replay queued up. Let's have a look at what we've got here. So this is earlier on then, and this has come down on the start-finish straight. So this is lap 8, and again you can see just how important that toe is side by side, and that's going to be another potential move around the outside. A little bit of contact there, and yeah, that's unfortunate to see there. The problem with it is that up until that point, the cars are side by side, so it just feels a bit silly on both the cars' part. They've both got the entitlement to be there. So when I see that sort of thing, I'm like, well, yous are both to blame for that one. So in my mind, that would be something I would class as a race incident. So we have got, so I have just. You remember when I said lap 1 we didn't have any penalties? I might have lied to you guys. I'm sorry. I might have inadvertently misled you on that one. 7 SOP Esports Racing machine has. They've had a fun start to the race. They've got themselves in 2 incidents. It is a 5-second penalty for the number 79 car. So that is the Prime E Racing 3 machine, the McLaren 720S. So obviously a little bit of an issue with the penalty notice. We'll get that sorted. But 79 getting a 5-second time penalty. And given that I know that there's quite a lot of fans of Prime E Racing in the YouTube chat, I'm going to go and hide for a little bit because I get the feeling that we'll get a little bit of grief for that one. But rules is rules. And we're watching Manuel Fuchs here for Baz Esport Ukraine in the number 50 Aston Martin. And confirmation. So it was lap 1. It was the incident between the number 11 and the 79. So that was the 11 Renvelten Esports. I've got a feeling that was into the final chicane where we saw the Renvelten Esports machine on its round on its side. And right, so we've got more penalties coming thick and fast, but more importantly, that gap to Igor Ogorodnikov now up to 0.4 of a second as we see Manuel Fuchs trying to defend between the two. I've just realised we've got the 77, the 78 and the 79, the Prime E Racing 1, 2 and 3 together on the racetrack. Bearing in mind the Prime Race E Racing 1 car is up in front. But this is starting to get a little bit sketchy between the number 3 and the number 2 car, because they have got Manuel Fuchs in between them just now, and around the outside as well. That is Valentin Barrier that fancies having a little shot of this as well, and there's a little bit of a nudge there on Manuel Fuchs. That is from Meyer in that 18th position car. And you get the feeling this is going to end up with one of these 5 cars into the wall and a very unhappy visit to race control. I hope that's not the case, but we'll certainly wait to see what on earth happens here. But the Prime E Racing cars doing a grand job, you've got to say, of that formation flying right now. Action further down the field as well. You've got the 1-2-1, as I'll come back to that in a second, as Manuel Fuchs tries to make the move up the inside. That is just... So you remember when I said I don't like the soapbox? What the hell was that? I mean, firstly, right, you saw that contact coming a mile off. That was just ridiculous. Secondly, not holding the brakes when you're coming back onto track. Right, but I mean, come on, be fair. That's half an hour. And that's like the worst thing that we've seen so far. I'm actually quite pleased that's like the worst thing. And you know, with the fact that I'm in this luxurious position of being in a virtual commentary box with a little nice beer to enjoy the afternoon, I hope Race Control throw the book at him for that one, because that was really, really silly. Didn't need to happen. Could have just waited and you know, had a little bit of patience and tried to make the move. Second, my goodness me, you weren't kidding, chat, when you said some action all the way through the field here. This is Norbert Thomas here for the Mazem Red team coming down into turn 1 here, and this is so P31. Oh, that's contact. The car, a little bit of snap oversteer. He does hold on to the brakes, and why? How? I just do not understand the logic. You've got a car off, you've got your race control, you've got your spotter saying there's a yellow flag. You see a car in the right in front of you, and you think, I'm just going to go full pelt into it and hope he moves. That's poor. Right. Okay, so we've got the first half hour of polite, well-meaning racing out, and I suppose it's back to normality then, is it? Goodness me. Let's focus on the good stuff then. Igor Ogorodnikov still on the... Wait, how has all this chaos happened and Igor's not been involved in it? This is what universe are we living in here? But SimGrid.pro by Vides Driver is just providing so much pressure right now to that number 5 machine. This is textbook attack and driving here from Igor Ogorodnikov. And James Baldwin now, I just noticed there, they've actually dropped Marco Bischoff, number 977. He's actually now into the clutches of William Hendrickson in the 128 as well. And it's these little pages, if you imagine this 6-hour race as a book. We've got another penalty coming in. The 333 was involved with the 166, so the 333 is the virtual drivers by TX3, and the 166 is the T3 Motorsport black machine. It's a 5-second penalty for the 333 for causing a collision, so 5-second penalty for them. So as I was saying, if you imagine this 6-hour race as a book, and each half hour is like its own little chapter. We've just crossed the first chapter. Things are starting to hot up slightly, but this is where the pressure now starts to ramp up, because we're concentrated on Igor Ogorodnikov. And to be fair, I've been singing his praises and saying, oh, he's going to try and make a move, but you see what's happening in the background here. You see with your own eyes James Baldwin, the fact that he's quite quietly just been sneaking up to the back of this group now, and he is poised waiting for something to happen to these two, and he will just zip by and take that position away from the pair of them right now. The problem with that is, for some reason, that McLaren doesn't seem to have straight line speed. It seems to be the Bentleys just roar away from it in a straight line, and it reminds me of the old days with Lexus, and when that thing could just roar into life and just like be gone down a straight anywhere. So let's have I've just been told we've got a replay from that from the Audi that decided to go into it. Now, again, this is a chance for me to take it back and actually get a little bit of empathy here, because maybe it was unsighted. So we're going through turn number 1, and it's going to be around this right-hander here. So again, you can't really see much. You can see a little bit of chaos there. How? Oh, right, okay, I have to take that completely back. The car, well, wait, no, because that was the car in front that actually piled straight into it. But even then, so the Audi that we were on board with could see the car in the middle of the track. So, we'll try not to be too harsh then. I've done much worse, put it that way. Back to this lead battle then. I'm just looking through the field. We've got an amazing battle for P9 and P10 going on right now. Danila Sharepinin and you've got Dan King involved in that as well. Louis Roter's about 2.5 seconds behind that as well. James Parker is about 0.4 of a second behind Alexander Novikov as well. Is this it? Is this going to be Igor Ogoronikov's chance? No, it's not. He's still too far back. He still doesn't get the run out of that final corner. He's close. He's in the slipstream, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to fire it in. If it is, it's going to be a wild lunge. He looks, he thinks again better of it. And now look at the background there. Bischoff and Hendrickson fighting. Hendrickson is going to have this position down into turn 1. And I think that is it. Oh, Hendrickson gets sent to the inside there. And Bischoff still on the track. Now the danger with that, we saw that on Thursday. We saw that on Thursday where the car going off on the inside, if it tries to keep the foot in, it'll go over onto the ramps there. So yeah, great to see that both those cars are back on the field there and basically resuming where they left off. The other bit that I like is this whole kind of unwritten gentleman's agreement. You see Bischoff waiting for Hendrickson. You see the two of them they've dropped about 2 seconds behind this, even further from this battle here. And are we going to get our first bit of lap traffic? I think we are. I think that is the... in fact, no, we've already had several cars that are lapped down. So that is going to be, I think, the number 11 Renveld eSports machine that might be getting chased up just now from our race leaders. Indeed it is. So that is... Renveld after that earlier contact into the final chicane here. Walnutt coming into pit lane yet again then, and that was an aggressive final chicane from Igor Ogoronikov. This is much closer now. Now look at Darren McCormack, he's moving from one way to the other. This is closer than he's ever been before. I still think it's too far back for a lunge, but he might think otherwise. He looks one way, then he goes to the other, forces him out wide as well, and that is never going to happen whatsoever. Brilliant stuff here, and hearing that the WPS racing team of Nicholas Arnke, they were doing so well. They have had a technical failure. They had a game crash, so they end up going automatically all the way back to the pit lane. And it's the similar. We see it all the time in GT3 racing, where you'll hear David Addison and John Watson talking about having to do a Control-Alt-Delete on the car, and that's exactly the same sort of thing here. Igor Ogoronikov, let's have a look at this replay then. This is trying to catch up to the back of our race leader then. In fact, this is back live, I believe, excuse me. And so we're watching this, and again, a fascinating battle unfolding before our very eyes. And again, James Baldwin just so close. Thinks about one way then the other, but again this is allowing the two of them to close right up. Dan Kingo in a cracking little battle here with Danila Sherepinin, and you can see James Parker in the background as well as your leaders come in towards the right-hander before the final chicane. All in all though, it's been a fairly good opening hour. We've seen one or two questionable little incidents, but for the most part this has been really good. We've got race control are busy having a sandwich and a discussion over something, so as soon as they've made a decision on that, we'll be able to bring that with you. But having a look here again, Ogoronikov just cannot make this happen. He's having a look, but he's not actually forcing the situation. So I go back to saying, this is like a new leaf for that driver. Just very controlled, very restrained driving there. Have a look at Dan Kingo having a think about taking that move on Danila Sherepinin coming into turn 1. Again, just holding in and ignoring the one or two little mishaps that we've had. This is what I'm saying. This is awesome to see. This is what we're seeing all the way through the field. Drivers just waiting patiently. They're just gauging the situation. They're just thinking, right, it's a 6-hour race. It's not like a complete sprint race for the entire 6 hours. I need to be smart. I need to be clever on this. How can we get these cars with a strategy? How can we get them, doing different pit stops or just trying to trick them into doing something else? It's fascinating to see this level of strategy completely change the game. Again, game of cat and mouse with these three cars here. Dana McCormack for Williams Esports in the lead. Have a look at Jan Gang though, having a little look up the inside there of the Ferrari contact, and yeah, that's, well, we'll not say that one. That is Audi up the inside. It's oh, that looked like Bischoff was a little bit hot into that final chicane there, and William Hendrickson has taken the position. So Hendrickson up into 4th position there. That Porsche is not going to be too impressed about that one. Going back to that instant, I'm pretty sure that was Lakaja that car was collected at. We'll use the polite term for that one. I think that was a bit of a clumsy move. The two of them were fighting, but it didn't look like the car came in from like 3 miles away. So we'll keep an eye on that one. So also, just hearing that we've got one of our drivers from our retired cars in for a little bit of a chat. A very good afternoon, Vincent Lindner. This is a little bit earlier than we were hoping to be speaking to you this afternoon. What happens?
Yeah, it's honestly just a shame what happened to us. So my teammate Niklas, he's suffering from some sort of game crashes. It's not the first time that it happened. Yesterday we had a sprint race, last lap, also just shut down back to desktop, and we don't know why. We've been trying to fix it, like uninstalling any programs or software, but yeah, we can only try, and we were unlucky today because we actually had a pretty strong run. I feel like P11 was pretty good for us. We're still getting used to the Audi since we haven't driven it since pretty much since the World Cup last year. But yeah, it is what it is.
On that note then, obviously the new Audi being a big talking point, how have you found that compared to the old version?
It's lacking a bit of top end speed, but it's very nice to drive, I think. Handles pretty well. In the low speed sections, it's very, very similar to the Evo 1. And yeah, what you basically have to do is just go for the maximum drivable rake, which makes it a little bit slippery on the exits, but it's very fun to drive, in my opinion. And yeah, there's a lot of potential in the car. Barcelona, I think, was a very strong track for us. Sadly, we couldn't score points here that we might miss out on in the next races.
I was about to say, you mentioned earlier that this isn't the first time it's happened. How do you as a team kind of get over a day like this?
Well, of course it's a big disappointment, but it's a championship, and since we didn't expect to be running in near the top 10, pretty much anything can happen. There was some incidents, luckily no major ones at the start, and we can always profit from those in other situations. So yeah, we'll just try and make the best of it. Our 28 car in the SimGrid World Cup had some sort of similar fate in a few races. The 21 was just flying all the time, and 28 had all the unlucky stuff happen to them. So I think we've gotten used to dealing with setbacks, but yeah, that's just what racing is about, I guess. Try and make best of everything and don't think too much about what has happened and think ahead.
Well, that's an incredibly pragmatic approach, Vincent. Well done on that, and fingers crossed you actually get to the bottom of Nicholas's technical issues. While you're here, do you have any friends, family, or sponsors that you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the opportunity. So, big shout out to Munich Esports, our new partner for the series, also for the SRO IGTC Championship to come. They've been supporting us for a short while now, and we're really looking forward to what's going to happen. Also, big shout outs to my uncle who's probably watching. Sorry we couldn't perform today, but hope the race is still fun to watch.
Excellent stuff, Vincent. absolutely gutted for the number 21 WPS racing team. Fingers crossed for better luck at round 2 in Imola, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time.
Thanks for having me.
So there we go then, Vincent Lindner. Obviously you can hear just how deflated he is, and quite frankly the fact that he's not thrown anything at a wall makes him already a better person than me in many ways, at which point I'd be trying to rip my steering wheel off of the rig in frustration. These things do happen. I have experienced technical failures previously before. I've got a VR headset, and I went through a phase where it would constantly crash out in the middle of the race, and it just makes you not want to take part, it makes you not want to do it, it makes you want to just sell the whole lot and just give up. So great to hear that they're kind of soldiering on with that. I've got no doubt they'll be able to diagnose what the issue is. I think that's the other thing as well, when you don't know what it is that's making these software issues happen. It makes it even more frustrating. But fingers crossed the number 21 team get to the bottom of it and they join us back out on grid for the next race in just a couple of weeks' time. Right, back to what we were saying. We were seeing a couple of laps ago, Darren McCormack getting very, very defensive there on Igor Ogorodnikov and James Baldwin. Again, I get the impression James Baldwin has the pace to try and get past these two, but for the sakes of the championship, I think he is very, very wise to just kind of sit back a little bit and watch what these two do to each other here. We're almost about 15 minutes away from our first hour in the book of 6 here at the Coach Dave Academy 1000. It's been a brilliant, enjoyable race so far. Hope you've all enjoyed what you've seen so far. We've got a couple of penalties coming in. Lap 2, so we're off of lap 1. I think we've only had like a handful of penalties for lap 1, so I'm happy with that. Lap 2, it's a 5-second time penalty to the 211 of Vipperman Racing for causing a collision with the virtual drivers by TX3 number 7. And already Vipperman Racing into YouTube chat saying a penalty for what? Oh, I do love it. Right. Incident for it's a 10-second time penalty for the 214. Now that's a bigger one for NSN Racing Team, and that is for a collision with a 201 machine of SPQR Racing Team number 1. I wonder if they're Italian. Quite possibly. But anyway, so it's a 10-second penalty for them for causing a collision for the 214 NSN Racing Team. Right, we go back to the action here as well. We will do our best to kind of focus on all of the battles throughout the rest of the field, but given that this is a championship, we do have to kind of unfortunately focus towards the front, because the front is where the points are going to be given, and that is where it's going to have the most impact for the rest of the season. But throughout the field, we've got an amazing battle going on just now for 13th position. For instance, we've got the 78 Prime E-Racing number 2 machine currently fighting off Valentin Barrier, and you've got the 96 in there, Wild Things Racing of Dom Healy. He is giving a good fight as well up there into P15. Now we're starting to see a little bit of jiggery pokery there from Igor Ogorodnikov. Now we see the games, and there goes Darren McCormack wide. I was saying about how he couldn't be intimidated. I might have to take that back now. Look at James Baldwin, he's fancying a little bit of this as well. Darren McCormack though is having to play in his mirrors there. That was a blinder from Igor Ogorodnikov, because that's all it is. It's absolute distraction. You're doing anything you can to try and distract that car in front. And look at this now, closer to that Bentley in front than he has been so far in this race. He's going to tuck in to get the slipstream. This is it. This is going to be a move happening here. Whether or not it carries on is a different matter, but Darren McCormack immediately goes defensive, hyper defensive, and there goes Igor Ogorodnikov trying to take position, but that's clever defensive driving there from Darren McCormack. Fascinating stuff. This is a proper boxing match going on here with these three cars right now. James Baldwin is the wily old coach hanging about in the background, just waiting to take the spoils from this fight right now. look at that. Igor Ogorodnikov, he looks so menacing behind there. It's like, if you've got any driver behind you in your mirrors, if you realise it's Igor Ogorodnikov, if it's me, I'm just like, yeah, just you take the place, I don't want any trouble. But Igor is really wanting to get that position. And again, nearly an hour in, and we have not seen one, like, issue where he has stuck the nose in, or he has, you know, really made a nuisance of himself, apart from where it's completely within the book. You know, that whole dancing about in the mirrors, that's exactly what it's to do. It's to distract you. It's to stop you looking at the road in front and start looking at the mirrors behind. And once you do that, you are going backwards at a rate of knots, and that is exactly what happened there with Darragh McCormack. We saw that 3 laps ago from Darragh as well, but thankfully he's able to sort of recompose, regain his concentration and focus back on the task at hand there. And you can see there that Darragh is now actually learning from Igor. He's learning the lines, because Igor takes a very wide line into that final chicane, so he gets a good run, and Darragh done exactly the same that time round there, blocked Igor Ogorodnikov off before he could do the same. And again, look at how much further back Igor Ogorodnikov is into turn 1. It's not going to happen, and that is going to frustrate them no end whatsoever. Right, it looks like that that battle has been won by Valentin Barrier then for 13th position, because the number 78 machine Prime E Racing of Manuel Meyer drops down into P14 and is now a second and a half and up the inside there. And I jinxed that, didn't I? I said that Igor Ogorodnikov hadn't actually made a nuisance of himself by throwing his nose in somewhere, and I think he's heard that. He thought, right, I better just, you know, not let David get too comfortable in the commentary booth there. I don't think he was realistically going for that. Again, I think he's dancing about deliberately in Darragh McCormack's mirrors to make himself as obnoxious and as distracting as he possibly can. And when you've got 2 drivers at this level, it's kind of an acknowledgement of the pace that the pace that both of the cars have. We've got a warning to car number 100. That is the Turn 1 Pro machine, and that is against a incident with the number 48 car. That is Vladimir Bashmakov Racing. So that is a warning to car 100 on that one. And watching them come out of this final chicane, that looks like a little bit of a better exit for Igor Ogorodnikov, again with just that first hour in. This is going to be a very draining race. Remember, we've got 3 drivers that are going to be taking part in this race this afternoon. So we've got for the number 5 machine, the Williams machine, up the inside, he's gone! Wow. Okay. I don't... Right, okay, so the reason that I was stalling for words there is that I just had my heart in my mouth there. I've got no idea what Igor did there, but I can only imagine that there was some very Eastern European swear words getting put in that number 41 Bentley right now. Those brakes will be toasty right now as he locked up going into turn 1. That was a mistake, and if anything, Darragh McCormack, I think, cool, calm and composed, saw that one coming. If you possibly can, I don't know if you actually can sort of predict that sort of thing happening. Right, let's have a look here. So for me, he was way too far back. He was never anywhere close, but he did get a hell of a run after that pit lane, so he decides it, and then he backs out, and he can't get slowed down in time. He spins the brakes. Right, I'm going to be completely honest with you. That is insane car control. How he A, didn't end up in the barrier, B, managed to stay in second place, and C, lost about 0.05 of a second by doing that. That is... I mean, there is the argument to say that he actually threw the car onto the grass to avoid causing a collision. If that is the case that he has put that car onto the grass, that is unbelievable car control and unbelievable awareness, because he could have done the brain dead move of just locking up the brakes and smashing straight into the back of Darragh McCormack. Instead, He could have also kept the foot in and just tried to take the lead from diving across. Of course, he would have lost the position from race control. But if anything, this is the best possible outcome because he's still on the back of Dara McCormack. And if anything, that's going to get Dara's attention. That might be the thing as well. We'll fingers crossed we're not going to see that again. I'm not going to make any promises. I'm not going to lie, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to make promises that I can't quite realistically keep. And with Yeager, we can't keep those promises, can we, if we're being honest with each other. James Baldwin, though, still quite happily sitting there in third position. And Dara's starting to overdrive that machine a little bit. Now, let's have a little look further down then. This is the battle that I was telling you about, is Dom Healy from Wild Things Racing all over the back of Manuel Meyer in that number 78 Prime E-Racing 2. And quite honestly, I think this is a matter of time because that Wild Things Racing machine looks very, very fast indeed. The Bentley number 96. And I believe, obviously, with Wild Things Racing, it's a good friend of the SimGrid, Denise Pope, that is very much involved with that team there. So I've got no doubt that she'll be involved in one of the other splits as well in the other team car that she takes part in. The other thing with that as well is that I believe from her social media that she was taking part in the Super Sprint on Thursday in a different split, and had a bit of a race to forget on that one. Right, well, thankfully Igor Ogorondikov has not decided to show off his lawnmower abilities this time by, but again you can see how close that car is. Here's Maciej Kaila for Race Anywhere SimSport, trying to catch onto the back of this little battle here. You've got an Audi and a Merc fighting out side by side. That is Klaus Neiring and the 48 as well of Alexander Kostin, who are fighting it out in front. And I've said this, and it's almost become a meme at this point, but it doesn't matter what skill level you are. See, when you're involved in this, right, they're fighting for 25th position, and you think, oh, it's 25th position, that's not very good. But you're like, you get in this little group here, and this is going to feel like the most intense race that you've ever had in your life. All you can think about is defeating this Audi and defeating this little Merc that is in front of you. That's the entire world that is in front of you at this moment. The BMW has a think about on the inside, but Maciej decides that patience is the key right now, and gets right back to the tail end of that Audi as well. But here we go then, again back up to this front group, and it's almost a stalemate. It's almost the fact of, these three cars are so well versed that either they know what's going on here and they know that this is like a 6-hour race and they have to just wind it in a little bit, or that they all have a little bit of respect for how much each driver is pushing in this top three, and there could be a good bit of that. But keep your eyes on this, because here comes Igor Ogorondikov again with a run. Darren McCormack getting as defensive as you possibly can, and he's going to try and outbrake himself, and that leaves Igor Ogorondikov vulnerable to James Baldwin behind. But yeah, that was another exemplary bit of driving from both drivers there. Darren McCormack with textbook defensive driving 101. I tell you what, if you're looking for a book on Amazon Prime, that would be written by Dara on that one, because that was exactly what you need to do. Drag him over to the other side, get him into the tow, and then just absolutely abandon him when he needs you most. Kieran Prendergast though down in P5 in the McLaren, chasing up the number 53 Leipert Esports Black Machine. Yang Gang going to go side by side. Yang Gang got caught out with that collision earlier on, and we have a huge battle going on behind. Is that Seville and Martinez coming down into turn one just behind this little group here. Wow, what a battle we've got. We've got about 6 cars all nose to tail coming through this field right now, and again it brings back to the whole point I was saying, again this is just, and I'm using air quotes here, just for P19. And Alex Tarato tries to go around. No way. Alex Tarato tries to go around the outside, and the thing is, he saw the pace that he had there. You wouldn't bank on him for not getting it. He's going to try and fire it up the inside. That's that's forceful. He's got it done. Fair play to him. And I'll be honest, I think that Martinez is going to be a little bit angry after that, because that's now let the number 990 Audi through there as well for slow racing team. Uros Zelenko decides to have a better go as well. Right, Zara McCormack, ding ding, round 2, moves across, again late on the brakes there, and is having absolutely none of it. This is kind of scary in a way as well, watching how quickly these drivers are turning on a sixpence on these braking lines, because you know that if one driver misses their braking point, as we saw 3 laps ago from Igor Ogorodnikov there, then something very, very bad is happening. But believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, we are already just about 1/6 of the way into our very first race here of the brand new season of Coach Dave Academy 1000, the CDA 1000 here at Barcelona. A 5-race schedule over the course of this season, and if we are having all 5 of them like this, then my God, I am going to need some sort of therapy by the end of the season. Have a look at Klaus Neiring though on side by side to Alexander Kostin. Then this looks like it could be a done deal, but again the Audi backs out. Very, very clever, very balanced and very decisive driving there from the Audi. Could be immediately undone by the BMW. Try to send it up the inside there, gets in too wide and loses quite a bit of time there. What Klaus will also be aware of is that he's got a 10-second penalty in that 214 Audi right now, so he'll be trying to keep his nose clean and avoiding any penalty points right now. Igor Ogorodnikov into the pit lane then, and that's a fast entry into pit, gets the car slowed down. So that's well, there we go. I said that about 20 minutes ago actually. You know, the strategy that's going to be on offer, the strategy that's going to be on display here, that's exactly what it is. Igor Ogorodnikov is thrown in the towel. He knows that he's not going to be getting past Dara on track just now, so he's thought, well, why not roll the dice? Let's see what happens if I go into the pits and head over. Right, penalty messages. Let's have a look at what our latest ones are just now then. Incident between cars 103 and 54. Now that is the Magyar Simulator S Motorsport Azure Mazim Orange. I'm going to just call it the Mazim Orange car. Just now into the pit lane comes the 990 of Uros Zelenko, but it's a racing incident, the incident with number 54. That is the Liper Esports Red Machine. Then the incident between 17 990 and the 34. The 17 is Paul Simsport, the 990 is Slow Racing Team Third, and the 34 is Team TF Racing Souvlaki Squad, and that was on lap 6. That is a racing incident as well, as we see Mikhail Baikov taking over the wheel of the number 41, and then the 767 and the 34. So the 34, as we said, was the TF Racing Souvlaki Squad, and the 767 is the Mazim Red Squad. That's a time penalty, a 5-second time penalty for the Greek Souvlaki Squad for causing a collision. So I'm getting a little bit of an unfortunate repetition going on here. Another team that's DNF'd, and we've got Timo Polke in with us from the 420 Grip Hacks Engineering Slowpox team. Timo, good afternoon, but I'm sure you weren't wanting to speak to me at this point.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I had to compose my thoughts for a bit before joining the interview lobby. But glad to be here, even after what happened in the race.
So Timo, what happened?
I think that we were just unluckiest of the bunch, nothing else. We had unfortunate things happen to our car.
That sounds like a very political way of putting that there, Timo. Well done. I mean, in all honesty, it's your team won't be the first and it won't be the last that has a horrible day out. And we obviously spoke to one of the other teams, the WPS Racing team. How much of a stomach punch is it when you put in a lot of preparation and you have to retire so early into a race?
It is, yeah. It's a gut punch to be sure, and we had good pace all of our drivers were in good pace and had good amount of race track behind us, and we would have been on good positions. But yeah, it sucks. I am quite sad. Thankfully, it's Saturday and Saturday evening is now free, so I'm free to do other things.
And what other things are you now got on the? What are other things are on the agenda for Timu?
I think I'm going to grab a couple of beers and watch the stream, and then go out with my friends if possible. Let's just say that I'm lucky that the race ended sooner rather than at the end. So there is still time to make Saturday evening plans.
Excellent stuff. And obviously, we asked we asked the WPS racing team because they were in a similar situation. Timu, how does the team get over something like this? How do you guys collectively, deal with a situation like this? Do you get together and talk about what happened? Do you perhaps look at replays, or do you just kind of put it to one side and think about the next races?
Pretty much what you said. We already gathered our thoughts and talked through what happened on the race, and now we are just waiting for the next one. Next race is practice window to open and start again. But next week is probably a rest week because there is nothing much going on. But yeah, we already let out some pressure. Mr. Salonen, the driver who had the most unluckiest thing happen to him, already let out some pressure with a slurry of Finnish swear words on voice chat. So all good now, and blood pressures are already down.
There's something about the Finnish swear words as well. I can imagine that they're very cleansing. It's a very guttural sound when they come out. Thankfully, I'll save the audience from sharing some of them. But Timu, thank you so much for coming in and having a chat with us. Enjoy the night out and have a couple of beers for all the rest of us in chat.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks for having me, and I hope that the other Climax car, Jesse, Jonas and Joona, will have a great race and finish at least at the top 10.
Oh, Timu, before you go, do you have any friends, family or sponsors that you want to give a shout out to while we've got you here?
Thanks for the whole Climax teams. Both cars had a good preparation, and of course Race Labs, our new partner. Their tools are awesome.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much, Timu. Enjoy your night, and can't wait to see you at Imola for the next round.
Yeah, thanks, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. So, Timu Polke there, having a chat with us, and wow, I mean, it's in a lot more upbeat as we see Mikhail Bykov here onto the back of Aon Murphy. I've got Darren McCormack just poised waiting to have a chat, but that's going to try and go around the outside, and there's contact. You saw that one coming, but I think it's nothing more than a little bit of elbows out, and it looks like Bykov has made that position stick. So let's bring in Dara McCormack then. Dara, a very good afternoon. A very different outcome from Thursday, given that you guys are so strong out in front. But I mean, how much of a nuisance of himself was Yeager making himself there?
Yeah, a little bit of a nuisance, alright. I have a tyre wear issue, or we have, should I say, and we're not really happy with the race setup. So as you can see, we were suffering quite a lot, but it evened out, say 30 minutes in, so that was okay. Yeah, I mean, we're pushing our hardest, seeing if we can keep the lead. I'm happy that I got the lead in turn one. I didn't think it was going to work, but look, it did. So yeah, here we are.
Actually, it's been a whole hour and I've almost forgotten that first lap. How the hell did you manage that through the outside of Baldwin and the Yeager Ogrodnikov himself, and you were just later on brakes, so you just cruised by the pair of them? How excited were you when you got that?
My teammates were ecstatic, but I chilled out for the rest of the lap, and then I was like, then I started screaming on the main straight. But yeah, I was really happy. I didn't really expect to be in the lead. I expected to actually go backwards off the start. So yeah, I broke as late as I possibly could. Took all the way around the outside, and they braked a little bit too much, I guess.
At what point though did you realise that was a distinct possibility? Because we've seen you drive, and we know that you're a very calculated driver in terms of not wanting to take too many risks. But the way that you just leant on the brakes and just sort of drove around the outside of them. At what point did you know that you were actually going to make that stick?
I saw I had a decent overspeed, say about 1 or 2 kilometers an hour. So I knew that I was going to be very close when it came to the turn, and I thought if I get on the anchors as late as possible, aim for the outside of the turn rather than the apex. Just think about where I want to put my car, and then I just aim for the outside, and it stuck.
One of the other questions I wanted to ask actually was regarding the presence that Williams Esports have got now. Obviously, you guys have got your own professional streams and stuff like that going on. How much of that? How much has that benefited you to the sort of setup that Williams Esports have got in the background?
I think it makes talking with teammates a little bit easier, and it makes the pressure of being on stream a little bit easier too. Being in part of Williams is an absolute honour, to be honest, and I'm glad that we can do their name proud here. So hopefully we can bring home the win with this.
Well, fingers crossed. Dara, while we've got you, is there any friends, family, sponsors that you're wanting to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I'd love to give a shout out to Chill Blast, our main sponsor in Williams. They sorted out some of my friends and maybe me in the future with a PC. So their PCs are amazing. So that would be the main sponsor I'd have to shout out for sure.
Good man. As someone that does marketing as a day job, that's how you do it, son. That's how you do it. Straight in. Can I have a PC, please? Listen, Dara, no doubt we'll speak to you later on through the rest of the race. Enjoy your chill time, and we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you very much, David.
Really do enjoy chatting to Dara. Always quite a positive energy that comes off of him when you're chatting to him. Liper Esports going to try again, firing up the inside of Sebastian Apostel. Felix Bruder making it like that was not an effort whatsoever. That Audi just cruised by the BMW behind it. So that is job done for that. There we go, race control then, some updated messages. Incident between cars 11 and 48 on lap 7. That is a racing incident. So that's the 11 of Renvelt Esports and the 48 of Vladimir Bashmakov Racing. And then you've got the 888 and the 3 on lap 8. So the 888 is SMP Racing Esports, and then the number 3 of West Competition Racing Academy. That is no further action. And the 420 and 33 on lap 9, that is the Grip Hacks Engineering Slowpokes machine, and the 33 West Competition Racing machine, that is a warning to the West Competition Racing machine. And as we spoke to them earlier, the 420 retiring from the race. I think you can maybe put 2 and 2 together and get 4 off of that one. But before we do, being kindly pointed out that we have another 9 issues being investigated by race control, so another 9 incidents under investigation. Now, having done some stewarding myself over the past couple of weeks, it's given me a new understanding and a new appreciation for the amount of work and the unthankful job that the stewards have. Because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. It doesn't matter, what decision you take. If it is down to the text on the book and it's absolutely the right decision, you will still get grief for it. You will still get teams out there that completely disagree with it. And it's a thankless task, and I've got to say a huge thank you to all of our race stewards behind the scene who sit in their little room with a cup of tea and some biscuits and some classical music, no doubt, to try and block the pain away of getting shouted at. And meanwhile, back to the race then. George Boothby in the Porsche in the number 82 Yaz Heat Machine up to 6th position. Company chasing down Kirill Sadorov in the 322. And that is the Bentley just in front. Now that is the SimWare.Pro by Vides machine, company down as 42 in your entry lists. So they are showing on the server as car number 322. So one of the points I'd said earlier is, where are they compared to the number 41, and you can see them start to close in terms of pace. But that number 5 machine, after the first round of pit stops, it might have been the 41 that stopped first, but it's the 5 that has the last lap. They get a 2.6 second lead, and of course different drivers, different paces as well. Currently watching Jesse Kauppinen here for Griphacks Engineering in the 69 Audi, in the overwhelming response. I will come back to that thought in a minute, as I've got some more penalties or decisions rather, from race control. Instant on lap 10 for cars 5 and 41. That's Williams Esports and the 41 of SimWare.Pro by Vides. I'm presuming that is when the 41 went flying across the grass there. That's a racing incident. And then on lap 9, the incident between cars 54 and the 420. That's a time penalty for the 54 for causing a collision. So again, we spoke to we spoke to the 420, and they were complaining they didn't go into specifics, and we didn't see anything on the stream. But it's getting very obvious that there was multiple incidents involving that unfortunate 420 car, and that frustration is kind of understandable in that context. Fastest man on track then is the number 41 driver of Mikhail Baikov, who is purple, but at the moment still lapping slower than Igor Rodriguez in the number 5 Bentley for Williams Esports. This is on the nose cam of Valentin Barrier in the number 7 Virtual Drivers by TX3, on the back of Jesse Kauppinen in the Griphacks Engineering Audi. Here we go, down into turn 1, into the inside. He's going to try and keep it on the inside there, but that Audi is going to hold on to that position. And if it wasn't for the Audi rolling onto the curb, he might have just had that place there. But up in front of them as well, I believe that looks like is that McLaren up in front of it? It is. And I think that is Arndt, isn't it? That is the number 77 Prime E-Racing number 1 machine of Felix Arndt right now. 4 hours 44 left to go in this race. Let's take stock after our first pit stop of our top 10 then. Igor Rodriguez for Williams Esports in the lead of the race from Mikhail Baikov in that 41 SimWare.Pro by Vides machine. Aon Murphy still in 3rd position with the Veloce Racing McLaren. Jonas van Druyten in the 977 Porsche in 4th place for Kramer Racing Esports. 5th place for Kirill Sadorov for the 322/42 SimWare.Pro by Vides machine. George Boothby in the 82 Porsche for Yaz Heat is in 6th position. Ivor Shermatinsky in the 128. Jaisa Jr. at BMW is in 7th. Killian Ryan in the 123 FFS Racing Aston Martin in 8th. Great start for Dan King in the 383 Dal King Community Car in 9th position in Aston. And then we're seeing here the battle for 10th position. Felix Arndt, Jesse Kauppinen and Valentin Barrier as they come streaking down the start finish straight for another time of asking. McLaren really has a set of legs on it just now, and it's making hay while I was going to say the sun shines, but there's no sun here in Spain today, and that is a little bit of contact there, and around the outside is going to go Valentin Barrier. That Audi is going to try and keep on to it, but Jesse Kauppinen has no other option than to give that position up. There was a little bit of contact, rocked that Audi, made it a little bit unstable. Jesse had to do the right thing, basically. Had to let off the gas, had to put on the brakes a little bit, bring that weight forward to the front of the car, stabilise it and get going again. But Valentin Barrier then is very happy with that because he's got a position he's really not had to do anything at all to make that happen. So now he's going to be looking at this McLaren and thinking, yeah, I fancy a little bit of this as well. At which point Jesse Kauppinen is going to be absolutely furious because that's what he's been trying to do for the past 2-3 laps, and it's just not been happening at all. Your gap to the race lead then, Igor Rodriguez and Mikhail Baikov, has come down slightly. I did not like what I just saw there for a second there. I don't usually see Valentin Barry making that type of move there, but it did look like he was just absolutely sending it into that corner there. Instead, what he's doing, he's trying to put Felix Arndt off here, and he's trying to distract that car in front of him through the final chicane. It's all about this run out the corner here. Remember, the Ferrari has a good set of boots on it just now, potentially coming down here, and look at that, Felix Arndt knows immediately. He moves over to that inside line. The Ferrari tucked in is going to try and get the slipstream. It's all going to be down the run into turn 1. What is Valentin Barry going to do? Is he going to move left? He moves to the right, tries to go around the outside. No way, that is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? He just walked past him, like just absolutely strolled straight past that McLaren, and the McLaren wants to try and take the position back, and Valentin's just like, sorry, no, that's mine, thank you. Right, that was yeah, that's that. I'm feeling like we should get Felix Arndt a crime reference number for that one, because that was pretty much a straight up mugging into turn 1 there, and 77 getting thrown back to the clutches of Jesse Kauppinen in 12th position. This is the battle for 5th then, 4th and 5th and 6th position. You can see Jonas van Druyten in the 977 just in front of Kirill Sadarov here, with George Braithwaite just behind as well. And this is a fascinating little battle as well. We've kind of been denied that battle at the front. That's fizzled out a little bit, and this is going to have to take its place right now, because it's Porsche sandwich, and the Bentley is the meat in that sandwich right now. I've got absolutely no idea where I'm going with that analogy, but either way, lap 45, and Kirill Sadarov, he fancies a chance here, flashing the lights to the Porsche. He's going to make a move, isn't he? He's going to fire it down the inside, and well, quite frankly, there was absolutely nothing that Porsche could do other than, you know, keep to the racing line and actually brake in time for the corner there. That was unfortunate. Great to see a little bit further back then, getting to give a little bit of attention to some of the cars outside the top 25. This is the likes of Henrik Horvath for GTR Masters Endurance Team. Wants to send it up the inside. That is going to be the number 79. That's one of the Prime E-Racing machines, isn't it? That's the number 3 of Maximilian, I'm sure that's Maximilian Schwanke that's in that one. It's yeah, Max Schwanke that is behind the wheel of that one just now. You've then got the 166 of Martin Schumacher in T3 Motorsport Black, just in the mix as well there. And then in the 987, just behind them as well, for Slow Racing Team Sim Racing Cockpit, you've got Dario Bike, who is in that little fight as well. Into the slipstream then comes the number 80 on the McLaren. Is it going to be a move? He tries to go around the outside, going to try and outbrake him again. That is such a popular move, and he's done it. That is a beautiful move around the outside, turn 1, and yeah, that was pretty impressive stuff, and showing that you still get fantastic racing all the way down here in P29 as well. So Horvath then takes that 28th position, Schwank in the McLaren down into P29, and then Martin Schumacher is surely going to fancy having a go at this McLaren as well, as it has a little bit of a wobble into the left-hander now. Just watching these cars make their way around just now, with just over 4.5 hours left to go in this race, and again there's still almost a level of measured driving from these drivers here. They're taking chances when they think they've got an ability to do so. Felix Arndt under pressure though in the McLaren from Jesse Kauppinen. And what is going to happen here? The two of them trying to brake around the outside, and the problem is when you keep your foot in. We've got a yellow flag. The 166 has come a cropper. That is towards the end of the Well, that was Martin Schumacher there, so I can only presume that has been some sort of collision with Max Schwank in the number 79 McLaren. We'll get a replay of that if possible. And that's a drive-through penalty. I just saw a drive-through penalty for Max Schwank, and that is going to be for track limits. That's an automatically assigned penalty. Well, that is, I believe that's our first automatically assigned one of the afternoon. And I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the last either. So back watching Jesse Kauppinen here for Grip Hacks Engineering. Very, very wide, kicks up a little bit of dust there, and you can see the McLaren behind the 78 Prime E-Racing number 2 machine, and that's Tom Gorka that's behind the wheel of that one. He fancies involved in that one. Let's go and have a look then what happened to Martin Schumacher here. I thought it was to do with the McLaren, but looking how close that car is behind, is that going to be a dive bomb up the inside? I've got a horrible feeling. No, it was. Yeah, it was. It was a dive bomb straight up the inside. Never going to work, and optimistic at best. Race Control, I think, are going to have to get some more chocolate hobnobs, because yeah, they're going to be very, very busy this afternoon. We've got more Race Control messages to have a read through just now. Incident between the cars 21 and 211 on lap number 10. That is the WPS Racing team and the 211 of Vipperman Racing. That's a warning to car 21. Incident between cars 79 and 50. That's Prime E-Racing 3 and the Team Ballas Esports Ukraine. That is a racing incident, and then incident between I'm not sure what cars that is, but car 50 involved in that. That's Team Ballas Esports Ukraine. That's a 5-second time penalty for car 50, failure to hold the brakes. One of my pet peeves, and quite frankly, I wish the SimGrid would offer public floggings as a punishment for that, because absolutely unforgivable. And I've done it myself, and I felt the wrath of all of the drivers in the chat for that one. It's a horrible thing. It's just there's no need for it. There's situations where you can have your foot on the brake and it still doesn't stop the car, but you need to show that you're trying to stop the car rather than just letting it roll back and cause an accident just because you've been involved in an incident. Is the polite thing to do. So just keep your foot on the brakes, please, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. 2 hours almost into this race, and I've only had the 2 or 3 soapbox moments. That's, I'm doing fairly well here, I've got to be honest here, as we cut back to the battle for Kirill Sadarov then. So Sadarov gets up into 4th position. Jonas van Druyten then dropped behind that Bentley. So the Bentley's obviously got a hell of a lot of pace right now in that 322 machine, in aka the 42. So that is a 4th place for Kirill Sadarov. That means now that the 2 Porsches are together onto the track, Jonas van Druyten and George Bithby, so they will be fairly evenly matched. But we heard from Dara when we spoke to him from Williams Esports how badly a setup can hamper your efforts there. He was telling us about that. I'll come back to that in a second, because what is this that we're just cutting to here? This is Jesse Kauppinen trying to take on Prime E-Racing here. This is never going to end well, is it? He's going to try and send it up the inside. That is just why. It's like you see it in slow motion. You can tell that he's so wanting to try and hold that position, and he's really frustrated at the Prime E-Racing team. And it's you can see that he's onto the brakes, and there was no room. There was like when you saw that car on the right hand side, there was no room for him to go anywhere other than put on the brakes. But still, he thought, right, I'm going to have a shot here, kind of like what the Mercedes was looking at doing there, but thought better of it, and rightfully so. But if you're going to send it into a corner where there's no other outcome than a crash or contact, then you know what's going to happen here. Porsches side by side. Well, proof that... Okay, I'm going to not finish off that sentence, because there was a way to say proof that you can go side by side without hitting each other, but then they immediately hit each other, and that was just... Two cars trying to go into the one corner, and neither of them wanted to lift off. That's... Yeah, it's 50-50 at that point. There's no each of the drivers is as entitled to be there with their car. You just wish that it'd be entitled to have a little bit more common sense. But such is life, and Jesse Kauppinen still trying to get onto the back of these Prime E racing machines, but he's got the unenviable task of trying to get rid of Oleg Zolobov behind him in that 888 SMP Racing esports machine, because Oleg is not a slow driver, and he's going to try and prove that by trying to put it up the inside there, and a little bit of a nudge there. I can imagine that that's done wonders for Jesse Kauppinen's frustration levels right now, and he's just going to try and drive him out the outside. I love the fact that who's that there in the 211? That is Florian Mack. Florian is just there like, oh, it's free real estate. I'm just going to try and take that position here. So yeah, the 211 of Florian Mack fancies getting involved in this, and at which point I think if Jesse Kauppinen loses 2 positions, I think Jesse is just, he's going to go nuclear, is he? He's really not enjoying this right now, because he's been manhandled out the way by one of the Prime E racing machines, when realistically he was his own worst enemy in that one. He's now got the Merc crawling down the neck of that number 69 Grippax engineering machine, and you've got to wonder, half an hour into a stint, has he done a little bit of damage to those tyres? Is he needing to try and cool them down a little bit? Because one of the great things that ACC simulates, of course, is tyre degradation and tyre deformation and slow punctures as well, especially in the likes of the British GT tracks, where the curbing, the red and white curbing, has got serrated edges, and especially when the tracks were just released, if you ran over that, you were almost guaranteed a slow puncture and a very, very unhappy time. But Jesse Kauppinen really struggling. He is overdriving that car. You can tell that car is not happy right now. Maybe there's a little bit of damage on it as well, but if we can maybe actually go to an onboard of Jesse Kauppinen, it'll give you a better idea of what I'm trying to explain here, because you can see that the car is twitching in the way that the old one did as well. So when you watch into the corner, he'll turn left, and then the car will turn, and then he's got to try and snap it when the acceleration kicks in. It's a little bit calmer here, and maybe the tyre pressures have equalised off here, but it does seem to have pretty snappy oversteer right now. My goodness me, we've got war and peace going on in the race control messages section here. Incidents between cars 103 and 8 on lap 18, that's a racing incident. Incident between cars 457 and 166 on lap 21, that's a racing incident. And cars 3 and 77, no further action for the incident on lap 23. So they've looked at it and they're just like, yep, fine, you guys just get on with it. And again, back with Jonas van Druyten and George Boothby, and it's at moments like that where I wonder if our broadcast director Steve Proudley has accidentally put on a replay there, because that was a carbon copy of what happened 2 laps ago with these 2 Porsche drivers. So I mean, fair play. Great to see that these drivers constantly learning and developing the ability to do exactly the same thing 2 laps in a row. Jesse Kauppinen, though, in the Audi really wants to get back past Felix Arndt right now. You can tell this has gone from being an enjoyable stint in the car. This is now personal. Felix Arndt is definitely not getting a Christmas card from Jesse Kauppinen, as we cut back to Aon Murphy in the number 28 McLaren. I was waiting to say Bentley there before I came to my senses there. Poor Mikhail Baikov is nothing more than prey waiting to be devoured by Aon Murphy at this point. Now the issue with that is that the Bentley has got the straight line speed. It can just tear away from the car that's behind it. But if Murphy sticks in behind it coming through this final corner, yeah, I mean, you can see already how much that Bentley is starting to pull away, even in the tow. That is just ridiculous straight line pace on that car there. But to be fair, Murphy could think about sending it, but he's not going to. And we've not seen that from any of the top 10 really, apart from maybe George Boothby and Jonas van Druyten, who are it feels like it's a rerun of the old 90s show Gladiators with them, with the pugil sticks, because they are all by themselves, and they're just involved in the most ridiculous battle with each other. It looks quite fun though, actually. I imagine it would pass the time quite quickly, as we've got only 4.5 hours left to go. We're already coming in close to doing 30% of our full race distance here at Barcelona for the very first round of the CDA 1000. This is Ivan Chermatinsky for Jason Jr. in the 128. Again, he sees that battle with the Porsches in front, and I think that he's maybe just thinking better of it. He's not really wanting to get too involved with that little fight. And I suppose actually it's been quite a while since we've had a look at the old YouTube chat there, so I've just noticed we've got a vote going on. Strong performance from the Bentley so far, but can the Veloce McLaren get ahead? I think it can. I think it can, and it may very well do just now. But again, it's all about the exit from the chicane and all about that final corner here, because straight line grunt, the Bentley just seems to absolutely have it. At 67% at the moment agree that we have a chance of seeing Maka head its way past the Bentley here. A very good morning, I think it is, to Valiant, who is watching us all the way over in New Zealand. So we've got a Kiwi watcher, 2:30 in the morning over there. I feel your pain, buddy. I was up at 5 o'clock this morning doing an esports broadcast for an Australian sim race. So yeah, I definitely feel your pain, but great racing is great racing, and definitely worth staying up all hours of the night for, and certainly that's what we have got on display by the bucket load here. But what I would say is that the cars now starting to spread themselves out quite liberally there. I'm still watching that battle for 14th position. Now what has happened, because Felix Arndt was being chased, wasn't he, by Jesse Kauppinen. So Kauppinen has got past Zolobov, and so Felix Arndt is away down to 14th position now. So the 77 Prime E racing machine is now down into 14th position. Jesse Kauppinen back up to 12th, and he's trying to catch up onto the back of Gorka in the other Prime E racing machine, but doesn't look like that's happening. Oh, and that was a look up the inside from Aon Murphy there. That was an uncharacteristic move, and it's around these tight, twisty technical sections of the Catalunya track that McLaren is licking its lip and fancying having a go here. But as soon as it gets to the straight line, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll just let you have it here. Let's see what happens this time round though, because the more they push, the more that is pushing the tyres of Mikhail Baikov. We've got a car into the pit lane here. That's a little bit too early for a pit stop. That's the 199 that's in the pits. That's the MSL Racing of, I believe that's Marco Wong behind the wheel of that one. Just have a look at this McLaren of Aon Murphy. We've got more messages from race control, so I'll give Steve Cridley a chance to get them fired into the old system there before reading them out. But oh, there we go, already on it. Incidents between cars 199 and 201, that's the MSL Racing and SPQR Racing team on lap 24. It's a warning to the 201. And then incident between cars 48 and 79, that's Vladimir Bashmakov Racing and the 79 of Prime E Racing 3. Time penalty to 48 for causing a collision. So that's a 5-second penalty given out there. At the risk of drawing the ire of Michael Hamlet, again, for the fact that we're an hour and a half into a 6-hour race, given what we had on Thursday, this has been a remarkably... Why is that a car going very, very... it's a lapped car, just getting out of the way. That's I like seeing that. But this has been a remarkably well-behaved race. This has been... I mean, the penalties that we've had, they've been for fairly minor incidents. They've been for, like, you know, just like little nudges or bumps or accidents. We've not seen like the daftness that we had on Thursday night, and I'm very happy. And more for the point that it proves that these guys can race like this. These guys and girls, they are capable of racing this close, this hard, for this long, and yeah, they are more than capable of doing that. Mikhail Bykov, though, is falling off the edge of the cliff pace-wise from Igor Rodriguez, that Williams eSports machine, on lap 55. Now that gap is around about 3.1 seconds ahead of Mikhail Bykov. In part, no doubt, because of this battle here with Aon Murphy for second and third place. And Murphy, I mean, short of SimGrid.pro by Videz getting a restraining order on that number 28 McLaren, there's literally nothing more that Murphy could physically do in that car. He is harassing, hounding, haranguing that Bentley up in front of him, and it's just not going anywhere right now. But it's great to see the boot on the other foot, I would imagine, from the number 5, given the amount of pressure that 41 was putting onto them in the first hour of this race. But the other thing that's going to come into play the next 20 minutes is going to be strategy, because we're going to have our second pit stop of the afternoon. Now we're going to see whether or not we're going to have drivers staying in the cars, or whether or not you're going to start seeing drivers deciding to change things up. And the plan, that is a good exit there from Aon Murphy. He forced Bykov into a compromised position here, but again the Bentley is just gone. Not so much in the same way that we've seen in other laps though. This is still closer from Murphy if he fancies it, but I think it's too far back. He has a look, but he knows he's not realistically actually going to send that in. But he makes it late on the brakes for Bykov, and this is bad for that 41 because they are under pressure now. Aon Murphy smells blood, and he is ready to go in for the kill to take that second place on the podium, as we've got 4 hours 20 left to go in the race here. And this is a pivotal moment for that 41 if they want to stay on the podium right now, because pace-wise they are dropping like a stone. 9/10 of a second they lost to the race leader on that last lap alone. No doubt going in too deep into that final chicane here. And Aon Murphy, he is delighted with the pressure that he is putting on right now. So brilliant stuff to see. Further down the order as well, that battle with Felix Arndt, Florian Mack, you've got Chris Hack in there as well, and then you've got the 53 of Felix Brutern. They are all separated by what looks like about 2 seconds over 4 cars, so you could quite literally throw a blanket over them and that would cover them all. We'll keep an eye on that and have a look at this when this battle subsides, because you get the impression that we are just moments away from a move happening by Aon Murphy to take that second place. Look at how close he is, almost touching the back bumper of Mikhail Bykov. That is going to slow him down. A little flash of lights there, and Bykov then will get away with that one, because that has compromised the exit of Aon Murphy there, flashing the lights in discontent there. But my goodness me, this is starting to get a little bit scrappy with these two drivers, forcing that Bentley to take as much speed into the corners as he can. And that McLaren instantly, and I mean instantly, closes right back up. Let's have a look here. This is the FFS Racing 1-2-3 of Killian Ryan Meanan then on to the back of Ivan Shermantinsky for that 128 JASA Racing BMW. Cracking little battle this has been going on as well. And again, it keeps coming on to that point, doesn't it, about, you know, no matter where you are in the pack, as long as you've got 1 or 2 other drivers, you're golden, because you're just constantly fighting, you're constantly pushing based on what they're doing. If you're on your own, it is a boring, lonely stint, and the time goes by very slowly indeed. But if you get a little battle on your hands, yeah, it is very fun. Also, I realise from personal experience as well, I actually struggle when I'm driving all by myself. I do tend to prefer driving on other people's brake lights, driving on other people's racing line, especially when it comes to the poorer conditions like nighttime racing, where it becomes very difficult to see anything. Mikhail Bykov, though, coming into the final section of the circuit here at Catalonia, and McLaren just a little bit further back than he's been before, but again trying to get that good exit out of the corner there. Gets a good exit. That's what we like to see. But again, the Bentley opens up about 0.3 of a gap, 0.3 of a second, and then McLaren just left for dead. There's nothing it can do because it's so far back going into turn one. You can make a move, but there's never any chance, not from that distance. It's 0.4 of a second going into that first corner as well. Just looking all the way back to the tail of the group then, believe it or not, almost 2 hours into this race, we have still got 32 cars separated by 100 seconds. So less than 2 minutes, and that is a feat in itself. That shows the level of pace that is going on here. We've got 145s being recorded by those in the 30th position, and last lap round for our race leader Igor Rodriguez, 145.0. The pace is identical through the entire field. It's just been incidents or avoiding cars in front that's caused the momentum to drop for those cars that are outside the top 15. It's madness that we're still on that point. We've got a yellow flag as the 990 slow racing team third. Oh, they're stuck in the middle in of the chicane. We've got 4 messages from race control. Then let's have a little read through them. 128 and 977, that is Jason Jr. and the 977 of Kramer Racing Esports on lap 20, no further action. The 41 and the 5, that's the Simware.pro by Vides and the Williams Esports machine on lap 10, that is no further action. The 166 and 987, that's T3 Motorsport Black and Slow Racing Team Sim Racing Cockpit. 10-second time penalty to the 987 for causing a collision, and the 69 and the 77, that's Gripax Engineering, Finlads, and the 77 of Prime E-Racing 1. It's the final warning to Prime E-Racing 1. Oh dearie me, right, you know it's getting exciting when the bots decide to show up, so we should be grateful that they are blessing our channel with their terrible where's Killian Ryminen for FFS Racing and got past Ivar Shematinsky, so he is up into that position. So that is 7th place then for Killian Ryminen. Back to Aon Murphy. Let's have a look. So let's have a little replay then of the 990 Slow Racing Team third machine. This is the car that was sat sideways into the chicane. I would put a lot of money on it being a late dive, and what do you know, it is, well, it's not really a late dive, it's more that he was taking a slower line out to avoid the car in front, and somebody was a little bit too keen on the gas pedal behind that. Yeah, there's not much in that, it's just it's an unfortunate incident when you get cars that are all bunched up together. Back with his battle for second place though, Mikhail Baikov coming into the chicane again for the 59th time of asking, with Aon Murphy close in tow. And again, Aon Murphy dropping back a little bit there, and we now look to that final 14 minutes in the hour, wondering when we are going to start seeing pit stops coming in for these drivers. What we're going to do is we're actually going to jump on board with Aon Murphy here, and we're going to enjoy some of the signs of this McLaren heading around this track as he tries to take over Mikhail Baikov. Well, that was awesome, wasn't it? The gorgeous sounds of that McLaren 720S roaring into life, and it's one of the things that we don't fully appreciate, because we don't hear the sounds of the cars when we're doing the commentary, but it's nice when you're on your own in the commentary booth. You can do something like that. You can have a little bit of a break, and you can go and switch on the YouTube stream. You can go and listen to everything that you guys are hearing at home, and yeah, it's one of the amazing things that they've done so well. One of the many things that Kunos have done so well with this game is that the sound design is absolutely to die for in this game. It really adds so much to the experience. You really feel like each car is that brutal, horrific noise engine that is in front or behind you in the real life car. So, Aon Murphy still hasn't been able to make it work, but he might be able to have a go shortly, because Bykov has got some lap traffic in front of him. He was very, very deep into that corner here, and you can get the impression that Murphy is shaping him up here. He knows that there's going to be traffic coming up. He could make things happen. Out the final chicane. Again, it's that right-hander, the Bentley, able to get a little bit more traction through that corner and just get away with it. Now, actually, what has happened to our race leader? Now, is that because they're trying to get past lap traffic, I wonder? Because our number 5, that gap was 4.1, and now it's 2.6. So, yeah, they're stuck behind some traffic here. This is going to light the race up for Bykov and Murphy. So Martin Schumacher rightfully lets that car go, and that is going to be the car in front, just trying to let him go there. I believe that is that number 4. That's the Whipperman. Yeah, 14 that's in front. So that is the Team Battles esports machine that is just in front of them just now. So for that is Luciano Vitove, who is just in front of them just now. So they will be getting blue flags as well. But what we need to remember is that this is not F1. All it is an advisory for the car behind, that there is a faster car approaching, and that is not what you do. That is not what you do at all. To be fair, getting a little bit of a slap across the face from the car behind. So I'm not an advocate of physical aggression on the track, but that was maybe a little bit deserved for that move on the leader. Anyway, back to the blue flags. They do not mean that the car has to slow down. In fact, that's probably the worst thing that the car can actually do. What the car has to be aware of is that there is a faster car coming. Do not block them, and they're not allowed to block the car that is lapping them from lapping them. And that's something, as a real life racing driver, that's something that you get taught in your when you're doing your training for your racing licenses. That it like many of the flags, it is just an advisory. So let's have a look here. Interesting vote, actually. So we asked strong performance for the Bentley so far, but can the Veloci McLaren get ahead? 66% of you have said yes, and I think you're absolutely spot on. I think if Murphy can get released from Bykov, then Rodriguez is in a lot of trouble. But Rodriguez has been released. Rodriguez is past that lap traffic, and it's all about this now. And the thing is that I can imagine Bykov is getting very frustrated now at all this lap traffic just in front of him. Sends it up inside then. So Aon Murphy gets past those two cars. That's great to see that there's no real fight going on there, and the McLaren instead released to keep chasing down that Bentley. And again, this is one thing that we've saw, is the fact that when the number 5 Williams Esports and the number 41 Simware.pro by Vides were fighting it out, they were really giving it to each other. And who did we see? We saw that 28 Veloci car just patiently waiting in the background, just holding its nerve, just waiting its time. It knew that all it had to do was just watch what happened with the two in front and keep itself in contention, and they would be in with a very strong position. Because remember, we're 4 hours, or we're nearly 4 hours left to go in this race, and they are still in an insanely strong position. They might be in third position, but they're only 3 seconds off the leads with 4 hours left to go. That is as strong position as you could possibly get for the end of the race here. But Mikhail Bykov is determined to hold on to this position, this second place that he has fought so hard for over the past 54 minutes since getting that car handed to him by Igor Ogorodnikov. So again, I'd love to see the McLaren getting past, just to see as somebody that is quite chaotic in nature. I love just seeing what could happen. What if this, and that's what I want to see. What if Murphy gets past Mikhail Bykov? Well, the answer is, well, he's got to get past Mikhail Bykov, and he's had 54 minutes to try and do it, and it's not been happening. So there's nothing to suggest in the next 5 minutes that anything is going to happen, but we will still keep an eye on this battle. Again, looking back further down the order, the battle for 14th, 15th and 16th position, Florian Mack, Chris Hack and Felix Brudern, again separated by what looks like about maybe 1.5 seconds between the three of them. Just now you can see actually Florian Mack just ahead there as well, with Felix Brudern just off the back of these two just now. But back to Aon Murphy coming out of that final turn, and yet again he catches right back up to the chicane, but no surprise to see that Bentley just roars away into life. Now the other question is fuel saving for me. For the McLaren, how economical is it to just stay behind the tail of a car in front, as we see a car going off into the background there? I think that may have been Kirill Sadorov, who is about 3.3 seconds behind. But how economical is it for Aon Murphy to stay behind the car of Mikhail Bykov? The last thing they want in a 6-hour race is a physical fight with a car that is, well, quite frankly, much bigger and much meaner than the delicate little McLaren 720S. So that will be definitely playing on their mind for sure. Again, you're seeing how quickly that McLaren is closing up on the Bentley, but it just doesn't seem to be able to do it when it counts. And just come through the picture there, you can see Igor Rodriguez for Williams Esports making his way through. So we've got more penalty messages to go and have a look at. I've been reliably informed. Right, lap 52, so we're getting really far into the race now. The incident between cars 69 and 77, it's a 5-second time penalty for car 69 for causing a collision. That is Group Hacks Engineering, Finlads. The 990 and the 55 on lap 58, it's a time penalty for the 55 of Race Anywhere, Simsport.pro, for causing a collision. Oh, this is close. This is super close. This is going to be Aon Murphy's chance, but it's going to be to the inside. That means that Bykov knew that was going to be a move. It's going to be trying to go around the outside. He's going to have the inside for the next corner. That's a great move from Aon Murphy, but Bykov still has the foot in, and that was so close there. Wow. Incredible driving from the pair of them, but here we go, and this is super defensive driving here from Bykov. Tries to fire it around the outside, does Aon Murphy, and now Aon Murphy has decided this is go time. This is now what we want to see here, and the thing is that this is what we need to get across, right? You've got two cars who are incredibly fast, who are within a tenth of a second of each other, and they are sending it left and right. They're diving into corners. They're trying to go around the outside, but the two of them, they're not hitting, or at least they're not coming into serious contact. There might be a little bit of paint rubbing or a little bit of door banging, but that's about it. The two of them incredibly respectful to each other, and that is what you want to see. We'll just pretend that Murphy didn't almost absolutely annihilate Mikhail Bykov there in the 41. He's going to have to think about that there, and that might be a little bit of a flat spot on those tyres. Anyway, back to the penalties then. Incident between cars 34 and 55. That is the TF Racing Souvlaki squad and the 55 Race Anywhere Simsport.pro machine, and that's a final warning to car 34. So Bykov is into the pit lane. So Bykov decides enough is enough, and that makes sense because Igor Ogrodnikov pitted a lap or two earlier than the entire field last time round. So that means now that that's got to be pole time. Murphy has to get purple laps now. Murphy has to get purple sectors. It's all about that. And quite frankly, that could be really clever because look at this. Igor Rodriguez, just a little bit up the road from Murphy, is in traffic. However, Murphy might avoid it all. He might just avoid, with the time that he's got, the issue that Bykov has got. So Bykov into pit lane, he stops, gets his pit stop done, and wow, that adds a whole new dynamic to this race. We saw it, as I said, with Igor Ogrodnikov. He stopped earlier than the rest of the fields around him. Perhaps no surprise to see, but what we didn't remember is that number 5 actually gapped that car by about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds in the pit lane, and that added a big boost, and that was what also brought in that 28 McLaren, the Veloce McLaren, into the mix as well. So just about 4 hours left to go in this race. It's still currently Williams Esports in the leads, then Igor Rodriguez in the number 5, up in front in the Bentley, Aon Murphy in second place. Kirill Sandarov moves up into third place as the pit stops circle on by. George Boothby in fourth, Eunice van Droyten in fifth, Killian Roymenen for FFS Racing in sixth position, Ivan Sherbatinski for the JSA Racing BMW in seventh, Darren King for Dal King Community Racing 383 in 8th position, Valentin Barrier in 7th position, and Jesse Kauppinen rounding out the top 10. 4 hours left to go. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be back very shortly. Temporary allegiances with the hope that you're not actually going to trip each other up, because you don't want to send the entire group back down to the baying mob which is waiting for you from P7 downwards right now. But I don't think Igor Ogrodnikov, if I'm quite honest with you, has got... So a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours 43 left to go in this Coach Dave Academy 1000. The first round of 5 this season. Tinko van der Velde ahead of Vyacheslav Abeladze by 0.3 of a second. That gap toing and froing, going a little bit further out, then starting to come back in as well, as we've got the magical mystery blinking car in front. That was a BMW that was out in front there, and Abeladze still pushing in very, very hot indeed. Isaac Gillison is in third position, and Alexander Novikov in that fourth position there. So yeah, great to see, and fantastic stuff. So here we go then. As we said, with this amount of time left to go, the key thing for Abeladze is to get onto the back of Tinko van der Velde. The problem is that what we've been noticing, we've been seeing, obviously you guys at home have been seeing the pictures as well, Tinko van der Velde seems to be very smooth, very precise, very controlled. But Vyacheslav Abeladze seems to be a little bit aggressive, a little bit keener to get past here. And great to see that this battle's still firing on. We've got so many different fights going on. Florian Haupt and Igor Mordozov still fighting it out down in 11th position as well. You've got Pasa in the number 3 machine. That is the West Competition Racing Academy machine of Andrei Pasa. Right now, and here comes Mordozov then, side by side, coming down into turn 1. That McLaren's having absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. Places it where it needs to be, but the Mercedes tries to outdrive it round the corner. That is great respect from that Mercedes. And I'll tell you why, because he had the inside line, and we've seen it before. We saw it on Thursday night as well, where we saw drivers just keep the foot in and just keep driving, and instead he knew that McLaren was going to have the better line out. We've got a yellow flag as the number 79 Prime E-Racing 3 machine brings out the yellow flag. They get going again as well, and they are really not having a good time. That's Mark Philip Enders that's behind the wheel of that one, as we see Vyacheslav Abeladze still onto the back of our race leader, but again still far too far back. And again, just trying to see how this little chess match is going to develop here. Back to that fight then with Igor Mordozov then trying to catch on to the back of the McLaren, the number 78 Prime E-Racing number 2 machine of Finn Haupt just in front of him. Has a good run and towards the final chicane then, that right-hander here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya in Eurocar, and then into the RACC chicane, and then it's onto the New Holland corner. But again, he was close, and it's just dropped off the edge here. He really doesn't get any drive out of those final couple of corners there, and that is a shame to see. The gap in the lead though is up to nearly 5, in fact it is over 5/10 of a second now. So we've got a yellow flag as a 2:11 of Vipperman Racing brings out that yellow flag. That is Florian Mack, and he was fighting, remember, Tobias Schur and Mordozov as well, so coming into some sort of an issue there. Back for the battle for P18 then. Here comes Pasa, and that is going to be Florian Mack on the outside as well, and that is not going to happen. So Pasa takes that position from Florian Mack there. You can see the McLaren just behind the 100 turn 1 pro machine of Pierre-Olivier Cloutier trying to get involved in that one as well. A little bit of a nudge there. This is starting to get a little bit argy-bargy, boys. Come on now, these are better than that. That's better. That's much better. That was a lovely move by Andrei Pasa there for West Competition Racing. But to be honest with you, Florian Mack now is going to be a little bit distraught, because he wants to try and not only get past the BMW, but he's not wanting the 100 Mercedes to get past him. You've also got the 17 behind him as well, Paul Simsport of Fred Olsen Simberg, Fred Olsen Forsberg even, who is trying to get past them as well. So again, it comes back down to that point that it doesn't matter where you are on these races. You could be in the silver or the AM categories as well. something for everyone, something for all abilities, and this is just a thoroughly enjoyable afternoon for the majority. I'm going to say the majority of these drivers here, but your race leaders are coming up to complete another lap. They're into the second half of the lap, and that gap now between your race leader of Tinko van der Velde and Vyacheslav Abeladze has now went up by a second. What did I say about overcooking those tyres? They've also got some thick, heavy traffic that they are trying to get past. And when I say thick, I mean 2 C's kind of thick. It is busy here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona. I was actually right the first time, but this is what happens when you speak for 2 and a bit hours non-stop. Right. Again, that gap now down to half a second, so maybe that was just a temporary blip for Tinko van der Velde, but either way, I from what I'm seeing here, I strongly believe Tinko has the measure of Vyacheslav Abeladze. It's still a great position for the team to be in, but Isaac Gilson, for instance, in that number 28 Veloci car, fallen off a cliff, absolutely not able to hold anything, and in fact Gillison has lost third place. It's now Alexander Novikov who in the 42/322 who is up into to third place, or at least showing on my timing screen, so we'll maybe wait for that to update properly there. But even if that's not the case, the fact that Novikov is right on the tail of that car in front, that is a bit of a turn up for the books there, and a dominant performance, you've got to say, for that SimGrid.pro by Vides machine. We'll have a look here as the car. So Isaac Gillison, so it's a false alarm really. Timing screen played up a little bit, but that is still a very worrying sight in the background. The 322 of Alexander Novikov, who is poised and waiting to take that position, was half a second faster than the McLaren that last time round. Out the final chicane, but we've got another couple of messages from race control. Right, we'll come to them in a second, because have a look at this. Abeladze now onto the back of that Bentley. He's got the tow. Has he got a chance to make it up to the inside? He's going to have a look here into the braking point, but it's not going to happen. Tinko van der Velde keeps the measure of him for yet another lap then. Incident between cars 214 and 990. That is the NSN Racing Team machine with the 990 of Slow Racing Team third. It's a 5-second penalty for car 214 for causing a collision, and then incident between cars 333, that is the virtual drivers by TX3 and the number 79 the Prime E-Racing 3. It's a time penalty, a 10-second time penalty for the 333 for causing a collision. Back to the battle, and again I feel like I've got to apologise a little bit for the fact that we are focusing on this battle, but it is one of the main battles. It is the main talking point of this race, of this story so far, is that battle for first and second place. The next one is this battle for third and fourth position, and as by magic we've got some Mike Yao voodoo going on with the picture-in-picture, thanks to our incredible Steve Proudley, who is behind the scenes doing all of the camera work and bringing you all of the awesome presentation as well. Through that final chicane now, that is a little bit more aggressive from Vyacheslav Abeladze there. He is starting to harass that car a little bit further up in front, and it actually looks like Gilson, contrary in the McLaren, is actually stretching away a little bit here. Again, I wonder if this is going to actually lead to anything from Vyacheslav Abeladze as they go in towards lap number 82 here on the CDA 1000, the Coach Dave 1000. 5 races that we've got this season. We head off to Imola at the end of the month, and the 30th of April, the 4th of June we are off to Nurburgring for the Nurburgring 1000, and then round 4 is going to be back to Blighty, back to the good old British shores for the Silverstone 1000 on 2nd of July, and then back to Italy again for Monza on the 6th of August. So a wonderful, wonderful season ahead, and if this race is anything to go by, we are in for an absolute treat. But getting that point now where we're really starting to edge towards the halfway point in the race, and that is when teams are going to have to decide what they're doing here. What is the game plan? Because that's when showtime starts to go. The 41 jinking out there of Václav Abladze there, having a look up the inside of Tinko van der Velde. Nothing there other than to distract and try and make a nuisance of himself in that 41 machine. So again, out that final corner, and you can see Abladze, how close he is to the back end of Tinko van der Velde. Van der Velde doing a brilliant job of just moving across there. Abladze flashing the lights, and the lights come on now, so the darkness start to, or the lights start to be an issue here, or the sceptical, cynical people would be maybe suggesting that Václav maybe just trying to use all the tools in his book to distract Tinko van der Velde, and you would say it's worked because he's immediately gone very, very wide round turn at number 4 there. He gathers the car up and gets going again, but again that gap down to 0.2 of a second, nothing to distinguish him. And Isaac Gillison again under pressure now from Alexander Novikov. The two team cars are in a very, very strong position for SimWare.pro by Vides. It could be 2 cars onto the podium. There's a very distinct possibility that that is going to happen. We've got another interview though. And it is Aon Murphy from the Veloci McLaren squad. So we'll bring Eamon in and have a chat. Eamon, good afternoon. Firstly, it's been a strong performance for the McLaren this afternoon.
Yeah, we're going pretty well. The Bentleys are rocket ships off the line now, which we now know. But at the minute, it just seems like our car is quick in all the wrong places where you can't overtake, because the Bentley out of that last corner is just insane.
It seems to be that way, and you're obviously coming under some big pressure. Well, you would have been had Alexander Novikov not come into some fighting back markers there. But I mean, could you believe your eyes when you saw that Bentley and how fast it takes off the line out that final corner?
I knew it was quick, but I didn't know it was that quick off the line. But Dara's move around the outside of turn 1 was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. It was insane. It was actually really good to watch. But it's been good so far. Pretty clean. James was kind of biding his time for the first stint, seeing if they were gonna come together. And yeah, we didn't have the exit out of the last corner to try and get them. So we're going to just switch it up with the strategy of it now and see if that can help us.
Talking of strategy, the 41 had done the undercut. They pitted a lap or 2 earlier, and you guys decided to try and pull as much out of the tank as you possibly could. Is that going to be reversed in future stints, or are you going to be replying to the 41?
We'll play it by year, but I think the Bentleys they're probably about a tenth or so quicker in the first half of the stint, and then the second half of the stint it's the opposite, whereas we're a little quicker. So we're going to try and have just the best tires possible compared to them by the end of the stint, and just go for it.
And do you think that's what it is with the Bentleys, that they're just chewing up the tyres a little more?
I'm not sure if they're chewing them up, but like we seen in the super sprint race that after 25 minutes we seem to have a bigger advantage over the Bentley, because James and the Bentley were like trading times for the first 20, and then they just kind of seem to drop off a cliff. But they seem to have worked a little magic, and it's not as bad now, but we've still got that little advantage towards the end of a stint.
And one of the things that we saw from your stint as well, Eamon, is that it looked like you had the pace, but you were also trying to be very, very cool, calm and collected. Given what we saw on Thursday, do you find it a little bit frustrating that, you know, today we kind of proved that everybody can race around the track like this without smashing into each other?
It's just the difference between sprint racing and endurance racing, really. You know, everyone tries to get past immediately because it's such a short race, whereas in this, you know, a drive-through, for example, in this would, you know, race over basically. So yeah, you just kind of have to bide your time. But race 1 in the super sprint was pretty good, although that's because we led the whole race, we didn't see anything. But I think it was pretty good. Race 2 was yeah, it was a bit of a cluster, but yeah, it looks to have been good so far today in this endurance.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. A lot of agreement coming in from the YouTube chat as well. 3 hours to go. We're nearly at the halfway point of the race. What's the plan then from Veloce? What's the stuff that you can tell us about that's going to put you back up towards Tinko, the number 5 and the number 41?
We just hope that their tyres die, and we're kind of hoping that the temperature rises a little bit, because our car doesn't really suffer at all from higher temps, but you know, we'll be able to keep around the same lap time, but for them it'll make their tyres worse. I think that's maybe why they're holding on so well today. So if it gets any hotter, hopefully we can get a bit closer.
Awesome stuff. Well, Eamon, thank you so much for coming and joining us this afternoon. I've got no doubt we'll be chatting to you towards the end of the race.
No problem. Talk to you later.
There we go then. Aon Murphy from the Veloce McLaren squad, and yeah, it's been a fantastic performance. Isaac Gillison kind of stabilising that gap down there in third position. We cut back to Turn 1 McLaren's Pierre-Olivier Cloutier trying to catch on to the back of the BMW of Passa there, Alexei Passa, but it's not going to happen, and it's a little look on the outside. Tinko van der Velde having to start getting a little bit defensive here against Vyacheslav Abeladze, and the pendulum now starting to swing in the favour of the number 41 of the SimGrid.Pro by Vides machine, as we see the Williams Esports Chill Blast 1000 car coming under pressure that we've not seen it come under so far this afternoon, but a brilliant race nonetheless, and just 1/10 of a second separating them two. Meanwhile, Isaac Gillison, who was coming under pressure from the 322 of Alexander Novikov, now that gap is 2 seconds. That is in no short part coming to some unfortunate back marker traffic. Having a look though as the two cars make their way down, you've got a McLaren coming out of pit lane that's going to get caught by them very, very shortly indeed, and it's a fascinating read, this one, try to see how this is all going to unfold. You've got Harry Phillips in the number 96 Bentley for Wild Things Racing, Colex.gg, who has taken over that Bentley in 12th position, currently trying to hold on from the number 69 Griphacks Engineering Finlad. That is Jonas Salvalainen that is in that one. Final race control message so far, cars 157 and 211, that's GTWR, RHG Academy Black and Vipperman Racing. That's been decided that is a warning to car 211. So from what we are led to believe, that is us up to date with the current instant reviews from race control, updated as soon as they come in. But back to this lead battle, and again the 41 of Vyacheslav Abeladze just poised, waiting, and maybe quite eager to get past this Bentley in front. We heard from the McLaren team there, and you know, wondering how this is all going to pan out there. It did feel like Aon Murphy was a little bit short of a wing and a prayer, basically praying that the Bentley chewed through its tyres faster with the track potentially heating up. I think that I can't say the track heating up, as the time goes on. I think it's actually going to start to potentially get a little bit cooler. Depends if the cloud starts to break. If it does, then maybe, but as it stands just now, I think it's just going to get cooler and cooler. But what is going to work in Isaac Gilson's favour and the Veloci team's favour is the fact that Williams Esports right now are involved in a hell of a defensive battle with the number 41 SimWare.Pro machine. So that is how it stands just now. Tinko van der Velde in the lead of this first CDA 1000 race here at Spain, and almost going side by side with Vyacheslav Abalate for SimWare.Pro by Vides in second place. Isaac Gillison for the Veloci McLaren squad in third position, and then it's Alexander Novikov in the sister SimWare.Pro by Vides machine down in fourth place. It's then Mik Malinowski in fifth position for the number 82 machine, the Yaz Heat outfit, and then it is Mike Noble in the 1, 2, 3. Whatever happened to the days where Mike Noble was always guaranteed to be in a Nissan GTR? I miss those days. But he's in an Aston Martin now, nonetheless. And then you've got the 128. That's the Giesa junior team, and that is Simone Ietza that is behind the wheel of that one. Jan Willem van Ommen behind the wheel of the 383 Dalkin community car. And then in ninth position, Maxim Chasse in the driving seat of the virtual drivers by TX3 number 7, and then it is the 78 car Prime E-Racing number 2 of Finn Hult in the McLaren. That rounds out your top 10 so far, with 3 hours 20 minutes left to go, and still plenty of battles raging on through this field. Meanwhile, we're watching this incredible battle for what looks like 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th. Igor Murdasov. We've got Harry Phillips from Wild Things Racing just in front of Unisalva. And have a look at the number 53 there of Liper Esports Black. That's Andre Michel, who fancies having a little go in this fight as well. This is fascinating stuff as they all concertina up through the final chicane. You can see picture in picture though, that's why he's from the Wild Things Racing machine, and that means Harry Phillips is going to lose out not just one but potentially 2 places as well, because Andre Michel has got the run in the Audi, is going to come down the start finish straight here and is going to get the tow from Unisalva Leinen in front here. That is going to surely mean that Harry Phillips moves down into that 14th position there, as I've got absolutely no idea what I just witnessed there, but I'm pretty sure the earth just opened up and swallowed the car. There's a car eaten up by the track, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll have to scramble some sort of emergency services, but I've got no idea what I just witnessed there. I'm pretty sure you all just saw that as well, but I've seen many glitches in this game. I have never seen the ground open up and swallow a car whole going into to turn 1. Thankfully, it's resolved itself and the car is now going again, so that is, yeah, absolutely bizarre. Just watching the rest of the fields here. Also, a little point is that I did not notice something that was pointed out to my ears. Now, we had 2 Porsches up in the top 10. If you remember, we had the Porsche that is currently up there just now. I'll just bring that up. Mik Malinowski, the 82. We also have to remember we had the Kramer Racing Esports. That was Marco Bischoff and Jonas van Druyten. What we didn't notice is that they have disconnected. They're back on now, but they had a connection issue, and the 977 actually dropped all the way to the back of the field. Now they're back up into, I think it's about P37 or something like that just now. But yeah, that Porsche dropped all the way back down. Jonas van Druyten P34, and that is a spinning round Fred Olsen Forsberg. That is not something you want to see in the number 17. But Tinko van der Velde still in the lead of this race. And what has happened with Gillison? Because Gillison Gillison is still 6 seconds behind, but Novikov now has brought that gap back down from about 3 seconds to 1.4. So Novikov putting Gillison under pressure for that final podium spot, as we see Tinko van der Velde start to open up that gap to nearly a second. Jonas van Droyten back into pit lane though, and that is very early given that he disconnected, so that is going to be almost certainly an issue with that car. Just looking through the field, I can't see the 888 in our field anymore. The 888 of Igor Murdasov is dropping like a stone. Yep, Igor Murdasov. I bet it was Igor Murdasov's car that disappeared through the track a couple of laps ago. So I worry that was the 888 SMP Racing Esports machine that has this. Yeah, that's not too great, and absolutely gutted to see that. Although as entertaining as it was to see that specific incident, I've never seen that. It looked like the car just got eaten up by the track and then started jackknifing halfway through, and then you saw it for about 10 seconds. It was just pitched sideways halfway into the ground. So bizarre stuff. Tinko van der Velde though coming across some lap traffic here though. Now this is going to be interesting, because he's got to try and get past us this, as well as getting past or holding off from Vyacheslav Abeladze just behind him into the final chicane here just now. And that is going to be the McLaren, I believe. Is that the number 100 McLaren for Turn 1.pro? We'll keep an eye on that just now. Would make sense actually, because it could be a P18 and P19 that are about to get put another lap down there as they run into. It's P18 and P17 that are right there just now. God, it's not often that I'm right, but it's blooming nice when that is the case. So Tinko van der Velde got a decent run of the green there, getting past the McLaren. Now it all rests on the BMW that's in front, and to be honest, it's that was looking a little bit shady there, but the BMW of course is going to move out of the way. Gap opens up now to about maybe 2-3 tenths of a second as Tinko van der Velde trying to hold on to whatever life is left in those tyres. And again, that gap to Novikov behind Gillison, that's coming down even closer as well, as we get 3 hours 15 left to go in this race here. It really is a fascinating affair, because you've now got a lot of gaps, you've got a lot of spaces opening up, but you still do have little pockets of fights going on throughout this race. It's now all about running your own strategy. It's all about now being able to hold on to what you can do here through these final stages of the race. Now, here's a very interesting little update actually, going back to the penalty point system. So the 48213 and the 333 all have 2 licence points in this race so far. If they get a third, they get a drive-through. And if they get 2 more, I believe it's good night Vienna to them. Yeah, because if a team gets more than 4 licence points in one race, then they get disqualified. So that's a precarious place to be, with less than half of the race gone, as Yuri Vitic tries to go around the outside of Andrei Cataneo. I think actually, to be fair, that wasn't too bad. That could have been much worse, and Cataneo gave him the room to operate there. As we see back to Vyacheslav Abeladze, still not able to make this happen here on Tinko van der Velde. Certainly for sure, this is the most pressure that the number 5 has been in all of today. They've had a fairly good run out. They've had a good 2-3 second buffer over the cars that have been behind them. But since that 41 got the jump over the McLaren, it's all been about the run from Vyacheslav Abeladze. But we're currently also watching the battle here for 11th place. That's Uniself Leiden for Grippax Engineering, just ahead of Harry Phillips there, and then also ahead of Andre Michel as well. And we've got a pretty healthy penalty just come in here. Incident between cars 17 and 121, and this is between the Paul Simpson machine and the 121 of Odox Motorsport. Ricard Pozzo getting the wrath of the stewards here. 15-second time penalty for causing a collision. That is a big F in chat. Right, okay. Firstly, I've got to say hello to Niels van der Kerkel. He's just put in YouTube chat that he misses me. I miss you too, buddy. Why do we never see Niels van der Kerkel? What is it? Where are you racing now? I swear to God, you better not say Circuit Superstars. You will be disowned if you say that. That's after being such a top flight game. No, but seriously, we haven't seen you in absolute ages. Where have you disappeared to? So we need to find out what has gone on with #BringBackNiels. So that's what we need to find out. Anyway, let's have a look at the battle for first place then. The lights starting to fade here in Spain, and the lights starting to come on from all of these cars here. Vyacheslav Abeladze still stuck to the back end of this Bentley, and I mean, realistically, you've got to wonder: is there anything else that this car can offer? Because while he can stay on the back of Tinko van der Velde, it does feel like Van der Velde might be keeping something in reserve, keeping something in the tank, as it were, to hold on and to get this done. But it's out the final corner. It's a good exit from Vyacheslav Abeladze. Then they're running down, and Tinko van der Velde has that car in his tow. This is going to be a huge run for Abeladze. Van der Velde moves to the left hand side, moves defensively. It's going to be trying to go to the outside for Abeladze, but it's not going to happen because Tinko van der Velde puts the car where it needs to be. But Abeladze has the run out of turns 2 and turns 3. Is he going to try and fire it up the inside? He does. He doesn't have the grip to make that happen though. But Abeladze showing his nose. He is now fancying this fight and fancies taking this fight to Tinko van der Velde. So Niels van der Kerkel saying that he's taking a break from ACC and he doesn't really have a lot of time. He will be back, but just not sure when. Well, whatever you're doing, my friends, I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're getting a lot of pleasure and happiness from it, and look forward to seeing whatever platform you get back on. And stay in touch and don't be a stranger, because we've got nobody to make fun of anymore. So yeah, Niels, get yourself back here. But meanwhile, Tinko van der Velde and Vyacheslav Abeladze, awesome stuff. This is just so intense. And I've got to say, I mean, it's so nice, by the way, to get a comment like that, because Niels has always been incredibly supportive, and it reminded me of another moment today, actually. One of our good friends here at SimGrid and fellow commentator, Lewis McGlade, is actually taking part in his first ever real-life motorsports commentary gig today, and the YouTube chat for the live stream was full of people just absolutely showing their love for Lewis. And as a fellow real-life commentator, it just been such a lot, and I'll come back to that in a second, as Vyacheslav Abeladze tries to fire it around the outside. That's never going to work, but again, it's showing the intent there, trying to make this move. A beautiful camera angle here from Steve Proudley. It gets that car tucked up on the inside, but Tinko van der Velde holds on to that position. But the key word here is just, and for how long, that is what we need to find out, because Abeladze is all over the back end of that Williams Esports Chill Blast 1000 car right now. Tinko is doing very well in doing the defensive driving. So Abeladze, again, the pair of them showing the respect to each other here. Abeladze, again, a very measured drive from Simber.pro. all they're doing is probing. That's all they're doing. They're just probing and trying to distract and trying anything that they can, but they're not taking any undue risks, which is great because it's a 5-race championship. It's a 5-race championship, so there's lots and lots to look forward to, rather than this first race here. So, 3 hours left to go. We're rapidly approaching the halfway mark in this race, and yeah, this is just shaping up to be such an awesome into the race. And Abelanti goes a little bit deep into the final chicane there, but again makes up for it, and that's a huge run out that final corner. But there goes Tinko van der Velde. He's got the run. Fascinating stuff. And I've got to be honest, being on my own in the virtual commentary box here, again, I said this about an hour ago, it's so nice to just be quiet for a second and just enjoy the noise of these cars going round. The Bentleys especially are such a beautiful grunt and roar that comes. It's such a guttural noise. And again, I said it earlier, but the guys and girls at Kunos have done an incredible job on the sound design of ACC. And for me as a sim racer, it makes me a little bit frustrated. I wish I could get into ACC more, but unfortunately I do my sim racing on a VR headset, and yeah, unfortunately it's not quite supercomputer that you require to get there. Although since the updates that brought in DLSS and the AMD Fidelity FX, they've completely transformed the game. So for those of you that don't know, that are on the PC and are maybe struggling with the performance of your game, if you go into options and go into graphics, you can use either DLSS or you can use AMD Fidelity FX. And what they do is they display the game at a lower resolution, and then they upscale that using AI to make it your graphics card in the computer has to do less work, but you still get the same beautiful picture. So I use that in VR, and it gives me a really good bump in performance. So definitely worth having a little look at. Talking about having a little look at, Abelanti having another little look at Tinko van der Velde at the exit of turn 1, but it's not to be. And if it's not now, then when? Because we've got 6 minutes left to go before we hit the peak of the hour, and I would imagine if the rest of the race is to go by, that 41 is going to be the first one in. But talking of seeing how things go, we've been joined by the man, the myth, the legend himself, racing for FFS Racing in the number 123, a good friend of the SimGrids and pretty much our inside ears on the World Cup, James Parker, fresh from his stint in GT3 heaven. How was this afternoon?
Hi David, it was alright. Start was a bit chaotic. Missed a bit of the chaos and ducked and dived through the mess when we got out the other side, and now it's probably, our pace is our pace. The Aston is missing probably 3-4 tenths to, the Bentleys are crazy fast and McLarens, so I think we've just got to stay where we are, pray something happens ahead, or other teams get into a bit of mischief and take advantage when we can. So it's been solid, David, solid.
I've got to be honest, you're sounding a little bit dejected there, James, and for someone that's 6 out of 47 cars, I will come back to you in just a second, because we've got a ridiculous battle going on for the lead. Tinko van der Velde under huge pressure from Vyacheslav Abelanti. They're going to be side by side going down into turn 1. Is Abelanti going to try and roll off the brakes? It's going to be Tinko van der Velde who goes late as he can, keeps the position. Back to where we were, James. Right, so yes, P6.
Yes.
Come on, that's a mega achievement so far.
It's not P1 though, is it, David? So, I'm joking.
I know, but given the quality of the field, is that genuinely how it feels for you when you race? Is it a case of, you know, anything other than a win just feels like losing?
No, I mean, look, I've been a bit cheeky there, but you know, where we are is probably where we should be, and anything more than that is like a bonus now. I think as long as we just keep our noses in it, you know, we stay out of trouble. The field's pretty spread out now. You know, it's more about just lapping traffic, staying out of trouble. You know, that kind of thing. We'll just see where we are in 3 hours' time. So the cars' tyre temperatures seem to be quite hot compared to other cars. So we have a little bit of drop off at the end of the stint, where we kind of lose 3-4 temps relative to the top couple of cars like the McLaren and Bentley. So while we start off pretty even, the car kind of ends up just dropping off a little bit towards the end. So we'll just see how it goes. I mean, it's round one. You'd take a top 6, wouldn't you, to be honest, in round one in this field. So, and it sets us up nicely for the rest of the championship.
James, when you're a sim racer like me, I take the top 30, to be honest with you. But, on that note, what's the voice chat been like for FFS racing today?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty chaotic at the start, and I had they sound like parrots in the voice chat at the start of the race. Go left, go right, you know, especially with the McLaren spinning in the final chicane on the first lap or so. But apart from that, it's just been business as usual, really. We're having a jolly and just chilling out and yeah, just seeing how the race progresses, really.
I've got to be honest, I love how you're like 6th place and you're the most meh person that we've interviewed this afternoon. Honestly, we've heard happier retirements from you.
Well, it's sunny outside as well, David. Have you seen the weather outside? It's been nice to get a bit of sunshine today.
James, you know I'm in Scotland. Come on now, what's the sunshine that you talk of?
Yeah, it's probably been snowing today still for you. But yeah, I mean, look, the field is super high quality, and for us, you know, just having a clean race, because the last thing you want to do in a championship like this, I mean, I've had enough of the bad luck in Sprint Cup and Thursdays recently. You know, if you get a couple of bad races at the start of a championship, it really sets you back. So just banking some solid points and building on that is the priority, really. And so far we've been lucky enough to do that, so we'll just see how it develops over the next 3 hours.
Awesome stuff. Well, listen, James Parker, thank you so much for coming in and giving your expert insight as always, and hopefully we get the chance to chat to you before the end of the race.
Yeah, no worries, David. Enjoy the rest of the race and take care.
Excellent stuff, thank you very much. So James Parker there from the 123 FFS Racing team. You saw their picture P6 just now. Again, obviously hoping to get more out of it. There we go though, Vyacheslav Abladze and Alexandra Novikov into pit lane, so the sister cars into pit lane at the same time. Now this is where we start to question things, because pit stop 1, they lost time. Pit stop 2, they gained massive amounts of time. What are they going to do on pit stop number 3? This, though, is Unisalvalainen here for Griphax Engineering, hunting down, that is Finn Halpt in the number 78 just in front of him for Prime E Racing number 2. And I've got to say the support for the Prime E Racing has kind of quietened down. It's I'm not sure where all that has gone, but we'll no doubt see that soon back very, very shortly. But there we go, we are just seconds away from hitting the halfway mark. Here is your top 10 as we head towards that point then. Tinko van der Velde for Williams Esports in the lead of the race. From Veloci Esports, Isaac Gillison in second place. It's the 82 of Mik Malinowski in third for Yaz Heat, with Mike Noble for the FFS Racing 123 team in fourth position. Jan Willem van Ommen for Dalking Community is in fifth position. Then it's the number 7 of Virtual Drivers by TX3, Maxime Chassé is in 6th position. Then in the 128 Yesa junior team, the BMW, it's Simone Gretza behind the wheel of that one. And Big Bad Yigo Rokorodnikov has returned behind the wheel of the number 41 Bentley. He is back out to kick ass and to take names, and I think he might be all like a chewing gum. Meanwhile, in the 3-2-2, that is the sister car of the 41, so that is the 42 on paper. That's Nikita Bogoroditsky, who is behind the wheel of that one. Then it's Finn Haupt behind the wheel of the number 78 McLaren Prime E Racing number 2. But with 3 hours left to go, we're going to take a little short break, and we're going to take an immersion break. We'll jump on board with one of the cars, and you can enjoy the sights and sounds. So a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hours 53 minutes left to go in our very first race of the season here for CDA 1000, or the Coach Dave 1000. It's the Barcelona 1000 today, where we do a 6-hour race, and then we move on to Imola, Nurburgring, and then to good old UK. I was waiting to say the U of K there for some reason. Silverstone for the Silverstone 1000, and then back to Italy for Monza. But we've been watching this battle commencing up in front, or continuing, I think is the better word for it. So let's give you some context then. Igor Ogorodnikov back behind the wheel of the 41 now. The 41 was being piloted before by Vyacheslav Abeladze, who was harassing Tinko van der Velde to within an inch of his life. Igor Ogorodnikov is now back behind the wheel, and Igor Ogorodnikov is now the fastest man on the track. 1:43.942 compared to our race leader's 1:45.3. So Tinko van der Velde is losing about 1.4 seconds per lap over Ogorodnikov. Now here's the issue: can Tinko van der Velde get into the pits and out again before Ogorodnikov comes through? Now what I would suggest is that car needs to come in very, very shortly, because the other thing is that Ogorodnikov is going to be burning through his tyres quite quickly, getting them heated up. But Ogorodnikov there going through, I was panicking there because obviously Ogorodnikov is making his way around. I was wondering if he was going to be jumping into pit lane. But Tinko van der Velde in the number 5, he's still got about maybe 5 more corners to see whether or not he goes into pit lane. Back further down though, this is the amazing battle that we've had raging on for like the past 2.5 hours then. You've got the 96 up at the front of that group there. That is the Wellthings Racing of Dom Healy, who is leading that little group there. You've then got the 53 Liper Esports Racing Black Machine of Yan Gang, and then it is Tom Gurka for Prime E-Racing 2. You've then got Prime E-Racing 1 behind there, as Felix Arndt is in there as well, and behind there is the number 48 Mercedes. In fact, no, that's another McLaren as well of Felix Arndt, so we'll ignore that. Right, I've just been reliably informed that our leader is into pit lane. So with that, we now keep our... I misunderstood, sorry. The message that I got, I thought said that the leader was in, but obviously my wool in my ears isn't working very well. So the leader stayed out, which is very strange. I don't understand that. I really, really don't. Like the 3000 IQ brain that I've got is like, you're losing a lap a second to the car behind, so why would you not pit? And well, we'll see what happens. But for me, that is possibly going to be a strategic issue for the number 5, because this is the same position. If you remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the same position that our 28 was in. Hang on. When 28 was in. So Isaac Gillison, who was all over the back of that 41. And then the 41 pitted, and we thought, oh right, this is Murphy's chance. Oh my god, somebody's just been straight up murdered in the background. That's a 7! That's Maxime Chassé that was running in 10th position. Now they have just come out, I believe, of the pits. That was just straight up like grievous bodily harm. That car just got sent. That is a straight. Oh my goodness me! And I've got a feeling that was not a car that they were fighting for position with. Tinko van der Velde though, on the brakes into the pit lane. I don't have a good feeling about this. I think we're about to see a new race leader, but thankfully to Steve Crowdley, we go picture in picture, so we're not going to miss a thing here, because in picture, here he is, big bad Igor Ogorodnikov, and I'll be completely honest, the way he's driven today, yep, definitely deserves a pop at the win and a pop at the top step of the podium. But Tinko van der Velde for Williams Esports goes into pit lane then, and this is going to be, I would imagine, we'd have another 2 pit stops after this one is done and dusted. That means that Isaac Gillison moves into the lead of the race provisionally, as Igor Ogorodnikov comes through the final chicane. I think this is going to be about 4 to 5 seconds of a lead for Igor Ogoronikov over Tinker van der Velde. This is well more than that. Tinker van der Velde still in pit lane, gets going now. Yeah, make that maybe 7 seconds. That is unbelievable strategy from the 41 to have that mindset to go in early to pit, and unbelievable stuff. So that now guarantees that when Isaac Gillison goes in to take the pit there, that our new race leader is going to be the 41 of Igor Ogorodnikov out to the front of that. The 3 of Dalking Community though in second place right now as well, with Jan Willem van Ommen out there as well. And look at that gap, that is exactly what I said, 8.1 seconds between Ogorodnikov and Rodriguez, who is back behind the wheel of that car. That's going to hurt. That's really going to hurt for that number 5 machine, because they were so strong for the majority of this race, and then they come in at the halfway point, and then suddenly it all goes burning to the ground. Shame to see. Anyway, Isaac Gillison in the lead of this race, or provisional lead of the race there. We saw Igor Ogorodnikov doing his favourite thing and getting frustrated at back markers here, as we see Ricard Pozzo for Odox Motorsports. Now, that was the car that was subjected to a 15-second time penalty after causing a collision earlier on, so that is our strongest penalty that's been given out so far today. And remember, it's all about those penalty points, because if I can remind you of how those have changed for the better, I would say. So 3 penalty points in a single round, and it's a drive-through on top of what you've already got. A team that gets 4 licence points in a single round will receive a stop-go 30 on top of the other penalties. And then a team with more than 4 licence points in a single round will receive the black flag and get disqualified. That is not the start that you want to have to your brand new championship. And thankfully, I say thankfully, we don't have too many teams that are even remotely close. I think we've got 3 teams that already have 2 points, but they have been a little bit quiet since then, and thankfully not seeming to cause too many further issues on that. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it's going to be interesting. Now, John Grant Smith has suggested that the Bentley behind the Williams Esports is going to be faster for the rest of the stint, so they will be catching. I am going to politely disagree with that one. I would say that you've got to remember the context, that the 41 was fighting the Veloce McLaren 720S for the majority of the first 2 hours of this race. It's only since that third hour kicked in, since the hour 2 to 3, that they were released and they were able to start chasing down the leader here. So I think what you'll find from the pace that Ogorodnikov has and the pace that our McLaren has, the number 5 has, I can't see that number 5 doing too much in. The first lap out is a 1:44.2, so that's already 2:10 slower, and remembering that the first lap out for Igor Ogorodnikov was a 1:43.9, so again, that's the fastest the tyres are going to be. So we'll keep an eye on it, but I cannot personally see that 41 getting caught. Depends on what the McLaren can do, but we will have a look. So Isaac Gillison into pit lane, or he was at pit lane. He's already out of that now and making his way around, and he is behind. So he's away down to 5th place as it stands. So he is down, because he's down behind Michael Tauscher. Now that is a name that we've not mentioned for many hours, because Michael Tauscher, believe it or not, was actually in 5th place or 6th place right at the start of this race in the Porsche, and he kind of got dropped by that lean group of 5 cars. So to see him back in contention and up into 5th place, that is that is an effort and a half for that that Porsche there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But meanwhile, I'm also looking at the number 5 of Igor Rodriguez that is behind now Nikita Bogoroditsky, who is still to pit there in that third position. So it's currently Bentley 1, 2 and 3 when the timing screens update, and Ogorodnikov there again, that's the second lap in a row, it's a 1:44.0. We'll find out what our third place driver can do as soon as they get across, as there we go, Igor Rodriguez actually lights that up, and okay, that's not what you want to see. That is that the 1, 2? Oh no, that's the 3-2-2, isn't it? That's Nikita Bogoroditsky. So that's the sister car, the 42, which might be doing a little bit of tactful defending there. Because the thing is that Rodriguez was faster than everyone above. Also noticing, as I was saying earlier about that, the McLaren dropping down to 5th place. Now, that is peculiar for me because they were in that second position. So they've a bit bizarre how they've managed to drop down so far. So that must have been a very slow pit stop that they did there, because they've lost it 10 to 15 seconds more than everyone else. Meanwhile, here is Igor Rodriguez onto the back of the 3-2-2, and yeah, this is very, very clever play from the Bogoroditsky. Let's see how this keeps going, but they're going to be kicking themselves. There's no two ways about it. The Williams Esports team are going to be very frustrated with what could have been, because realistically, they can pull out all the stops right now, but it's not going to be in their hands. It's going to rely on an incident happening to the number 41. But here comes Igor Rodriguez then on the run against Nikita Bogoroditsky down into turn 1. Is it going to be a dive? No, it's not, because of course way too far back in the two of them in Bentley, so it's going to be a fairly even matchup. Looking a little bit further down then. So Michael Tauscher now up into that 4th position. So Aon Murphy down into 5th. James Parker in the 1-2-3 FFS Racing Machine down in 6th position. Jan Willem van Ommen in 7th. William Hendrickson for Jason Jr. in the 128 BMW down in 8th. How Maxime Chasset is still in 9th position after that head-first crash into the wall, I've got no idea. And then Dom Healy in Wild Things Racing. So Wild Things Racing getting into the top 10, so they will be absolutely delighted with that just now. But still, very, very early days in the race. 2 hours 40 minutes. Goodness knows, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been here on the SimGrid watching the endurance races, especially things like the World Cup, the Endurance Cup, you know that you just cannot take your eyes off it until the final 5 minutes of the race. Let's have a little chat with the team of the Kramer Racing esports team. That's Eunice van Druyten and Titus Conrad, who we've got available to have a chat. But gents, from Kramer Racing esports, that's what happened.
Yeah, we got a disconnect on when we were on P7 or 6, I think. Yeah, and it doesn't make sense in this competitive field to hold on if we got 2 laps down, and yeah, it's the risk is too high to risk any contacts and avoidable contacts, and then get license points for the next round. So yeah, we decided to hold on with the standing in the box, I would say.
Right, one of the two of you, either Eunice or Titus, one of you must have broken something, because I refuse to believe that none of you had a stress fest after that.
Being my disconnect, which never happened before to me, I had game crashes, but not disconnects. I wasn't too happy about it, but I'm usually pretty calm, so I didn't break anything. But yeah, it's really unfortunate. I just got into my groove, found some pace after struggling a bit in the beginning, also with back markers which were fighting for position. But after getting some pace and keeping the tires alive for a bit, I really thought we would have some chances for maybe even the top 5 finishing position. But yeah, it came to a pretty short close, I would say.
Now, looking at the positives, obviously, out of a 40-car field, to be right up at the top in the top 10, and potentially could have had a little bit more, that must leave you guys feeling a little bit okay with how today went.
I mean, yeah, the pace was really good, especially Marco and Jonas were really strong. After struggling a bit in the Sprint Cup on Thursday, it was, I believe. We got some more practice in, especially Marco and Jonas really improved on their pace. Marco did 43s in the beginning, which was really fast. And yeah, we are looking forward to the next races, obviously. Championship is kind of long, I would say. Everything could happen. And yeah, we can maybe disturb the field a bit in the next races.
And then finally, Jonas, coming to you, what happens with today then? Obviously, your plans would have been to be taking part in this race for the next few hours. Do you have anything that you plan in case something goes wrong that you use to take your mind off things, or do you just get on with it?
No. We were looking forward to the next rounds, and hopefully, without any technical issue, the pace was good today, and it is the first endurance season in the Porsche for us. So with the new team, Karl Kramer Esports, and the new combination of drivers with Patrick Pignone and Marc Balzer, we are really looking forward to have great endurance races and without any technical issue for sure.
Actually, just on that note there, Jonas, obviously Mark isn't a stranger to us here at the SimGrid and comes with a lot of experience of the Porsche. Do you think that's going to be a boost coming into the team?
Yeah, for sure. Last season I drove with Marco in the Ferrari in the Sprint Cup for Garage 991. Yeah, and for 2 months ago we changed the team. We joined to Karl Kramer Racing Esports, and yeah, because we are driving for a real racing Porsche team, we decided to change to the Porsche, and it is a little bit difficult for me because McLaren was my main car, and the Porsche is very different in comparison to the McLaren in terms of top speed, tire wear, and especially the building the race setup, because of the fuel tank in front of the car. But Marco did it very, very well, and he has a great qualifying pace, so we can join the race at the front and not in the midfield. And yeah, that is a big advantage for us for the first times in Porsche, to be not at the end of the or mid of the field.
Well, Jonas, thank you so much for coming and joining us, Titus, Conrad as well. Do you guys have any friends, family, sponsors you want to give a shout out to while we've got you here?
Yeah, for sure, our race team, Karl Kramer Racing. I'm really looking forward to next week, NLS Round 2, to see them again on the Nordschleife. And it's a great support from them. Great field of people who are supporting us every race in Marco's stream, and especially also in the SimGrid stream. So big shout out to them.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, you guys have a fantastic afternoon. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time for round 2.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Soon. Bye.
Bye.
So there you go then, Jonas van Druyten and Titus Conrad joining us there, and again another dejected and frustrated team there, but obviously trying to take the positives out of it and moving on to Imola and realising that they had a lot of pace there and a lot of stuff going on in their favour. Right, while we've been watching that, we've also been watching all hell kick off between what can only be described, if you remember watching WWE back in the day. It's what Jim Ross would describe as a slobber knocker, and that is exactly what we've got going on here between Nikita Bogoroditsky and the third place car. But let's have a look here then. This is earlier on then. So this is where your third place driver of Ivar Rodriguez in the Williams Esports. It was while we were speaking and we saw this happen. He absolutely belted the car around the outside. Beautiful move. But Nikita, how the hell he got the drive out of that corner like he did, I mean, it's equal parts amazing and kind of cheeky as well. It's brilliant stuff. And the thing is that this is what we like to see. This is the sort of stuff that SimGrid wants to kind of promote, is that hard but fair racing. The two teams have been, just poking and prodding at each other all day, but they've not been doing anything stupid, apart from that moment where the 41 went flying across the grass. But we'll ignore that. We'll banish that from memory. But this is the battle for P4 then. Aon Murphy is got through past Tauscher, so Murphy was doing a decent job there. Right, what is going to happen here then? Oh, there's a little bit of contact there on Bogoroditsky, and again round the outside, making it look sure that this is it. I think that's it. He moves the car to the outside. Beautiful stuff, and that's finally done for Ivar Rodriguez, but it could be too little too late. But oh my goodness me, this is heart attack material as we see Bogoroditsky doing a brilliant job to try and hold on to that position. That's a team drive, because that battle has cost them 4.5 seconds. The gap between Ogorodnikov and Rodriguez when they came out of the pit lane was 8.4 seconds. That gap is now 12.4 seconds. Over the course of 6 laps, that fight has cost that 4 seconds. That is what you call a team player. And Bogoroditsky, although on a separate pit stop strategy, has done that exemplary well, and actually in a really good position. Let's have a look at Michael Tauscher though, back onto the tail end of this McLaren. That McLaren is not getting to go scot-free right now, because that Porsche wants to get that position back. It feels a little bit aggrieved that Aon Murphy making it look so easy in that Veloci car. Meanwhile, Yan Gang having a big fight up the inside there. That's Maxime Chassé, or at least what's left of the car of Maxime Chassé after that head-on collision. Loses the position there, and Chassé under pressure from what looks like, that's another one of the Ferraris. I think that's Seville that's actually behind them just now. And from the fact that they're both in the green liveries, I'm going to presume that they're teammates in the virtual drivers by TX3, and indeed that's exactly what they are here. Oh, this is starting to get a little bit shady, a little bit shaky as we go on, and McLaren just behind as well, and that is Tom Gorka in the 78. So as I said, that Ferrari that's up in front, doing a decent job. I think that's actually the number 333 virtual drivers by TX3 that is in that position there. So let's take a breath. Let's try and regroup on what's actually happened here. 2.5 hours left to go in this 6-hour race, so we've broken the back of halfway, and now the dice are starting to kind of be played here. And Igor Ogorodnikov, I mean, what do we say about this drive? It's just been from the entire team, from that entire 41 team of Igor, of Mikhail Baikov, of Vyacheslav Abeladze. It's been exemplary. It's just been so well thought out there, and that gap only growing. So I'm also glad that I was kind of proved right, because I did say that gap was just going to increase and increase and increase, and that's exactly what it did. 144.2 from Igor Ogorodnikov that last lap round. Pascal Cerny on the YouTube chat asking what the average lap time in the top 5 is. Off the top of my head, wait, what? Hang on, I'm just looking at the timing screen as it's having a little panic attack there, trying to say that Bogoroditsky had got past Igor Rodriguez again, but that's obviously not happened there. The average lap time, I would like to say, is probably about a 1:44.7. Ogorodnikov did a 1:44.2, Bogoroditsky did a 1:45.0, Rodriguez did a 1:44.5, Murphy did a 1:44.3, and Michael Teicher did a 1:44.4. So I think 1:44.7 sounds about right. And meanwhile, we're having a gentle prod that the 53 might be one to have a look at here, and that is the Leipert eSport machine at the back of the group there. In fact, at the front of the group here, Yan Gang, who was side by side with the Maxim Chassé machine, and yeah, that's kind of away into the background. It was the 333 machine that was in the background there. Starting from P27, that's a brilliant point actually. Thank you very much for that one, Crash. P23, that car started, and now up into P9. So the Audi doing very, very well indeed. And another comment saying that we've got a Bentley podium lockout. That would be fascinating if that was the way that it stayed during the remainder of this race. So fair play to Michael Teicher here. He is not willing to let that McLaren go at all. He is wanting to push this Porsche as far as it can go, and that is very, very far indeed. Let's have a look at Marcus Eichenhorn here. He is in the Leipart eSports number 54 machine, so the sister car to the black machine. This is the red car, and up the inside it goes the McLaren. Is that going to work? I think it might actually. That's Chris Sever on Rochelle in the 333. So that is for position. Theo Rochelle loses out to the McLaren there, and also at risk of getting taken by Marcus Eichenhorn here. Let's go on board then, and the Ferrari is caught in between a rock and a hard place there. Has to let out of the throttle there, and that's exactly what they've done, and Marcus Eichenhorn takes that position and up to P number 31. In fact, actually, sorry, make that P30, because Rochelle, in the space of 4 corners, has lost 2 places. That is a bad time if you're behind the wheel of that car there. But just watching the different battles going on as we cut back to Michael Teicher here for the Gas Heat CD1000s, number 82, still on the back of Aon Murphy. And this is where we thought earlier on Aon Murphy was going to streak off into the distance. If you remember, all that time ago, 3.5 hours, where James Baldwin was on pole position, and yeah, that was awesome stuff to see that start. And we saw the number 5 of Dara go round the outside, Dara McCormack, round the outside of both the pole sitter, the number 28 and the number 41, as cool as you like, into turn 1 and take that lead. It was just absolutely epic. Also great to see that we're getting to look at some of the battles further down now. This is Audi versus Audi, and it's the 990 on the right hand side there of Mateusz Bass trying to hold on from Janis Širdakis, but it's not going to happen. Širdakis takes that position all too easily and moves himself up into P35. So battle's still going on at this late stage of the race here. 2 hours 24 left to go here. This is back with Marcus Eichenhorn for Leipert eSports here, onto the back of Chris Sever. Now it's whether or not he can actually do anything with this pace that he has got right now. That is going to be the issue with it, because Chris Sever is not a slow driver, and the thing is that when you look at the timing screens as linked in the YouTube chat, you'll see that you could be in P20 or P30 and still be lapping within 2-3 tenths of our race leaders. But it's how the cookies crumble, it's how the traffic has gone, it's how the momentum has been lost that has dictated this race and dictated these positions. Down in towards turn 1 into the braking zone then. Marcus Eichenhorn trying to think about having a look on Chris Sever here, but again, it's just not going to happen. Having a look at the top of the field again now, this is a little bit interesting. The gap to a race leader and second place has come down by 0.4 of a second. So the gap between Igor Ogorodnikov and Igor Rodriguez is down to 11.8 seconds, but Nikita Bogoroditsky still only a second behind that second place. Right, just been informed by our wonderful Michael Hamlet behind the scenes that we have more penalty notices that are going to be getting put on, so I'll read them out as Steve Proudly pops them onto the screen. But instance between cars 7 and 50. Now that is a car well known to us, Virtual Drivers by TX3, and the 50 of Team Ballas Esport Ukraine. No further action for an incident on lap 107. The 103 and the 55, that's the Mazim orange car, and the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro car on lap 111. That is a racing incident. And then the 51 and the 55 is the 55 of Race Anywhere SimSport Pro, and I'm going to presume that maybe meant the number 50 car, because I can't see a 51. That is we've got a yellow flag, and that is the Pulse car. So that is Seville, the Jonathan Seville car. It looks like it's got going as well. And unfortunately, despite having lots of fans in our chat earlier on, that car looks to have lost a number of positions there. We'll keep an eye on that and see. So Jonathan Seville now looking like he's going to be down in C80. I think he's going to be down into 27th. I think we'll see how it rolls, but I think he's lost a number of positions because of that yellow flag. Let's have a little look at Aon Murphy. But here's a replay then of what happened with the 17. It's going to be contact, isn't it? Oh no. Is that the FFS racing machine on the inside? I think it might be. No, it's not. That is the 17, that's why. So it's decided to play chicken with another car, and it's come off worst, and it's now in the worst possible position because it's now, edged up to the wall there. So that is going to be a couple of positions lost for that number 17, and you can see them dropping out of the top 23. And as I was saying, 26th position. That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. And do you know what I've just noticed as well? The leaders have lapped everyone up into the top 10. Up into Tom Gorka in the 78 McLaren. Everybody has been lapped. Right, more updates for you, more sneaky behind the scenes gossip. If you remember earlier on, we spoke to the 123 FFS racing driver of James Parker, and unfortunately they now have to retire. James has had a terminal internet issue which looks unresolvable before the finish of the race, so they've had to retire the car. So that means that the 123 FFS racing machine of Mike Noble, James Parker and Killian Ryan Meenan is not going to finish this race. That's a big gut punch for that team there. Watching Igor Ogorodnikov for SimGrid Pro by Vides. He is in the lead of this race, and where we were worried about Igor Ogorodnikov losing time to Igor Rodriguez, that's not really anything to worry about now, because that gap was 11.9 seconds, then it went up to 12.5. I've got a feeling it's going to go up even more as traffic becomes a bit of an issue. 12.7, so that gap is now starting to go up with just another 20 minutes left, I think, on this stint, and we'll be getting another pit stop. I think we've got 2 more pit stops left to go after this one, but 2 hours 20 left to go in the race, and Igor Ogorodnikov making this look very, very easy indeed up there in first position. Matteo Vignoli for SPQR Racing Team onto the back of the 767 Ferrari. Now that is the massive red car. They have been getting in quite a fair bit of trouble, it's safe to say, from race control there, but it is currently Dominic Fouquet that is behind the wheel of that car just now, trying to hold on to that position, but quite honestly that BMW looks very, very imposing indeed. Looks like it's going to be making short work of that Ferrari over the next couple of laps. Looking at the times of the top 10 as well, and again we're well into the 144s. That track starting to cool down now. The track temperature 32 degrees, the air temperature 26 degrees Celsius, and yeah, this is now starting to get down to the business end of this race here. It's going to be fascinating to see how this pans out, as the BMW has to hold off a little bit there. That catches him out and allows the Ferrari 767 to streak off a little bit away there and get about half a second of a gap there into the distance here. There is your second place driver just now as we cut to Race Anywhere Sim Sports number 55, currently being driven Renato Durnels, again involved in a little bit of a fight here. And this is something that I've said all the way through this broadcast here, is that no matter where you are on the circuit, there's always somebody to have a little battle with. That is the 48 Vladimir Bashmakov racing machine, and that is Alexander Kostin that is behind the wheel of the Merc, just in front of the BMW. And again, if we watch just how the BMW takes these corners here, it seems to be such a well-rounded machine. It's fast on the straights and it's got a lot of power in the corners as well, and it's just whether or not it can take the advantage over that Merc that's in front. Because remember, while you've got these fast cars and these fast teams, the individual drivers, there'll be a little bit of discrepancy with the skill levels and the ability levels, and even come down to fatigue starting to set in as well, because we're coming up to 4 hours of a 6-hour race, and I would imagine all of the drivers have already had at least one stint in the car, so you're likely cycling round to your second stint for your first driver, and by which point, yeah, tiredness is starting to settle in and become a bit of an issue, and that will appear in a number of ways. It's the decision-making skills. It also takes place in terms of how long it takes you to make a decision. And talking of decisions, poll in the YouTube chat, who is your favourite to win the Barcelona 1000? So you've got SimGrid.pro, the number 41, Williams Esports number 5, the Veloci number 28, or the Yasheet number 82. I'm wanting to figure out why 38% at the moment think that the Porsche that's in 5th place is going to win this race. That's a bit bold. Well, okay, right, we'll see what happens. So our Dark Overlord, Michael Hamlet even, would like your reasoning for the decisions that you've made, chat. So whatever poll or whatever choice you've made in the poll, we want to hear some reasons behind it. What's your thought process behind some of the decisions? Let us know, and we'll read the best one out on air. 2:15 left to go in this race then. Igor Ogorodnikov stretching away. There's no other way to put it. He's stretching away. It's now 13.1 seconds over Igor Rodriguez. It looks like it's a case of what could have been for Williams Esports. So close, yet so far. What is curious to me is that number 322 of Nikita Bogoroditsky, because while they are, yes, on a different pit stop strategy. How different of a pit stop strategy? Are they able to alter it so that they can take that third place back? I think they can, because they've had the pace all the way through this race so far. Aon Murphy off of a cliff, 7.4 seconds behind that Bentley. So the Bentley has obviously got the pace in a straight line here, as we see Felix Arndt onto the back of, I believe that's the number 5, isn't it? That's Igor Rodriguez that is trying to make his way past one of the Ferraris there. 13.5 seconds now, so that's about 0.4 of a second out of it. So 0.4 of a second being lost by Igor Rodriguez per lap means that we're going to be up to, I would say, about 16 seconds, I think, by the end of this stint here. Here comes Felix Arndt onto the inside of Maxim's chassis, tries to get the run. He's going to tip in for a little bit of tow there, but Maxim closes the door, makes sure that he can't get through. Prime E-Racing 1 gets through going and tries to get the position, but again, it's not happening as we're watching the cars coming round here. Felix Arndt for the number 77 Prime E-Racing 1 machine. Yeah, this is now a frustrating battle trying to get ahead of that number 7 car again that's been so badly damaged with the virtual drivers by TX3 number 7 machine. So, Yazhi are winning the race apparently. Michael Teicher, right? You've got a lot on your shoulders, young man. You better be hearing this. You've got a lot of support out there. I'm trying to work out what 32% of 22 is. It's. I think you can put that in a calculator and it's just going to come up saying wrong. That's the only conclusion I can come to that. How Michael Teicher, how the 82. Of Yazhi and George Boothby and Mik Malinowski are going to win this race. I need to know logistically how this is. This is going to happen. Although to be fair, we've got a prediction in YouTube chat for second place for the 322. That is not a bad shout. I'm absolutely going to say that is not a bad shout, given that Bogoroditsky earlier on certainly had the pace. But I don't know. The 5 did get past them, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, strategy-wise, it could turn an absolute blinder. But again, with 2 hours 10 left to go, it's going to be a case of just having to wait and see on this one. But 7 o'clock UK time, we are already nearly 4 hours into this race. My goodness me, it has just flown by. It is really, really all to play for still. But what I would say again, from this point of view, from this stint alone, I think Igor Ogorodnikov has built that team some heavy duty foundations in that SimGrid.pro by Vides number 41 to keep a hold of that lead, barring any disconnection issues or any pit lane issues or any crashes. That is, so well to keep that going as Ogorodnikov fires it up the inside. And I'm just trying to think, so looking back to the day, I mean, I'm pretty sure back in the day we had like Ivan Shermatinsky was teamed up with Igor Ogorodnikov. I'm pretty sure we had Aon Murphy at one point was up there as well. Vasily Anufriev. So a lot of different teammates, and quite honestly, it didn't feel like there was that click. But it's been that move to SimGrid.pro, and again, I touched on this earlier. It kind of goes hand in hand with his temperament and his newfound patience and his newfound ability to just think of the bigger picture. And it was after they moved to SimGrid.pro from I believe it was the former Lada Rosneft team that they were part of before, they then won the SimGrid World Cup. Arguably the SimGrid VCO World Cup, arguably one of the biggest events in sim racing, and they won it, quite handsomely as well. They were, very well deserved winners of that championship, and I think that kind of cemented exactly who they are now, and given us a reason why that's gone so well. So Yuri Zhivensky point out that it's he didn't move. It's his team, so it's literally just a rename. Vides is his portal for virtual driving school. I did not know that. There we go. Thank you very much, Yuri, for pointing that one out. I did not know that. And the thing is that it's always been brilliant to see Yeager's fans in chat there, because I said this earlier on to one of the drivers that I was speaking to. This is what it's all about. This is what esports is all about. This is what gets drivers and gets team sponsorship, is having a fan base that will follow them around, that will go wherever they go, and can be shown to sponsors. And yeah, it's a brilliant thing. So a very warm welcome, and hope you are all enjoying the broadcast this afternoon. But we're coming up to the tail end of just 4 hours done here. 2 hours left to go, and again, it's looking like it's a very strong position. We're not going to say anything like that is done or dusted, because there's still 2 hours left to go there. Back down to Peter Hennenberg for NSN Racing, who's found themselves on the wrong end of race control as well. On to the back of Ricardo Pozzo in the 1-2-1 Mercedes. Again, looks like it's going to be a little bit too far back to do anything. It's going to be late on the brakes into turn 1. And it's going to be a case of having to think about where else on the track that a move could be made. Maxime Chassis for the Virtual Drivers TX3, number 17, into the pit lane, has just come out of pit lane, and will likely drop out of the top 25 for that just now. So pit stops is going to be the next topic for the next 10 minutes, because we're going to start seeing it, and I'll imagine it's going to be Ogorodnikov into the pits first. He will be in, I would imagine. Let's have a look here. We'll try and work this one out, and I will let you know my thoughts on that one. But I basically think within the next 5 laps, Yegor Ogorodnikov is going to be in, and then we'll be handing over that car to I believe it'll be Mikhail Baikov that'll get back behind the wheel, and then Vyacheslav for his final stint of the race here. But we're currently watching Pierre-Olivier Cloutier for turn 1 McLaren in the number 100 machine, just trying to catch up onto the back of in fact that is the BMW just in front of him, isn't it? The 157 GTWR RHG Academy that is just in front of him just now. You know when you read things in YouTube chat and you're like, what? I'm sorry, what? So apparently, and again, I'm saying this is third-party information. Yuri Zhivensky, I think that's the closest I've actually got to saying your name properly, Yuri, so I do apologise. It's saying that Nikita Bogoroditsky, that is in third position, who's in Bentley, is driving in chase cam view, is driving in a third person view. What? I don't even know how that's possible, but can we ask race? Can they get a penalty for that? Can we just like send them to the back of the grids? Third, really? That's just. Oh. I mean, if they're playing with a controller, then yeah, I can maybe understand that, but goodness me. Because obviously with the professional esports competitions, it's either banned or frowned upon to be using a controller Well, I've got to be honest, there's a little bit of admiration from me. As Henneberg up the inside of the 1-2-1 of Riccardo Pozzo, but it's not going to happen. He tries to do it again, but Pozzo is a little bit wiser to that one. He's also got to watch out because he's got Team Ballas Esport behind him with Joris Appel in the Aston Martin, just trying to make a nuisance of himself as well. We've got a couple of race control messages. Cars 17 and 987 on lap 122. It's a warning to car 17, so that's Paul Simsport, and that'll be where Paul Simsport tried to fire the car up the inside and then took themselves out, which was it's a bit awkward that they've got a warning for that. We've also got a racing for 457 and the 15166. That is a racing incident. But we are joined by racing greatness because it's none other than Tortellini. Mik Malinowski joins us in the commentary booth. Mik, how's the race been so far?
It's been up and down, and I mean, there's not much really happening because everyone is just pushing so much, and the gaps are slowly just getting bigger and bigger. But the pace is super close, but also because of that it's super difficult to get closer to anyone. At the beginning it was amazing battle up front. Unfortunately we weren't part of that. But we had some clean air. And it's just been about minimizing the mistakes, which, you know, it's 6 hours. There are going to be a few of those. So... well, it could have been better, as always, obviously. But so far I'm really happy how it is. We also have to manage the stints in a really weird way, because George unfortunately could only do one stint today. So then the rest is up to me and Michi to finish up the race. But because of stint timers, one of Michi's stint can only be 50 minutes. So we have to extend some of the other stints, which is really hurting us. Because George's stint and my previous stint had to be really long, and you know, with the tire wear that we're having today at really hot Barcelona, the very last 5 to 10 minutes of the stint is really hurting us, and we're always losing to the cars ahead. So I'm still happy that we're, for example, holding with 3 seconds to Veloce car, because they're super fast today. So with our really weird and wonky strategy, I'm happy to be at least within 3 seconds of them. We're also catching up to the Bentley ahead, because their tire wear and their strategy was totally different. So let's see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna jump into the car next. And
I was just going to say, just very quickly, because I know you've got to shoot off here, Mik, but the Bentley's currently 1, 2, 3 right now. What do you think it is that...
well, we have 4 Bentleys in the race, and the 3 are in top 3, so it's clearly the car to have here. It's really strong in quali, even though Bentley, historically at least, was not a strong quali car, because it was the race pace when it shines, and it still shines in the race, but I think we're seeing maybe a tiny bit higher tire wear from them than it used to be. They're still great on their tires, and at the end of the stints we can't match them. I think it's the same for the McLaren, that the Bentleys are just driving away slowly but surely at the end of the stints. But it's, I don't know, I haven't really driven it myself, and recently I've only really compared other cars, you know, pace-wise, race pace-wise, to the Bentley here only at Barcelona, because we were doing preparation for today and preparation for the Super Sprint we had on Thursday. And that Bentley just has amazing traction, great acceleration. It has slightly less top-end speed than some of the really fast cars, but it just has amazing acceleration, and the top end, like, it hits the wall at the top end, but only at the very, very end. So it doesn't hurt it in any way on the straights. So it's still a rocket in a straight line up until only last 50 meters on the straight. While, for example, we in the Porsche were extremely fast everywhere apart from the main straight. But on the main straight we're losing tons of time. Actually, we lost a position to Bentley when they were 3/10 behind them, and they overtook us easily before even turn 1. So yeah, unfortunately we're hopeless when battling, for example. And the Bentley is just a car that, you know, they can drive in however fashion they like, because it's like it's not like that it's easy to drive, but like it allows for a lot of flexibility with how they want to drive it. Like they can take different lines, they have acceleration to, you know, try those different lines while battling and so on. I don't know. There's probably a lot more that we still have to learn about all the cars after recent updates. But you know, today Bentley just seems like an unstoppable beast. So I'm happy with where we are right now.
Matic, you see, this is why we love getting you in to have a conversation with you, because you just give us so much insight and knowledge into that. Thank you so much, buddy. Listen, we'll let you go and get ready for your final stint, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you as part of the podium.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much, guys. See you.
Thanks very much. So there you go then, Mik Malinowski then from the Yas Heat team, sharing the car with George Bitty and Michael Tauscher today, and yeah, absolutely loving that sort of stuff. Right, Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport then. This is some of the battles happening further on then. You can see Gabriel Semeraro just in front in the 457 Audi of GTWR Academy White, sharing that car with Simone Rabiti and Alex Tarato. But again, just have a look at who is behind. That is, I'm pretty sure, the 69 car of Girapax Engineering. Finn lads behind them, in which case they may be a lap or so up. Certainly it's the Audi that is that's behind them. But 2 hours to go. So let's bring it up to speed then with where we are right now. I've just noticed hearing about a stop go 30 for P32 there. We'll bring you details on that in just a second. But race leader at the moment is the number 5 Williams of Igor Rodriguez. Now we are in the middle of a pit stop change, so just keep your eye on that. And that is Vyacheslav Abeladze getting by what looks like Jan Willem van Ommen, like Jan Willem van Ommen isn't even on the same circuit as Vyacheslav. Well, that was eye-opening to say the least. But in the lead of the race is the number 5 Williams eSports driver Igor Rodriguez, Nikita Bogoroditsky in second place there, Aon Murphy in third in the McLaren, Michael Tauscher up into 4th position, Jan Willem van Ommen was in 5th, is now in 6th place because Vyacheslav Abeladze into that 5th position. William Hendrickson in the JSA Junior 128 BMW in 7th position. Then into 8th position you've got the number 96 of Dom Healy for Wild Things Racing. In 9th position is Jan Gang for the 53 Liper Esports Black Machine, and then Tom Gorka in the 78 McLaren for Prime E Racing 2. We've got a yellow flag. The 211 has had an issue there. That's Vipperman Racing. So is the 767. That is Musim Red. That has had, so it's 2 separate yellow flags that we've got going on at the circuit there. The 767 gets going as well, and I've got a feeling that the 211 has either retired to pit lane or retired from the race. Now they've popped back in, so they might have a connection issue just now. We'll keep our eye on that as well. But with 2 hours left to go, we're going to take a very short commercial break, and we'll have a little bit of a ride on board with one of the cars. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. with just 1 hour and 50 minutes left to go in this first race of the brand new season of the Coach Dave 1000, we get closer to the business end of our race. And what a race it's been here in Barcelona, at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. The incredible 2.9 mile circuit has been a wonderful host this afternoon to some impeccable racing, some wonderful, respectful driving from all of our teams today. And yeah, it's been a brilliant event. We hope you've all enjoyed it, but it's definitely not over yet, despite what you might be seeing on your screens. Alberto Garcia for ODOT Motorsport. What we're going to try and do is we're going to try and focus as much as we can now on some of the battles outside of the top 10, because we have to kind of even up the balance a little bit here. And you can see Gabriel Semeraro there in the 457 GTWR RAG Academy white machine just behind Alberto Garcia at the moment there. 0.4 of a second is about the gap there. And yet again, it's that whole thing about finding a buddy just to battle with, and it passes the time so much easier. Looking at the times coming in, and oh dear God, are you kidding me? Vyacheslav Abeladze has just done purple lap, fastest lap of the race, 1:43.572. That great work by Igor Ogrodnikov has just been cemented now by Vyacheslav, who has gotten behind the wheel now, and it's almost certain now, as soon as the pit stops are done and dusted, we are going to see that car returning to the top of the podium. All we have to wait now is for Igor Rodriguez in the number 5 Williams eSports machine to hand that car back over to, I believe it's going to be Darren McCormack, because we've seen Tinko van der Velde in, we've seen Igor Rodriguez in twice, and I think we'll wait to see Darren McCormack back behind the wheel of that one. But Aon Murphy currently in as well in the 28 Veloci McLaren. So we've seen Isaac Gillison and we've seen Aon Murphy in, and again we'll be curious to see who we see behind the wheel of that one. But this is Marco Wong for MSL Racing onto the back of the 54 there of Liper Esports. They're down in turn number 1 and gets the job done, really. In fact, actually, to be fair, they're not fighting for position there. I've just realised that's 2 cars that are either a lap up or a lap down. So Marco Wong for MSL Racing down in that 30th position. As you see the 54 Liper Esports red machine of Chris Barchat actually behind these two yellow cars just now, off in the background there. Konstantinos Kontogiannis in the 34 TF Racing Souvlaki squad down in 32nd place as well. And again, you're seeing all of these little battles toing and froing, and they're actually starting to all spread out quite a bit now, and we don't tend to have, I'm actually looking at all of the gaps on track here, we don't really have anyone that's side by side, with the exception of maybe the 53 and the 77, but even then there's about a second and a half between them. Oh no, it's a drive-through penalty for Mik Malinowski. He gets through the into the car, and surely that's going to be for speeding in the pit lane. That's going to have to have been an automatically assigned drive-through from the game. And oh my goodness me, that is gutting to see, quite honestly, because we spoke to Matic. He was really happy. They were having a great afternoon, and if I'm honest with you, I have the horrible feeling that little incident alone is going to drop that car significantly out of the running order. They were down in 6th position. They went into the pits. I think that's going to drop them out of the top 20, maybe just out of the top 15, but for sure that is a horrible thing for Mik Malinowski to have to deal with. Still no pit for Igor Rodriguez in the number 5 Bentley for Williams Esports Chili Blast 1000. As Aon Murphy in second place there is about 8 seconds, 9 seconds, so it's now 7.5 behind Igor Rodriguez. But, and I say this with a big bated breath, 144.2 for Vyacheslav Abeladze. Unbelievable pace on that car. So obviously deciding to fire in the big salvos, the big guns, trying to get the best out of the tyres essentially in this early stage. As Mik Malinowski, I would imagine, is going to be coming into to pit lane very, very shortly. Gutting to see that. But here is your third place driver at the moment. This essentially is your race leader, and essentially is going to be very handsomely in the lead once these latest round of pit stops are done. Because that is, I would imagine, that's going to be a gap now about, I would say, probably 15 to 20 seconds ahead of the likes of Rodriguez and Murphy. The other thing as well is watch out for Alexander Novikov. Now, remember we were saying about how they're on a different strategy. Well, they're not on that different strategy. They're actually now pitting on the same lap of their sister car in the 41 of Vyacheslav Abeladze. So I think that there is a massive chance that the 322 could get a podium from this final 2 hours of the race. And goodness knows, you know, after the way they've been driving so far, they absolutely deserve it. The pole has changed significantly since we last checked in on it. SimGrid.pro by Vides is determined to be your chosen winner just now with 45% of the vote so far. But the number 5 Williams car into pit lane then, and this is going to be a difficult watch for Williams esports fan, because this is going to be a big gap. That car has just settled down into the pit box, and out the final corner comes Vyacheslav Abeladze. This is huge. 32 seconds was the gap there. Obviously it changes very, very quickly, and yeah, away you go. That's off into the distance. Now the question is, you know, how many other cars are going to get past that number 5 as well? Are we going to, you know, see the 322 for instance? Yes, we are. The 322 and the number 5 are going to be nose to tail. The 322 is going to have it so close. There we go. It's going to be a drag race down the line, but look at the speeds around the outside. And that's it. Dara McCormack has been dumped out of the podium. Oh, well, that's not necessarily true, because Dara actually will have that third place, because Aon Murphy, I think, will be quite a way behind this car just now. So I can't see them being too unhappy with the podium, but given that they led the race for half of it and now are going to struggle to stay on the podium, that's a bit of a kick in the teeth there for Dara McCormack. However, if there's going to be one person you want to get behind the car, behind the wheel, to try and undo all of this, it's definitely going to be Dara McCormack. So we'll wait and see what he can do. But remember, it's Bentley on Bentley, so it's not going to be a straightforward thing, as we see Riley Murdoch for Romeos by SOP Esports Racing in the 787, trying to catch up to the is that the 17? It is the 17 in front of Pulse Sim Sport, and that is Vince van Meerveld that is just up in front of him as well as they come across the start-finish line. So the 3-2-2 then of Alexander Novikov behind the wheel, and it's a Bentley 1-2-3, or at least it will be when Aon Murphy heads into the pit lane. Aon Murphy almost certainly going to be dropped out of the top 3, and watching Mik Malinowski and want to see how far behind he is, because he got I'm just trying to see here, because Mashik, wait a minute, he had a drive-through and he's still in 5th position. That, I don't understand that. Right, okay, well, I'm a little bit stunned, because not only is Mik Malinowski in 5th position, but I'm Bastian Offerman. Oh no, from T3 Motorsport. You know when you hear a noise in Discord of somebody joining? Well, it's none other than real-life commentary superstar, Mr. Andy McEwen, joining me after a very busy day at work.
Tell you what, that's the best introduction I've had in a while, David. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, fresh from Alton Park, where I've spent all day talking about, well, GT cars. I arrive home, and within 5 minutes I'm up in my office talking about GT cars. So, I've had a day full of this, and very, very happy to be here for the last 90 minutes or so.
You're a sight for sore eyes, my friends, and what a welcome sight it is to have you in the commentary booth. An hour and a half left to go in this race, and I don't know if you'll actually believe this, because you're not seeing what's actually going on right now. And Darren McCormack absolutely giving it to Alexander Novikov right now. Yes, this is what we wanted to see. However, up until this point, this has been relatively clean. It's been relatively tidy, and it's probably been one of the best, most respectful races that we've had in the recent couple of months here at the SimGrid. So it's great, Andy, that you come and join us, and now we're starting to get the elbows out here.
This is the effect I have, I think. If it helps, that's exactly what's been happening at Alton Park all day, so I am beginning to think that I'm just a destructive influence on everyone that I come across at a racetrack, be it real or virtual. But it looks like we've got quite a race on our hands here, and the Circuit de Catalunya, always one I find that produces pretty good racing, especially for GT3 cars, and a bit of an underrated circuit, I think, and I'm not at all surprised to see that we've still got some really close battles, including this one here between McCormack and Baldwin Novikov for second place. It's pretty tight out there, and I would imagine that there's been, even if it's been clean, quite a lot going on. I would ask you to summarise everything that's happened so far. I'm not convinced I will get a particularly detailed description of what's happened, but it looks like it's been an entertaining race so far.
So, Andy, once upon a time, right, the start of the race, it was James Baldwin who took pole position in the start of the race. It was then Igor Ogorodnikov who was on the front row with him. The race started, the two of them got going away, and Darren McCormack, the absolute madman, outbroke the pair of them and just drove right round them on the outsides to take the lead at turn 1. The number 5 Williams eSports car was in the lead of the race for 3 hours of this race until it was dethroned by Igor Ogorodnikov and Vyacheslav Abeladze on the 41 Similar.pro by Vides through superior strategy and amazing planning on that team as well. Their sister car, the number 322, which is down on the entry sheet as the number 42, has pulled a blinder coming from absolutely nowhere on our radars to take up into second place, in a very well-deserved current second place, being fought with Darren McCormack as well in that Williams eSports machine. James Baldwin could have had it all, and it's all went to pot ever since. They're now not going to be onto the podium after what was looking so good for them at the start of this race. Mik Malinowski in the number 82 for Yaz Heat made the mistake of coming in for an interview with me, telling me how amazing he was enjoying the race and how good they were performing, and then immediately got a drive-through penalty when he took his final stint. And then after all of that, up until the top 10, it's been these little pockets of fights that have been going on left, right and centre, and while we've had a very busy race control, it's been for fairly minor bits of contact here and there. 4.5 hours in, and this is still looking uncertain towards the bottom steps of the podium, but the 41 has just been unbelievable today.
Yeah, to have this sort of a lead, I know we're quite deep into the race now, but to have that sort of a lead in a field of this quality is pretty impressive. Here comes McCormack, though, challenging Novikov for second position. The two big Bentleys punching a big hole in the air down to turn one, and McCormack to the outside. That's a brave move to try, but it might work. Oh, a bit of a touch maybe as they went into turn two. I'll tell you what, Dan McCormack, not one for backing out of those 50-50 moves, is he? And he just about got his nose out of that gap in time. Yeah, this is unstoppable force meeting immovable, isn't it? The two Bentleys absolutely together and almost ended in disaster. But yeah, very spicy battle going on here for P2, and that's the kind of stuff that we see quite often here at Barcelona. More biffing and barging, and this time he's going to do it. He's hit him hard enough this time, but I fear that might not go down too well. He's got the inside line, McCormack, and I think he may have backed out of it. He did. Not convinced he gave the place back fully, though, because they were still overlapping into the braking zone. Blimey, this is this is getting exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit spicy as well, and it says a lot about the Bentley that we've got 4 Bentleys in the entire field, and all of them are in the top 8 right now, so they make up 50%, as that is absolutely sent up the inside, and a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of nudging, and the pair of them go off the track there. Well, this is starting. Oh, that looked pretty damn obvious from where I was standing. No way! Did he just keep the foot in and absolutely keep that car on the track? That is outrageous!
I think he did, yes. That was outrageous. Lots of things that happened just then were fairly outrageous, I have to say. I'm quite glad to see Novikov hang on to the place, let's just say that much. If McCormack's going to get this done, he wants it to be a clean move, and it is possibly for the best that he didn't get through after either of the attempts on that particular lap. He's dropped a bit further back this time as they come down the pit straight. They've got to be careful here because James Baldwin isn't a million miles behind, is he? And Baldwin, I reckon, is probably lapping just a little bit quicker than the cars ahead. Yes, he is, several seconds quicker, in fact, on the previous lap. So if they keep on knocking lumps out of each other, these two, then all of a sudden this will become a three-way fight for the podium, and it will be interesting, won't it, to see how the McLaren sort of feeds into this all Bentley top 3. Does Baldwin have anything at his disposal that he can use to really get involved in this fight?
The succinct, easy answer is no. Just purely because if they continue fighting, then yes, he's got a chance. As we cut to a replay here, as yeah, that's pretty awesome. That's some rally driving going on there. Just keep the foot in, opposite lock, and you're golden on this. I mean, James Baldwin, he is catching him up, but the problem is, and you'll see this for yourself, if it's a straight fight between the McLaren and the Bentley, as he sends it up the inside and gets it stopped somehow, and not only that, he's going to have the inside line. That is nice to get that done. But anyway, Darren McCormack gets it done. I get the feeling, Andy, that that's not the last that we're going to hear of these two right now. But yeah, if it's going to be a straight dogfight between the McLaren and the Bentley, it's here. As soon as the Bentley gets out of this corner here and round the right-hander, the McLaren is left for dead.
Yeah, that's always been a strength of the big Bentley, hasn't it? And clearly proving to be the case here today. Now, McCormack having got the place with an amazingly clean move. I was convinced they were going to hit each other into the braking zone then, but they did keep it clean. He's now, of course, gifting the slipstream back to Novikov into turn number 1. Lots of wiggling about as they head into the braking zone there, but McCormack does manage to hang on to it. Yeah, it really did look from that head-on shot that McCormack wasn't going to get the car stopped. There was maybe a bit of moving under braking for Novikov as well, just to further complicate things. And miraculously, I don't think any paint was traded. And now, of course, McCormack needs to prove that all of that aggression was worthwhile. He needs to show that he genuinely is quicker than Novikov, and he needs to start pulling away. From what we're seeing through the first half of this lap, looks as though he might just be able to do that. Cost them another second or so, though, to Baldwin, didn't it, that time? They were, Novikov did a 45.1, McCormack a 44.4, and a 43.7 to James Baldwin. So Baldwin still the quickest of those three. There is the Veloci McLaren 720S working its way up towards the top of the circuit, and the McLaren driver getting a whiff here of a chance for a podium finish. So forgive me here, David, but 90 minutes to go. When are we expecting the final round of pit stops? Inside the final hour, I presume?
It depends. So if it's the 41 and the 322, you can expect to see them in just before the final hour, with about maybe say 1 hour and 5 minutes left to go. The rest of them will be within sort of that 50-minute an hour mark. The 41, 322 have consistently come in the first cars to come in from this field, and I think that explains why Abeladze and Novikov, or the two teams, the SimGrid.Pro by Vides 41 and 42, have just been so unstoppable right now.
Right, okay, so they're what, halfway, not even halfway through this fuel load then, are they? So plenty of time for this to all shake out, which is good news for Baldwin, because I really do think that he's starting to buy into this fight. You can see McCormack is stretching the gap now, so 0.8 of a second, it'll be over a second probably by the end of this lap, and there you can see Baldwin, he's cleared that bit of traffic, and he is starting now to inch further towards the third place car of Alexander Novikov. I'm interested to know why Novikov suddenly seems to be slowing. I mean, he must have been doing quite well. He was running in second place, and yet now doesn't seem to have quite the speed of the cars around him. So we'll keep monitoring that as we check back in with some of the cars further back. 28th place here. This is Murdoch and Kavaluk coming out of turn 9 down towards the braking zone. The McLaren pulls to the inside to defend. Yes, I thought he was actually letting him through for a second, but no, that was definitely a defensive manoeuvre, and I know that because he sent it into the braking zone to try and hang on to the place. The Mercedes is still around the outside though, and it looks as though the 48 car is going to squeeze through up into that 28th position. Good battling. There's a really close set of drivers here from sort of, I don't know, 23rd on back, isn't there, with very little between them, so not a lot of separation here in the midfield.
There really isn't, and it's a point that I'd made repeatedly on the stream, is the fact that as a driver, it doesn't matter. You hear, oh, you're in P30, you think, oh, that's a rubbish position, and then you realise P30, you're fighting with like 6 other drivers for the entirety of the race, separated by 0.2 of a second. You're having the absolute time of your life, and it doesn't really reflect what you've had to go through just to get that position. The other thing as well, Andy, is the fact that all 47 cars we had were separated by 1.1 seconds in qualifying, so that shows the level of calibre, the level of performance that these drivers have, and then the race is just a completely different thing.
Yeah, that's impressive over a lap time of getting on for 2 minutes, minute and 3/4 or so, to have cars that closely matched. Shouldn't really be surprised, it's what we're used to, I guess, isn't it, out of competitions like these. Now, Jonas Savalainen, 26th place, that's surprising thing number 1. Surprising thing number 2 is Jonas Savalainen in an Audi. I don't think I've seen him race an Audi before, but the Pulse Sim Sport driver under pressure here, so really under pressure in fact, because that is Vince van Meerveld trying to get up the inside, succeeding in getting up the inside, and I think he's probably, no, he's not going to make the move stick, because the next couple of corners are right-handers. That will suit Savalainen in the Audi. They'll have the inside line, and as they head into this really clumsy flip-flop chicane at the end, well, maybe not. Brilliant side-by-side racing, and Van Meerveld toughs it out round the outside and wins out in the end, getting the place. That was some really good side-by-side racing, but surprised, David, to see Savalainen that far back.
Absolutely, and of course a lot of these teams decide to give this brand new Ari LMS Evo 2 a go since it appeared in the brand new Challengers pack, so it's really interesting to see that as well. But Uniself Linen, obviously they switched on the Gripax engineering. We're more used to seeing them in the likes of the Mercedes, so they've obviously switched over, and you can't really decide from one race whether it's been successful or not, but certainly we're used to seeing them much further, as you were kind of pointing out, we're used to seeing them much further up the field.
I also believe that they had a stop-go penalty earlier in the race, which I did not know until Michael Hamblett whispered that in my ear, so thank you. So I could have been tried to be really clever there and pretend to know what's been happening over the last few hours. But yeah, so that would explain maybe why they're that far down the order. Okay, just before I got here apparently. So the madness had started just before I arrived on the scene. That's good to know. Right, BMW's at play now, making their way down towards it. Everywhere you look, there seem to be Bentleys fighting, BMW's fighting, Audi's here scrapping over 20th position, hopping over the curb there. Christoph Verstappen chasing down Semeraro in the the 457 car in 20th place. That's again a long way down the order. So I reckon a few of the teams may be struggling to get to grips with this new iteration of the Audi perhaps, but yeah, lots of pockets of activity where it's one car fighting against another version of that car, and that makes overtaking really difficult. It's one thing to pass someone who's in a different car to you because you might have an advantage at a certain area of the circuit, but when you're in the same car, it becomes that bit harder to find a way through.
It certainly does, and you know it just leads to so many questions, as we said about the like the Audi, and we see the GTR Masters endurance team and the BMW. One interesting point, Andy, actually, I counted very roughly off the top of my head, looking at the entry list. There's about 12 BMWs in this 47 car field, which I think makes them the biggest choice, and there's one car in the top 10.
That's interesting. Well, interesting that we've got so many. Of course, again, it's another car that's had this update now, the new version of the BMW, so no surprise maybe that it's so popular. But yeah, odd that it's not going well here, especially when you consider it's a kind of similar car design-wise to the Bentley, and the Bentley's clearly doing really well, locking out the top 3 positions, and yet, yeah, you're absolutely right, Shermatinsky, the only BMW inside the top 10 in 6th place. Now, I say it's a Bentley lockout of the podium, but what we saw there was perhaps that about to change. James Baldwin right on the tail of Alexander Novikov. He's been reeling him in to the tune of about 5-6 tenths of a second per lap over the last few laps, and that battle for third well and truly on. As usual though here on the SimGrid, it's a job to know where to look, because the 23rd place battle, is also pretty entertaining. Cataneo here in the number 50 Aston Martin, just about keeping the numbers 80 and 55 BMWs of Lagny and Dornell at bay, with actually that scrap we were watching earlier on not that far behind. But this is the 3rd place battle, and James Baldwin, having caught Novikov, now needs to find a way through. Now, David, you weren't that confident that he'd be able to find a way through, but with this sort of overspeed, Baldwin surely has to fancy his chances.
Absolutely, this is not what we've normally seen from the past 4 hours with this car. It's this corner here. If once it can go away, but I'll be honest with you, I wonder if did Novikov take new tyres at the pit stop, or B, has he burned through them trying to fight McCormack, because that car doesn't look fast at all. In fact, that last lap from Novikov, well, no, it was a 144.6, so maybe it is just Baldwin's much faster. But where was that pace earlier on when he was being challenged by the Bentleys, and he had absolutely nothing for them?
I'd love to give you an answer to that, but I was getting snowed on at Alton Park at the time, so I'll have to guess here. But it does sort of... I was posing the question 10 minutes or so ago why Novikov, having clearly been running comfortably inside the top 3, was suddenly struggling. Maybe it is a tyre-related issue. Right now, though, he's got a McLaren-related issue, because James Baldwin is really harrying him. He's weaving around. He's taking the better lines, is Baldwin. Novikov is having to drive half defensively here, not quite trusting himself to take the wide line into some of the big braking zones, knowing that would leave the door open for James Baldwin in the McLaren. Both of these cars known for being reasonably good on the brakes as well, but the McLaren just working better, I think, through this middle sector, and that means it should also work well through the final sector, which we're heading towards now, where we've got these really tight corners, some changes of direction, and Baldwin knows it. He's got to try and make this move before we get onto that long straight, because you're right, David, he's going to struggle to do it into turn 1, which traditionally is the place to overtake here at Barcelona.
Yeah, and you can see how much more speed he gets through the corners. It's unbelievable. That McLaren is just so much faith, so much confidence into it. But yeah, I'm watching that lap traffic in front, Andy. That I think is going to play a crucial role in what happens with this little battle here. I don't understand where all that is come from. That absolute madness going on, coming through into turn 3 and 4 just now. But you're right, you said it about 10-15 minutes ago, Andy, where that pace has gone from Novikov. He was able to get all the way up there, and now it just seems to have absolutely faded away.
Yeah, bizarre, isn't it? We'll try and get to the bottom of that if we can. Now, this is a pair of battles that we've been documenting sort of coming together. You had the 23rd place scrap between Cataneo and Dornelles and Lanyu, which has now been joined by the Van Meerveld and Savalainen scrap that we were watching a few laps ago as well. So we've got a bunch of about 4 or 5 of them there together fighting for position. Meanwhile, back towards the front, Novikov and Baldwin have cleared that lap traffic. That's good news, especially for Novikov, because I really don't think that was helping his case for hanging on to 3rd place. But they're now both in clean air, and we can get a genuine look at what their pace is and which bit of the circuit the McLaren's better at. The trouble is, and I've always said this, it is so hard to overtake a car that is quicker than you in a straight line, because most of the good overtaking opportunities, like here, like down at turn 1, come at the end of long straights. So if your car isn't as quick in a straight line as the car you're trying to pass, you're just not close enough into the braking zone to make the move stick. And then the parts of the circuit where you are quick, the really windy technical mid-sector, for example, or final sector I should say, here at Barcelona, you can't really do anything. You can't drive through the Bentley because it fills most of the track, so it's just frustrating. You have to lift off the throttle, you lose momentum onto the next straight, and that compounds the issue even further.
It certainly does. I'm watching this little battle here though as the Ferrari of Van Meerveld moves up the inside there for... that was absolutely stunning. Gets the job done into P24. Baldwin still trying to harry and hassle Novikov right in front there. And again, it gets right up to the back of it, but it can't do anything. What we'd seen from the 322 and from the 41, which is what I think needs to be returned to them, is the fact that the pair of them were almost dancing behind cars that they were chasing down, trying to get in their mirrors, trying to really distract and put off the cars that were in front of them. That is exactly what these cars need to do now. They need to just make a nuisance of themselves and try and force force this Bentley into making a mistake, Andy. I think it's going to be the easiest way to get past.
I could not agree with you more. I think that's definitely going to be the best way for them to open the door at least, but then of course they're still going to have a job completing the manoeuvre. Now, Vince Van Meerveld is on a mission here, isn't he? He's made a couple of really good overtakes, that round the outside move on Savalainen, and then that big dive up the inside of Dornell that we just saw into turn 1. And, well, yes, if I were Cataneo in this number 50 Aston Martin, I'd be watching my mirrors and trying to defend here. He's made a big mistake, though, through the chicane, and that's certainly going to help Van Meerveld make the move down the straight. Now, how is the Ferrari down the straight? He's got a slipstream from the Aston Martin. He only needs to be a car length or so back, I reckon, as Baldwin is up the inside of Novikov through the final chicane as well, and that gives him the inside line with a good switchback for the final turn. He's got alongside, he's got the full overlap, but the Bentley will now try and come back at him down the straight. Through on the bottom of the screen goes Van Meerveld, so that's 3 overtakes within the last 4 or 5 laps that he's made. What about 3rd place though? Baldwin on the inside, you can see Novikov coming back at him with that superior straight line speed, but he's on the wrong line into turn number 1. Baldwin should be able to outbrake him, which he does, but he outbrakes himself. No, Baldwin had the opportunity, David, and he threw it away.
Yeah. I don't know, what can you possibly say to that? It's like he worked so hard to get that thing bloody lined up, and he just... Oh, it's so annoying, because the thing is that when you're side by side like that, you just know it's a game of chicken. You know that you're waiting to try and stop that car getting round the outside you're trying to stop the Bentley outbraking you and going around the outside, and what you end up doing is you outbrake yourself and there's nothing you can do. So he will get back, and we've still got an hour and 15 left to go, but it's just like, right, okay. We've got a couple of penalties coming in, which is, it's been quite quiet from them, as we see Unisolv-Leinen making his way up the inside of Cataneo in the Aston Martin there. But the incident between cars 3 and I'm not sure what other car that involves, but the penalty, it's a 5-second penalty in West Competition Racing for unsafe rejoin. So it's an unsafe rejoin out of pit lane. And then cars 54 and 34, that is Leipert Esports Red and the 34 of TF Racing Souvlaki squad on that 153. It's a 5-second penalty to the 54 of Leipert Esports Red for causing a collision. So it had been quite quiet, and now it's not so quiet.
It's getting down to go time, isn't it, though, into this final hour and a quarter, so Yeah, all kicking off here for third place, and a couple more penalties as well. That pit exit one is one that's always baffled me. I mean, it's so clear cut where that line is, and there's not really. I mean, there is an advantage, of course, there is to cutting the line, but it's a black and white decision. If you do it, you know you will be given a penalty. So it's one of those really, daft mistakes to make or daft decisions to make when you're in the car, and of course you're fresh into the car often at the start of your stint, and it puts a bit of a dark cloud over the rest of your stint then, doesn't it? So that one's a little bit unfortunate. Now Baldwin has caught Markov again. Didn't take him long, did it, David? So that kind of proves the overspeed that Baldwin has. There's no doubting that he's the quicker of the two, and actually Dare McCormack only about 5 seconds up the road, so can't help but feel that if Baldwin can get on with this and actually complete the manoeuvre, he could still take some time out of the second place car. The trouble is, this is proving to be a very difficult overtake to make.
Yeah, but saying that, what is that in the middle of the track? That's just like a random bit of bodywork. Oh, you missed it earlier, just completely going off topic here. We had a car disconnect in a way that I've never seen in my life. The track swallowed it up. The car was stuck sideways. The car disappeared into the track and was launched sideways into the track, halfway above the ground, halfway not. It was the most peculiar thing I've ever seen. All I can say is that the nether realm is strong, and I must go. My people need me.
I must have missed the notice about ACC's sinkhole update that they were bringing in. That's definitely a new one on me. Let's hope we don't see that again. That was a dive up the inside there. You can see the picture-in-picture, and as Baldwin continues to be frustrated by Novikov, this battle is anything but frustrating. This has been a real treat over the last 15-20 minutes or so. You can see that Van Meerveld has cleared off, and Savalainen's made some progress. He's got past Lanyard, Dornell and Cataneo, so 3 places gained in the last few laps for Savalainen. So those 2 mid-engine cars getting past the front-engine machines as we get towards the end of the stint. I don't know, you can maybe tell me if this has been the case all race long, but the front-engine cars do sometimes suffer a bit more with front tyre wear as Baldwin almost gets to the inside. Now he forced a mistake there out of Novikov. Novikov did not make the apex, but he gets off the corner well and manages to get over to the middle of the road to defend. Front-engine cars, Bentleys, Aston Martins, BMWs, they do sometimes work their front tyres a little bit harder than the mid-engined Audis, Ferraris and McLarens, especially here at Circuit de Catalunya with these long, high-speed corners. I wonder if that's why we've seen a number of front-engine cars, Novikov's definitely one of them, struggling here towards the back end of the stint.
100%. The other thing to take into account as well is that these things aren't like normal race cars. They have a free setup which they are free to use, and quite honestly, the whole point, or all of the teams, they will work to find ways that make no sense in real life, but make that work in the actual sim itself to try and get them more speed. And what you can find is that the slightest thing can knock those setups off. So if they get a little bit of damage, like has been suggested in the YouTube chat, then suddenly that can eat into things as well, and that might be the thing here. The fact is that he doesn't seem to have the straight line speed that the Bentley has. The thing with it is the fact that car was able just to stretch away. We're not talking about like he was just it was okay on the exit corners. Like earlier on, about an hour and a half ago, that car was actually pulling away from the McLaren.
Right, okay, that's interesting then. It's certainly not pulling away at the moment, is he? He's struggling to keep Baldwin behind, but keeping behind he is, so I guess we shouldn't criticise Novikov too much. Baldwin's going to have another look at the inside here as they drop down the hill into turn number 5, but again, just a fraction too far back. Now, looking at Dare McCormack, yes, so now I was wondering this big battle pack we've been following on the inset there was not that far ahead on the road of this fight for third place, and that of course means it wasn't that far up the road from Dare McCormack in second, so McCormack is really stuck in traffic. All the more reason for Baldwin to make this move, and he does now. Goes up the inside, almost rattles down the side of the Bentley, but finally James Baldwin gets the McLaren through, and with McCormack stuck in traffic, only a 6-second gap to second place, that was perfect timing for Baldwin to get through and try and chase after that number 5 car.
Yeah, McCormick's just through in that number 5, and he was very close to colliding with one of those lapped cars there, Andy. But my goodness me, that is a weight off the shoulders for James Baldwin to finally get past Novikov. I'll be honest, I'm very gutted for Novikov. I really thought that was going to be a strong contender for a podium, and it, let's say, came out of absolutely nowhere, but just seemed to be constantly outwitting people on the pit lane strategy. And what a move by Dornells. That was quite impressive. You've got to say, around the outside of Cataneo and then on the inside for the next corner.
Yeah, it's not lacking in action, this pack, is it? Dornell, one of many drivers who's not afraid to really brake desperately late into the braking zones. Right, 6th position now, just as the 3rd place battle sort of calms down a bit. We've got another one within the top 10, and this is Jason Foster right on the tail of Shermatinsky's BMW, the top BMW, as we documented, still the only one inside the top 10, and that car also just seems to be struggling a little bit here. The Aston Martin with the slipstream down the pit straight, not quite close enough to attack into turn 1, but I've been watching on the timing screens the way this gap has come down. Foster was 3/10 faster on the previous lap, but he had been taking more than that out of Shermatinsky before he caught him, so that's, I think, one of the next front-running battles, at least, that we need to keep an eye on. As further back, Denis Medvesek here in 18th position is right on the tail of Addison's BMW, who in turn is behind Fisher, so we've got 16th, 17th, 18th places, and not that far back to Alberto Garcia in 19th, so another nice little 4-way battle here starting to develop between 4 different cars: McLaren, BMW, Audi and Mercedes, and it's the Audi that has a big look up the inside into turn 4. Tough place to make a pass that though.
Yes, it's not really going to happen, but fair play for trying. Again, a lot of it is just showmanship. A lot of it is trying to put the pressure on the car that's in front of you to try and distract them, because you know yourself, Andy, the moment you start driving in your mirrors, then that's when you start going backwards at a rate of knots. And the thing is that what we need to remind our viewers as well is that, you know, not only do you do a lot of real life commentary, but you're an active sim racer, and from what I saw of the MX5 stand-ins, not too shabby a one either.
Well, I wouldn't like to say, but yeah, I certainly seem to have found a bit of a knack for it at the moment, out of absolutely nowhere. But it's funny because what I was just thinking, what you were describing there, that sort of weaving around in the braking zone, trying to distract people. One of my favourite things to do, because it winds people up so much. They hate it. They hate not knowing what you're going to do, and that little bit of uncertainty is often what can lead to a mistake. You know, you do exactly what Jason Foster did there. You show your nose into a braking zone, especially at a corner that they're not expecting the attack to come, and it just plants that seed of doubt in their mind, and they think, oh, I'd better not turn in because there might be a nose of another car on the inside line when I get there. So yeah, I do enjoy doing that. The people I race against probably don't enjoy it, but hey, I'm not there to make friends with them, and indeed this lot are not here to make friends with each other. They're there to try and beat each other. But yeah, sim racing is something that has kind of taken over my life in the last 12 months. I've gone from having virtually no involvement in it whatsoever to now not only commentating on lots of it, but as you say, I've got my own sim rig. I'm on it almost every day for quite a lot of time. It is properly addictive, this sim racing thing, and I can absolutely see why it's so popular.
We'll get you into Automobilista 2 yet, son. There's still plenty of time. Interesting story about Jason Foster, actually. We were speaking to Dan King from Dal King Community, the team that he's on just now. That's actually his brother filling in for a round until their teammate can actually make it.
Okay, that's nice.
Talk about super sub, but it's also super awkward, because if Jason has any incidents, that's going to be an awkward family mealtime, isn't it?
Isn't it just? Yeah, well, I'm sure that's not going to happen. He's clearly been doing a good job so far, and he's got some good speed in that Aston Martin at the moment. Right, this has got trouble written all over it, hasn't it? This is that 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th place battle working its way through, and the very brightly coloured Audi of Medvesek there right in the midst of it. That is a good looking car, that. I have to say that a lot of new liveries out there that I haven't seen before, and a lot of very, very nice looking cars. So as ever, a very well prepared grid here on the SimGrid, and the Audi, where does that maybe have the ability to pass the BMW? Where can the BMW get past the McLaren? I've said it before, David, and I'll say it again and again and again. This is what I love about GT3 racing, because you've got these 4 completely different cars, and yet all lapping at almost exactly the same lap time, all providing a really good battle, and there are not that many forms of motorsport out there that can do that.
And for me, especially on ACC, this is a recent thing. So before the 1.8 update, it was there was what, the whole OP cars. There was cars that were like heavily preferred over others. And for me, I feel like since the 1.8 update, it just completely flattened the field. It just every single car then suddenly had a chance of being competitive. You had the chance to be just as competitive in, say, a Lexus or the old BMW before the new one came out, or it levels the playing field, which meant that it was so much more enjoyable, because they still had their little quirks and their little benefits and their little disadvantages, but for the most part it took less importance over choosing what car you had and more about learning how to drive that car instead.
That is exactly what that update was supposed to achieve. It was nice to see that it was pretty much instantly successful, to be honest. And you're right, that's how it should be, because especially for a lot of casual sim racers, I think, the professionals, they will go where they think they need to go to have the best car. So if they do realise that one particular car has an advantage, then they'll all rock up at round 1 of a championship in the same car, and there's no fun in that, really. But the casual sim racer, someone like me, who would jump on just for the odd race here and there, I want to drive a car that I like the look of, or I like the sound of, and if that car is not competitive, I'm not going to have much fun. I'm not really going to put too much thought into, which car's going to be best in the speed traps, which car's going to have the best BOP for a certain track. I just want to drive a car that I like and that I enjoy driving, and if all of the cars can be of a roughly even performance, then I think that really benefits the casual sim racer, who can just jump on without much thought, and if they drive well, they can be competitive.
And a sim that you don't have to spend 125 million credits on getting a car you like. That's also a very nice thing as well. But we'll not digress too far into that one. With just over an hour left to go, Andy, honestly, it's fantastic to share the end of this race with you, because this has been very, very special indeed. It's went so many different ways. The first half of the race, we were like, all right, okay, so Williams Esports are looking really, really good. They were like 5-6 seconds ahead of everyone in the field, and then the 41 got unleashed, and Big Bad Igor Ogorondikov came out of the woodwork like a nightmare and a bad dream, and suddenly just started dominating left, right and centre. Now he's away up the road, 29.9 seconds, and we just take a second to, and the thing is that what I need to get across is that at the beginning of the pit stops last time round, so before you came in, that gap was about 14 seconds. That's how much time he's taken by taking an early pit stop and just absolutely smashing in lap times. He was taking about a second out of the entire field every single lap on those fresh tyres.
Yeah, now you would normally expect that to level off as the stint goes on, because you've been out there on those tyres for longer than everyone else, and therefore the tyre drop off may start to hurt you. And in fairness, Abeladze is a little bit slower at the moment than the cars behind. He's only 2/10 slower than McCormack in second, about half a second slower than Baldwin and Novikov. The thing is, though, you've built such an enormous lead already that it doesn't really matter then. You can afford to lose a few seconds at the end of the stint. You've done the damage in the early part of the stint. It's I watch an awful lot of NASCAR racing, and that's one of the big philosophies there. You either set your car up to be good on the short run and then worry about maybe being caught at the end of your run, or you set it up to come on strong over the course of a 50-60 lap stint. And it's all well and good being quick on lap number 60 of the stint, but the car that was quick for the first 15 laps has already pulled 5 seconds up the road from you. So I would always rather have that instantaneous speed when you come out of the pits on new tyres. Build the gap, and then you're not under as much pressure. It's a lot easier to manage tyres that are past their best when you're half a minute ahead of the competition.
Yeah, I couldn't say that any better myself there, Andy. And the thing with it as well is that it's wild. The inside goes to BMW. Varson for the 157 GTWR RAG Academy Black. Slightly less than polite the way that McLaren was escorted to the side of the track like a bouncer, which is quite appropriate given that it's a BMW there. So he gets that 16th position there from the number 100 of Geert Fischer. But the thing with it as well is the fact that, apart from the top 5, we're an hour left into this race and there's still so many battles that we've got no idea how the battle is how it's going to all resolve itself. I mean, what you said about McCormack and Baldwin, for me, if Baldwin would pit ahead of McCormack, if he just decides, right, I'm going to go and pit now and get his final driver into the car, I think they'd have a very strong chance of immediately taking that place, because they lose so much time, that Bentley, after the tyres are past their best.
Yes, I agree with you there, actually. Baldwin is still continually a few tenths of a second quicker than McCormack. If he could just have 3 or 4 laps of much fresher tyres than McCormack, then I do think he could maybe get that undercut and then just try and defend into the last part of the race. But his raw pace at the moment, Baldwin, is really, really fast. He is the fastest car on the track at the moment. Baldwin... so I'm hearing a theory here from Michael Hamlet that Baldwin's going to stay in that car till the end of the race and therefore won't bother changing tyres. So that takes out of the equation your theory, David, about the undercut on tyres. However, he probably won't have to spend as long in there refuelling. We reckon he's going to pit with about 25 minutes or so to go. If he has a shorter pit stop at the end of the race, that can do the same job as the undercut.
That actually opens up a lot of questions. How much time could he actually gain from that then? If he's got to go all the way through, he's got 24 minutes left on his stint, so he could go through, let's say, pretty much halfway of where we are now, maybe 35 minutes left to go. So he massively underfuels compared to everybody else that's got to go in pits now. Abeladze is going to have to pit in the next 5 minutes, I would imagine, same with Novikov. So they have to take like a full tank of fuel to make sure that they get through to the end. So they also need to take that extra time into the pit, so they also need to take the tyre. I'm a little bit confused. There's a bit of me that's trying to work out the maths. Is this possible for Baldwin?
Well, on those numbers, I think it probably will be. What we're going to have here is a cat and mouse game towards the end, aren't we? There's every chance that McCormack will lose second place through a longer pit stop, but he will have fresher tyres. So Baldwin, we expect to maybe not change tyres. He might have a decent lead, but then all of a sudden it's role reversal. The McLaren goes from being quicker because it's on fresher tyres to being slower because it's on tyres that are doing a 90-minute or so stint. So that is really interesting. Baldwin certainly needs to do as much damage now to McCormack's advantage as he can, because actually the exact opposite of what we suspected might be the case is probably going to transpire in the final half an hour or so. He may find himself having to defend from a quicker, fresh tyre shod Bentley behind him. That's setting up for a really intriguing final hour, and that's what I've always enjoyed, David, about these long races, because we don't have pit windows. I hate pit windows in endurance racing, because especially endurance racing where you have refueling and tyre changes and things, because it just gives so much freedom. If you try something and you roll the dice on the strategy and you go have a short first stint or a short final stint, you can completely turn the race on its head.
You certainly can. My head is going like 15,000 miles an hour.
I can hear the cogs working from here.
Exactly. It's trying to work out all of the... It's like a sliders right. He's into the pits. Abeladze into the pits. The gap was 34.163. That's going to come down to Baldwin because of the lap traffic that Vyacheslav Abeladze was in. Also remember, it's going to take a little extra time to do the driver swap. It takes that mandatory time to do the driver swap as well. So, well, this is starting to get a little bit interesting now, because this will be a full stop for the 41, and Baldwin, could surprise a lot of people here.
Yeah, so just making a note of that then, the 41 car pitting on lap 171 with about 56.5 minutes left. So let's see how much longer, in particular, James Baldwin can go. Baldwin, by the way, continuing to take little incremental bits of time out of the car ahead. Novikov is in as well, so Novikov pitting from 4th position, which means McCormack gets the lead. Baldwin jumps into 2nd place, whilst Abeladze and Novikov have made their pit stop. Meanwhile, back to the 6th place battle. Jason Foster's been staring at the back of Shermatinsky's BMW for quite a while here, certainly the best part of 20 minutes or so, and just isn't managing to find a way through. So again, this is one of those situations where if you're Foster, if you're the GTWR squad, you'd quite like to make an earlier pit stop than Shermatinsky, but you are now 5 hours into the race. You've made your bed strategy-wise. You've already set yourself up for when you're going to make this final pit stop, and if you do want to pit early, you might not have that opportunity available to you. If your strategy hinges on going another half an hour now, that option for the undercut is off the table.
Well, that's exactly it, because it really ties you into what you've decided. It's nice to have that early, freedom to go, do you know what, I'm running quite low, I'm going to try something different, see what happens with that. But when you get to the end of the race, you don't have that luxury. You have to go with the way the dice go. So I'm looking at Jason Foster here. I like the pace that he's got, but realistically, everybody apart from the two SimWorld.Pro by Vides cars, everybody else is on the same strategy. Everybody else is going to be coming in at exactly the same time. So I don't think there's too much to worry about there. I think if you just do your own race, that's all you can work out. Especially with the fact that the Dalkin community car, I think they've got a possibility of taking that 5th place. If they can get past Shermatinsky, they've got a good chance of actually holding that.
Yeah, I think so. I think the Aston is quicker. It's just, again, a matter of track position, and Barcelona is not the easiest place at which to overtake, even in a GT car, as long as the driver in front is a competent defensive driver and isn't making any mistakes. It's relatively easy, to keep that car ahead. One of the interesting thoughts that I just had there, and I can't help myself but compare sim racing to real world racing. One of the ways, and there aren't many ways in which sim racers have it easier, but I do think one of the ways they do have it easier, certainly in a series like this, is that we don't have the spectre of safety cars looming over them, and you can literally sit down pre-race and say, right, as long as we don't get either a penalty or damage, this is the strategy we will use. We will never have to deviate from that strategy unless something out of the ordinary happens. Whereas, of course, in a real-world endurance race, what would happen right now when everyone's got their finely tuned race strategies set and we're into the final hour is someone would beach it in a gravel trap and spring a safety car on track. So at least they don't have to worry about that. They can just stick to the plan as we get into the final hour of racing.
Well, that was my very first experience of real-life endurance racing, that C1 24 hours, and there's nothing more frustrating than the safety car, because it screws everything up. I had 3 hours, I had about 6 hours in the car, and there was, I think it was 8 safety cars that I had over that period, and it just goes on for so long. And the thing is that it throws all of the numbers that you've got out. So it throws out all of the fuel calculations, it throws out all of the tyre wear calculations, it's just awful, and it throws everything in the bin that you've worked so hard to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm grateful that we don't have that in sim racing! Wow, that was close. That was Mikhail Baikov, who's jumped into the 41 car, elbowing his way up the inside of Mik Malinowski, who does not want to give him the place, does he? He's really standing his ground. This is for 3rd place, but remember that Malinowski has not yet made his final pit stop, so yes, it's a fight for position, but they're not really in the same race because of their very different pit stop times here. And of course the Bentley on much fresher tyres. However, worth mentioning that Yassi Porsche is affiliated with the Veloce McLaren, so I guess maybe they're trying to help out the number 28 car a little bit there. And they're perfectly entitled to defend their position, but that was a little bit of a squeeze.
That was putting it very politely there, Andy. I think that was a massive squeeze that went on there. That's to be fair though, what I will say in defence though is we had exactly the same 3 hours ago, where the 322 Bentley, the sister car of the 41, was doing exactly the same to Baldwin, was holding them up. Hand over fist, trying to stop them on the charge to get to the 41. Can't remember if it was Baldwin or McCormack. I think it might have actually been the 5 at Williams Esports that they held up, but they were fighting them deliberately to slow them down so they couldn't catch up the 41.
Yeah, if the two cars are on the same lap, I have no problem with it at all. It's Perez defending against Hamilton at the end of last year, in that really not very controversial race at all that everyone unanimously agreed on. But that particular moment where Perez was defending from Hamilton, absolutely legitimate. Yes, he's much slower on older tyres, but they're on the same lap. It's for position. It's when it's cars that are laps down that start getting involved that it starts to rub me up the wrong way a little bit. Meanwhile, that's a lunge. That's going to end in contact, surely. No, they just avoid it. That was Alberto Garcia and Sebastian Apostol in the West Competition Racing BMW coming together almost at turn 1. Looks like Sebastian's going to get the over-under here coming out of that long turn 3. One of my least favourite corners in motorsport, that one, to drive, because it just goes on and on and on and on forever. And if you've got an understeery car, it can be absolute hell. But Apostol goes through, Garcia drops in behind, and they're about 2 seconds ahead of Tariq Adams' BMW, slipping up the inside. Was that the 41 car? I think it might have been putting a lap on this group. So the last thing you want to see here, if you're Mikhail Bykov, is battling back markers ahead. That's always tricky when you're trying to get through the back markers. They're having their own fights, and of course they're inside the top 20, so it's an important battle. It's worth some championship points, and they're not necessarily looking to jump out of the lead lap car's way.
Absolutely. You were saying about turn 3. I don't mind turn 3 so much. It's the final chicane that I absolutely detest. I just don't know why. I just hate it. Mostly because I can't actually do it. Like I physically can't get my brain around how to get a car around there at any speed whatsoever without it looking like something from a Friday afternoon big shop at Tesco car park.
Oh, see, I just hammer the curves and hope for the best, which is absolutely not the way to do it, but at least you feel quite cool when you're up on 2 wheels and sliding the car out of there. But yeah, I don't think anyone really likes that final chicane, do they? I was glad to see the old version of that final sector in use recently in a sim racing event, and it certainly helped with the flow of the race and actually provided more overtaking down into turn 1 because you're arriving there just that little bit faster. But hey-ho, the chicane is a tricky circuit. It's a challenging circuit in general, really, this circuit to Catalonia. Like I said, it's a bit underrated, really, because we think of this place and we often think about relatively tedious and processional Formula 1 races, but it really does challenge the drivers because it does have that mix of high speed and low speed corners, and that means it's always a bit like Spa, really. It's always a bit of a compromise on setup. You want the lowest drag possible for that long run down the pit straight, especially because that's where most of the overtaking happens, but you need the downforce and grip through some of the more technical sections. So it's always been an interesting circuit to me, not necessarily one that I excel at or that I enjoy driving especially, but certainly I can appreciate the challenge.
Weirdly, I always draw a lot of parallels with the circuit layout to like the Paul Ricard, with the fact that it's fairly clean cut. There's a lot of straights, there's a lot of nice twisty sections in it, but yet I don't mind Barcelona. I think it's a really nice track for GT3s, GT4s, even the low powered single seaters. But once you start getting to F3, F2 levels, that's where it becomes like really sleepy dull. But yeah, I mean it's a great track, but yeah, I absolutely detest Paul Ricard, so it's a very strange situation. But it's a great track, lots of opportunity, but again, like every other track on this GT3 calendar, it's a momentum-based track. It's so hugely important to have momentum, because if you try and make a move and it doesn't work, then suddenly you've lost all that momentum, and then suddenly you're getting passed by 2 or 3 cars who still have that speed, and it's such a precarious place to be, especially you're halfway around the circuit and you've built up all the speed, and then you think, right, I'm going to make a move here, but do you make it, or do you want to hold on to that speed? That's what I love about this track. It's a real, you have to think about every single corner, every single entry, every single exit. Some of the tracks that we have, you can just kind of throw the cars in left, right and centre. This is precise. You have to know what you're wanting to get out of it.
And it probably says an awful lot about my abilities as a racing driver that I do not enjoy Barcelona, and yet the thing I like about Paul Ricard is the really tight, short apex corners, which you can just throw the car through sideways over the curbs, and that really seems to suit me. So perhaps it takes a bit more talent to get around this place than it does the places like Paul Ricard. But yeah, I agree with the analogy. Very similar circuits in that respect, really. So whilst this has all been going on, we've got this battle for 16th still raging on. I've been watching the lap times, and
at the pits, by the way, Andy.
Right, okay, that answers my question. Because Mikhail Bykov has been lapping a little bit faster than James Baldwin ahead, and I was wondering how much shorter Baldwin's final pit stop was going to be, but he's pitted a bit earlier actually than we expected, with 46 minutes to go. I'm also hearing that Ivan Shermatinsky is being given a drive-through penalty, we suspect, for track limits. So all happening at once, as is always the way. Baldwin into the pit lane earlier than expected, and another one of our top 10 cars hitting trouble.
Certainly is, and quite honestly, that 28. So much for the short pit stop, because he's still in there. So that puts paid to any thought we had. So it's a full stop for him. So yeah, that's it. It's done. There's not really any way back from that. I don't understand why. That's it is what it is. To be fair, that also means that the 30. I think that the 322 has now got a strong chance of actually taking that place back from the 28 now. We'll see if they've got the damage fix that was on that car. The 322 does have a good shout because they're currently down in fifth place. I think the gap is about maybe 10 seconds, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. And again, I stress I'm a commentator, not a race strategist, but if a tyre change, a full tyre change, is going to cost you about 30 seconds, Baldwin, if he hadn't have changed tyres, would have ended up coming out of the pit lane certainly 25-30 seconds up the road from the number 5 car when it makes its final pit stop. So so I'm now getting corrected, not for the first time, that the fuel and fuel refilling and tyre change happens at the same time, actually, so you don't necessarily save a lot of time by not changing tyres, in which case I completely retract my previous statement. I think Baldwin's done the right thing by putting tyres on. At least now he's on the same page as the Williams eSports car and as the other Bentley that he was scrapping with earlier on. The which one was it? The Kirill Sadarov car? Yes, it must have been. So at least he's on the same page as they are now strategy-wise, and we know Baldwin had good speed, so perhaps they felt they didn't need to roll the tyre strategy-wise, they're not roll the dice strategy-wise, they were going to win the race anyway, let's just try and get second place.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I don't know, I mean, logic says, yes, you want to put your best, you want to get all your ducks in a row, you want to kind of get fuel, get tyres and all that sort of stuff. I'm just like, just be cheeky, just try it, give it a go, but it probably would have ended in tears if I'm honest. Right, here's one for you. According to the YouTube chat, 322, our final driver, Kirill Sadarov, drives in third person view with a wheel.
I thought that was a cardinal sin of sim racing.
It is what it is, isn't it? But the thing is, right, and the thing is as well, we had one, wasn't it? Didn't we have one in the World Cup, or was it not in the Endurance Cup? And he drove with a controller, and he ended up getting in trouble with it. It was just, yeah, I have so much respect for someone that's able to do that. Just like the amount of respect I've got for this incredible battle. We were talking away and I was watching this out the corner of my eye, but we've got like Van Meerveld, Urscherman, Fischer, Apostle and Garcia and Adam all, separated by what, about maybe 2.5 seconds over a lot of them.
Yeah, it's been a good scrap this, hasn't it? I've been watching it with interest over the last few laps. I have to say though, just to go back to the driving in third person view, I do sort of see the logic in that, because one of the things that you don't get from sim racing, unless you've got one of those really fancy motion rigs, is the sense of movement of the car. You can see what you're seeing on the screen or through your VR headset or whatever it is you're using. But if the car starts to have a bit of a slide, you don't feel that. You have to react to what you're seeing, and what I'm seeing is a big dive into the braking zone. Did that one pay off? No, the McLaren ends up out wide, and that's going to cost it a number of places. Which of the I think it was Apostle, wasn't it, in the black BMW that went up the inside, and several positions lost then for Fisher in the number 100 car. Well, he was at the front of this group, and now he's behind all 4 of them, so 5 places lost, I'm afraid, for car number 100 there. That was a little, or 5 cars go through anyway. They might not all win for position, but certainly a lot of time lost. If you're driving in third person view, you can at least, as the leader pits, I will get this thought out in a moment, in comes Dale McCormack, who will now hand the lead back over, we presume, to Bikov, who was 33.6 seconds behind him. Right, let's try again. If you drive in third-person view, you can at least see what the car is physically doing. So I guess if the tail starts to hang out on the exit of a corner, you might have a better chance of reacting to it. So although your view of, apexes and things like that isn't quite as good, perhaps it helps with, controlling and balancing the car through the corners.
The other thing is that for some people who come to the likes of Vincent, of course, come to Chillon from a console, it's maybe the sort of least difficult way. Is yes, you can drive with a controller. The thing is, as well, is going on to the controller topic, is the fact that in some situations that actually works better. So you've got a car having a little look up the inside there. I think that was Adam in the 157. When you think about a car with a steering wheel and you putting it from lock to lock, from one extreme left to extreme right, would take you maybe about a second and a half to do on a wheel. You could do that within a fraction of a second on a controller. So in some situations that can actually work here. And Baldwin then up into to third position. Wait a minute, that's the Darren McCormack just in front. That's what on earth? Well, that's spiced things up with 40 minutes left to go.
That, everybody, is the undercut in action, because Baldwin pitted, how long ago? About 6 minutes ago. He pitted on lap 177. McCormack pitted at the end of lap 180. 3 laps more on fresh tyres for Baldwin was enough for him to gain the time and get on the tail of McCormack. Baldwin just did a personal best lap time as well in that number 28 McLaren. But now, of course, he's got to get through. If I tell you what, Williams Esports judged that pit stop timing to perfection. If they'd have left McCormack out for even one more lap, he'd have lost second place, wouldn't he? So, David Christie stunned into silence by what we're seeing.
Sorry, I was trying to actually think about what I was going to actually say in response to that. It's been like 5 hours. My brain is actually now. It takes about 15 seconds for me to come up with the response. It's all I can describe it is you remember back in the old days when you used to get the dial-up sound. That's literally in my head right now. The thing is you're absolutely spot on with that. If they'd left him 1 lap later, the undercut that Baldwin would have had would have been strong enough to get straight past him. As it is right now, I think it's now just a matter of time. Yes, the Bentley is strong in a straight line, but look at how much speed and momentum that McLaren has got now. And also think about it, how demoralising is it for that the Williams Esports driver to go down. They were leading for half of the race, and now you're going to struggle to actually stay on the podium here. Baldwin has got all of the ace cards right now. He is absolutely flying with this car.
He definitely is. Now, of course, the Bentley's on slightly fresher tyres. However, Baldwin's tyres are fully up to temperature and pressure, so he's got a lap or so here maybe to try and do this before that all equalises. We also know the Bentley is probably hurting its tyres a bit more than the McLaren, so even if he can't get the move made now, Baldwin, if he's a bit patient, might see this situation come to him again in the closing stages of the race. So Baldwin then right on the tail of Dare McCormack. What do we think? Will he get past McCormack for second place? It's a tough ask this for the Williams Esports driver. That he's in second place, yes, but with the speed Baldwin's had over the last hour or so, 37 minutes is a long time to defend from that, isn't it? So what do you think? There's a poll on the YouTube chat now. Do you think that Baldwin will overtake McCormack for second place? I personally think he will, because you can see the extra corner speed he's got through the hairpin. I think the McLaren is just working better at this phase of the race.
Oh, now who has got a penalty there? That is a penalty to the car 3 of Sebastian Apostel for causing a collision with the number 100. That's the Turn 1 Pro of Kieran Pendergast, Gert Fischer and Pierre-Olivier Cloutier. And the other thing that I need to bring you up to speed with, Andy, of course, is the new penalty system that they've got in here. So I don't know if you caught the gist of it above, but basically, if a team gets 3 licence points in a single round, they get the penalty any penalties that they were getting anyway, plus they get a drive-through. If they get 4 penalty points in a single round, they get a stop-go 30 on top of whatever they get. And then if they get more than 4 licence points, then they're packing their bags because they are disqualified from the race.
Okay, I like that, to be honest, because we've had a few instances, I mean isolated incidents really, but we have had the odd team that have just had an absolute nightmare of a day and end up racking up penalty after penalty after penalty. So this really does reduce or increases the effect of multiple penalties on the same day. The individual penalty isn't as big, but then if you rack up more than one penalty, you start to get affected more. So I like that. I hope it will keep people in check. You've seen more of this race than I have, so you can judge better maybe whether that has been working or not, but that is definitely a good idea in my book.
Go and watch Thursday's second race and tell me.
Okay.
But seriously, that's why they brought it in. That's why they brought it in, because of that sort of behaviour. The thing is that this has been a brilliant race today. I said this just as you joined us, and no word of a lie. I don't like saying things like that just to try and sort of blow smoke up to the drivers. It's genuinely, these are some of the drivers that I look up to in terms of, like, I'm a really not fast sim racing driver, but I love the community, I love this sport, I love this world that we're all absorbed in, and these people are like the pinnacle, they are like the cutting edge of athletes in sim racing terms. This race today has proved exactly what I've said all along. They can go for 6 hours and they cannot batter lumps out of each other. They cannot send it up at every single corner given just because they can. And I'm sorry, but the excuse saying that it's a sprint race compared to a 6 hour race, that doesn't hold up. You don't get to do that just because it's an hour race. Thankfully today has been a wonderful showcase of the genuine talent that a lot of these teams have got, the big brain thinking that they've got, trying to do the strategy, trying to do undercuts, overcuts. It's just been a wonderful, wonderful race, and I am so genuinely excited to see how the rest of this Coach Dave 1000 series goes, because it's such a different format, very similar obviously to some of the previous Injured Cup and things like that we've had. But the addition of the evolution of the penalties that they've got in it, just the way that they've rebranded it, and the fresh lick of paint that they've given to the championship, I think that this really has inspired a lot of the drivers.
No, I think you're right, and that revised penalty system very much a part of that as well. So the future looks bright for this championship, it must be said. Now, new fastest lap of the race, by the way, at 1 minute 43.375 for Dare McCormack. So he's deep into this double stint that he's doing at the end of the race, but both he and James Baldwin set personal best fastest laps on the previous lap. McCormack being the absolute fastest lap of the race, but Baldwin was less than a tenth slower than him. Baldwin then went purple in the first sector on that lap that he's just completed, and sets another PB almost identical to McCormack's lap time. So they're really spurring each other on here. They're still the best part of half a minute behind Bykov though, so the leading 41 Bentley can still afford to take things pretty easy here, but McCormack and Baldwin really pushing each other hard. The question is, though, they're both asking a lot of these tyres. They're both going the best part of an hour. The 5 car going 40 minutes, the 28 car going 45 minutes on this set of tyres. Take too much out of them now, and they might not be there to look after you at the end of the stint, especially if you're in a Bentley. I understand why McCormack's pushing hard, but I wonder if it might come back to bite him in 20 minutes' time.
I could see that actually happening, and I don't... part of me was like, oh, they may be working together to try and catch up to Bykov, and then realised no, they're not pushing to catch Bykov, they're pushing to catch each other. Baldwin is pushing really, really hard, and Darren McCormack is just pushing because he would rather not finish this race than hand this second place to James Baldwin. Obviously, that is a massive overstatement, but the point being is that after so close to having the win for the majority of the race here, second place is the next best thing, and third place I just don't think would cut it for Darren McCormack, as we see one of the cars getting out of the way there. That was, I'd love to say that was just being polite, getting out of the way, but I think they genuinely bodged up that final chicane and just went a little bit too deep. But I don't know. I think McCormack has got the pace, and the thing is we've seen the Bentley has got ridiculous pace in terms of lap times and stuff like that, but it does drop off quite quickly.
Yeah, and that's why this battle is certainly not over yet. It could well develop as we go through the stint. Right, what's going on further back? The Sebastian Apostol car has this 5-second penalty looming over it, which will be served at its final pit stop, unless, of course, it's already made its final pit stop. I've lost track, to be honest, of whether this group owes a stop or not. I think they might do, mightn't they? So that will get served then. And he's right in the middle of the Garcia and Tariq Adam battle. So Alberto Garcia ahead in the Mercedes, with the BMW right behind, and these three have been together for basically the last hour, with very little let up between the three of them. Inside the top 20 though, so valuable points on offer here for each of these positions. Not a huge difference in points between each position back here, so you need to try and gain as many as you can, but when you've got a group of cars this close together all fighting for position, then that is certainly a possibility. They have made their final stops, I'm getting notified. I think we've seen pretty much everyone come in, which you'd expect, with almost bang on half an hour to go, so I guess that 5 seconds now just gets added on at the end of the race.
Just hearing that P12 as well. Oh my goodness me, that is, for us to be half an hour left to go in the race, Andy, and still have these ridiculously tight battles going on. That is absolutely brilliant to see, because that is Florian Mongier for Virtual Drivers by TX3, who looks like he's just got past the number 33 BMW there just behind him. So Tariq Adam, though, going back to that 16th position fight just now, trying to catch up to, in fact, no, not trying to catch up to, because the time screen just updated, and there's Sebastian Apostel just behind him. Again, the point being, half an hour left to go in this race, and normally with endurance races we think, well, you know, it's just about bringing it home now, but for so many of these drivers, Andy, there's still so much to fight for. And as you said, you know, when you're back here at, say, P16, P17, you might not get any points at all, or it'll be very, very small number points, and any position you get is a big, big difference.
Yeah, and I think you touched on this earlier on, and we've said it before, you almost don't mind, if you're one of these drivers in one of these fights, even if it's not in the points, you're not thinking about points, you're not really thinking about what position it is that you're in, you're just thinking, right, there's two cars in front of me that are for position, I might be a bit quicker than them, I would love to get past them both before the end of the race, or before the end of your stint, or whatever it is. And yeah, the position you're actually fighting for becomes a little bit irrelevant, really. It's just the challenge of getting past those last few cars before the race's conclusion, and that really spurs you on. I really enjoy some of those battles because there's less pressure on it as well. You know, you're not fighting for a win, you're not fighting for maximum championship points. If it goes wrong, or if you don't make the move, then okay, it's cost you 2 or 3 points. It's not the end of the world. So it's a bit more relaxed, and you can almost just enjoy the battle a bit more. We're enjoying this battle. This is Fischer and Alex Radizzi. Radizzi around the outside, trying to take 19th place away. That is a bold move to attempt around the outside at turn 1, but it gets him the inside at 2, and that was a brilliant bit of driving, and well done for Fischer there to not lean on him too much as they came out of turn 1, because that could have spelled disaster.
Yeah, and again, there's that momentum coming into play, because look at Chris Verstappen in the 214 immediately behind. He fancies having a go at that McLaren as well, and if he gets past, then what's to say that Uniself-Leinen behind them isn't going to have a go. But meanwhile, back into to 20th position, honestly, I've loved every single minute of this. There's never been... I've had so many endurance races where you get like 2 hours in and you're like, okay, so what do I talk about? Whereas with this, we've had so much going on. And the thing is that this battle through sort of P15 all the way down to P35 has just been constant. It's just been these constant little groups, constant little trains, gaggles, whatever you want to call them, of cars fighting. And, you know, like I said earlier, they'll come out of this race, right, taking P19, P20, they will have the biggest grins on their faces.
Yeah, because ultimately as a racing driver, well, I think there are two different kinds of racing driver. There are those that will go out there and they just want a clean race. They just want to lead from the front, they want to lead every lap, they don't ever want to have to battle anyone, and they can really take enjoyment out of it being just them, the track and the stopwatch. And I really admire that kind of driver. I am not that kind of driver. I get bored to tears if I don't have someone to race against. And then you've got people like me who really enjoy being involved in these battles, and that's why they go racing. They don't go racing just to drive around in circles really quickly. They go racing so they can have these kind of door-to-door battles. I'm not convinced that Gerhard Fischer is really enjoying himself now, though, because he's going backwards rather than forwards. Verstappen now in the Audi certainly looks like he's quicker than him. You can see the way that Radizzi's BMW has cleared off now by about a second up the road. But yeah, if you're moving forwards and you're involved in these battles, that for me is far more enjoyable than, you know, being out there all by yourself, whether it's in first or 21st position. If you're on your own, especially at the end of a long stint, it can be a little boring and frankly very easy to lose concentration as well.
Yeah, you're spot on with that. And the thing is that I find that, and I think I said that earlier on as well in the stream, is that, you know, when I've done real life racing, if I've not got somebody that's near me, I can find that that's when I tend to make mistakes. I find it somehow reassuring, like chasing someone down. And when I've not got someone to chase down, I don't drive at my best. It's really, really strange. As up the inside goes the Audi on Gerhard Fischer. A little bit of contact, a little bit clumsy, but gets the move done nonetheless. And that means that Christopher Streppin in the 214 then for NSN Racing Team makes that move and gets that job done for P20. And that's the 333 just behind them as well. So that is several laps down that car. So it's not really one to keep an eye on. Here's James Baldwin. One thing that I wanted to point out as well is that track temperature has fallen massively. So we started off the race about 34 degrees. It went down to about 33, 32 over the next 2-3 hours. I didn't even notice it drop under 30, but that would explain now why the times are dropping the way they are. McCormack doing a 1:43.7 that last lap round, and a 1:44.0 for James Baldwin. However, what I'm interested in is the fact that our race leader, Mikhail Bykov, is not in traffic and did a 1:45.2 that last lap round, took almost 2 seconds out of that lead.
Yeah, well spotted. I hadn't seen that, so that is interesting then. That gap was, I think, 29 seconds, 28, 29 seconds after the final round of pit stops had all been done. Now remember, he was the first of this lot to pit, wasn't he? He pitted on lap 171. That was 9 laps earlier than Dale McCormack in second place. And McCormack, of the leading 3, is the one on the freshest tyres. He's just had quite a bit of traffic to deal with there. And as you said, he was still comfortably faster than the race leader. Now that McCormack's in clean air, well, can he do it? He would need to take a second a minute out of Bykov, which is going to take quite some doing, especially since there is more traffic up the road, you can see, that he's going to have to deal with. But, you know, the closer he gets, if he gets that gap under 20 seconds, if he gets it under 15 seconds, all of a sudden he starts asking some questions of the race leader. And that, again, is when you can sometimes be forced into pushing a little bit harder. So could just be Bykov managing the situation. He did just do a 44.3, so found another second on that lap, but that's still quite a bit slower than McCormack seems capable of going.
It's enough to put the worry on, I would imagine, especially to be fair though, that the 41 is in clear air. McCormack is in a whole heap of traffic right now, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do as he comes across line 44. Are you kidding me? In traffic, that's still nearly a second. That's enough to start putting the alarm bells on with 10 laps to go. Well, we're maybe close there now as well, but I'm not so sure. I don't think it's fast enough right now. but it's enough to start making me wonder what's going on with Mikhail Bykov. Why is that? And it's not just Mikhail Bykov, it's everyone else apart from Darren McCormack and James Baldwin. Everyone else in the mid 144s, but they're still somehow able to do 143s.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the track should be getting quicker in a way because it's cooling down a little bit, so the driver should have a bit more grip, actually. So you would expect most people to be going quicker. The only thing I can think of here, well, there are two options for me. Either Mikhail is just driving to a pace. He's not pushing too hard, he's not overdriving the car because he knows he's got a 23 second cushion. You don't have to be driving qualified laps at this stage. In fact, he would be foolish to do so. He's got clean air, he's got no one around him. Just stroke it home, just bring it home in one piece. That's option one. Option two is that there's something going on which is forcing him to drive slowly. Now, the most likely thing would be fuel. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that teams might miscalculate the fuel mileage. Very easy to do at the end here. If you think that you're going to do a certain number of laps, and then actually it turns out that the pace is high enough that you're going to do an extra lap and you miscalculated it, all of a sudden your driver's got to find a lap's worth of fuel to save. Now, the sort of lap times he's doing, a 44.8 in clean air, he is not driving to the limit. It's either to protect the car or it's to save fuel. I hope for his sake it's the first of those options, but if he's saving fuel, then this one ain't over.
And, I mean, again, it wasn't quite the full second that McCormack took out on that last lap rounds, but it's enough, as you said, to start asking questions. That gap will come under 20 seconds. Once it starts coming under 15 seconds, bear in mind, I mean, we're doing 144 laps, so realistically we've got, maybe 13 laps left to go in this race. I can't see there being a threat as of yet, but again, it's just a little bit too close for comfort. The only thing that I would say that Mikhail Bykov has got that is an absolute ace card up his sleeve, nobody anywhere near him. Darren McCormack's still got at least another 8 cars to clear before he gets anywhere near that 41. That's another 8 danger opportunities for risk to present itself as well. But the other question then becomes James Baldwin. Is he going to catch up? Because that gap's now 3 seconds and he's starting to drop about a tenth of a second, about 2/10 of a second every lap now to Darren McCormack.
Yeah, I mean, I fear the answer to that is no. I don't think he's got anything for McCormack in this stint, which again makes the end of the previous stint even odder, doesn't it? Because Baldwin was the fastest thing on the track for the entire second half of the previous stint. He spent about half an hour taking lumps of time out of the 322 and the number 5 Bentley is ahead of him, got past the 322 and then almost got himself ahead of the Williams eSports car during the pit cycle as well. And yet in this stint, we're now quite some way, we're about 20 minutes into the stint now, and he's still continuing to drop time to the cars ahead of him. McCormack there dives up the inside of the Audi, gets back on the line. Oh, big wobble under braking though. That was not the ideal entry into turn 1 for McCormack. Got away with it, but I'm pretty sure he'll have lost a bit of time there. He was, again, 0.8 of a second quicker than Bykov on the previous lap. That is not enough to get there, but I am intrigued as to why Bykov is losing time in this way.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest with you, when McCormack was on the brakes into that first corner there, that Audi was being a little bit of a nuisance and not exactly being very, very friendly, given that he is a car a lap up. I know obviously blue flags don't mean that you have to move out, but I certainly think that there's things that you can do to help some of the cars that are trying to get past, certainly that do less damage than others. But either way, yeah, look, I have to agree with you. As I said, I don't think it's enough to put the leader under threat, but it is like I'm a little bit concerned as to why the pace is the way that it is. And as I said, it's not just him. It's more how come Dara can do this pace for so long. Nobody else has been able to do 143s for such a... Maybe you had a couple of laps, 4 or 5 laps maybe at most, where the driver could bring the gap down a little bit, but not like this.
And in a car that is not known for its ability to save rubber normally, in the Bentley, you'd normally expect that car to really drop off more than some of the others. So Yeah, interesting, but whatever. Darren McCormack is getting the best out of it right now. Williams Esports clearly have got a setup that's working well at this phase of the race, and he's got the gap under 20 seconds now, 19.8. At that time, he was just over a full second faster than the race leader. 17 minutes and 20 left, though. He needs a bit more than that. At that rate, though, he could get it under 10 seconds, couldn't he? And then you really are starting to apply the pressure to the leading car. The leading car that was almost into the 45-second bracket on that previous lap. So a 44.9 was not a very good lap for the race leader. Right, Tariq Adam here on the back of Oshman's 211 BMW. This is 14th place they're debating, and they're only a second look ahead of Alberto Garcia in the 121 Mercedes. He's then only 2 seconds up the road from Medvesek, who's 1.3 seconds up the road from Apostle, who does have that 5-second penalty to be applied. So plenty of action here towards the bottom end of the point scorers, and it looks a bit like Oshman's the cork in the bottle, doesn't it? Because Tariq Adam can't get through, and all the while that number 121 Mercedes is looming larger in his mirrors.
It's the one thing I never thought I'd hear about a BMW being a cork in the bottle. It's been weird because they've been so fast in all the other championships that we've seen. They've just not been able to do anything here today at all. It's been very, very strange indeed. But you're right when you say Oshman looks like he is kind of holding everything up just now. Garcia, I think, is waiting very, very patiently. Oh my goodness me, that was from proper Tokyo Drift from Jonathan Seville in that Ferrari number 7. In fact, no, sorry, that was the 333 behind doing the Tokyo Drift. That was quite impressive, actually. I'm quite liking that.
Not easy to do in a rear-wheel drive car. I think maybe his traction control came to the rescue there once he got past a certain point of sidewaysness. Right, here comes Oshman and Adam again. They were side-by-side into turn 1. Still, the 211 car stays in front, and ever closer gets the Mercedes. Here is Jonas Savalainen now, up the inside of Fischer, who has sadly fallen out of the points, and he's about to drop down to 22nd place. Savalainen on the inside line. Fischer does not want to give it up without a fight. Gets into the the left rear corner of the Audi, but ultimately Savalainen will go through. Savalainen then 21st, 6 and a bit seconds away from the points. So that Stocko penalty they had earlier on in the race has really hurt them. That 69 car looks as though it's going to be pointless at the end of the day. Meanwhile, we finally get the change. The 157 goes through, and right on cue, Alberto Garcia says, "Thank you very much, I'll follow you by," although Oshman is having none of it.
He's giving a good little fight here, isn't he? A little plucky little BMW fancies having a go. Well done. Garcia has to think again. Have a look at the Audi as well of Medvesek. So this is getting a little bit scrappy here. The BMW. I don't understand how the BMW managed to never mind. Anyway, the Mercedes is going to be forced to the outside there. That means that the Audi is going to have a little chance here as well. It's the straight line speed that the BMW is just absolutely sandbagged in a straight line. You look at the Merc, you look at the Audi, it's going backwards on acceleration. I don't know how.
I spy with my little eye something beginning with trouble, because Darren McCormack is right on the tail of this group now. Not one of these drivers is going to move out of his way, but Dara is not going to be in the mood to get held up by them here, because he's charging after the race leader. 18 seconds now the advantage. Actually, immediately there, one of these cars does prove me wrong by pulling out of his way, but look, they're side by side in front as Garcia gets elbowed out wide. That was Oshman coming back at him, I think, wasn't it? So Oshman back to the front of the group, Garcia goes through, and actually also Medvesek gets out of the way. So it was Apostle getting out of the way, Medvesek gets out of the way as well. They're making liars of me, David, but I'm very glad they are, because they're laps down here. I know this is an entertaining battle, but Darren McCormack needs to get through quickly as possible.
I'm so tempted to use a religious pun here, but never mind apostles. They're part like Moses in the Red Sea here just now. They're absolutely getting out of his way, and look who's left. It's just that lone little BMW. It's like, please don't hit me, not in the face. He'll be, oh no, that was so close. Darren McCormack will thankfully never see these cars ever again. We've got a yellow flag as the 100 is off. That's the Turn 1 Pro. That was Geert Fischer. So I wonder if that is revenge, shall we say, for that overly aggressive defensiveness.
Yeah, it's going to cost him some more places. Jonathan Seville will probably go through. That's a line. It's not the line I'd use, but Alberto Garcia almost gets it stopped for the corner. He almost ran into the side of the Medvesek Audi. I'll tell you what, Oshman is not as quick as these drivers, there's no doubt about it, but he's doing a really good job of keeping them behind. You've got James Baldwin now catching this group as well, the third place car to put a lap on them. He would have been rather hoping, I think, that they made Dara McCormack's life a little harder, but yeah, they all dutifully got out of the way, and I'm sure they'll give James Baldwin the same level of treatment. That's always been my view of it, really. If you're a lapped car and you pull over to let the leaders through, there's always a chance that when they then put a lap on the cars you're racing with, you can maybe take advantage of it. This was what happened to Fisher, and, well, he's not off the track yet. Oh, he's still not off the track yet. Now he's off the track. Well, actually, he's not off the track, but he's pointing the wrong way. Oh, dear me. David, I don't have the words at this point to describe what I just saw.
That's the best thing I've seen in the 6 hours. That was amazing. I want to see that again. That was total school ground tit for tat. I was like, he hit me. No, do you know what I mean? What the hell was that?
I don't know is the simple answer. It was entertaining. I'm not sure I want to see it happen again, but I'd quite like to have another opportunity to analyse exactly how we got to that point.
It was like... What got me is he took retaliation at a guy that wasn't even involved in it. It gets to that point in the race where you just laugh at anything. Right, up the inside goes James Baldwin, and to be fair, they're actually very well behaved. I quite like that. I mean, they could have made things a lot more difficult, but they're not. They're just wanting to hold their own point and hold their own race. And I'm just a bit scared for James trying to get past that BMW.
Yeah, I was going to say, the others have gone out of the way. I'm not convinced that Oshman's going to be quite so kind. I think he'll get out of the way, but he'll get out of the way on his own terms. He'll do it down the straight. He's not going to just pull offline and get loads of marbles on his tyres. He'll probably lift off the throttle down the straight, let Baldwin do the hard work and go to the inside. Yep, so Baldwin's offline. He's picking up the dirt on his tyres, whilst Oshman can just drive along on the racing line and have the proper amount of grip when they do arrive at turn 1. Baldwin goes through, gets the car stopped, but that was clever stuff by Andre Oshman there, the Vipperman Racing BMW, heading them off for now. And there's only 10 and a quarter minutes to go. I'm beginning to think he might actually do this. 15th place could go his way, but he's going to have to make that BMW even wider than it already is into every braking zone. He's got Medvesek right on his tail. There's Garcia getting a tap in the tail from Apostle, who already has a 5-second penalty, and he's going the right way about getting that penalty increased, because that was about as close to a blatant push to pass as I think you're likely to see.
Yeah, that was that was somewhat less subtle than some of the things we've seen. It's getting to the point now. Do you think if we ask our broadcast director Steve Proudley very, very nicely if we get to see that incident again? And
it's not like there's anything else happening out there, is it?
I think we need to see that again.
Okay, request is submitted. Let's see whether he's in a good mood or not. I think it's certainly worth... It was just one of those things that didn't quite make any sense and needs further evaluation. This is another one that doesn't make much sense. That was the Medvesek Audi getting tapped by Garcia, perhaps annoyed at the way that... getting tapped by Apostle. So that's 2 cars in a lap that the black BMW has been dishing out contact to. He's not making friends out there, is he?
He really, really isn't. And the thing is this is just going to get more and more messy with 9 minutes left to go. What I'm also watching is the fact... Oh, we've got a replay. Right, let's see.
Hey. Right, go on, talk us through this, David, because I haven't got a clue.
Right, so there's an instant here. He gets run wide and he tries to take retaliation. He cuts back in, ends up hitting the green car. The two of them collide. And watch this. It's like this childish... drives straight into him for no reason whatsoever out of absolute petulance, when in reality it's probably he's just been too stressed and tried to fire the wheels back up and it's just put him straight into the front of him. But my god, that was some much needed comic relief in this 6-hour race.
Poor old Piotr Gajewski probably isn't laughing though. He had nothing to do with that, and yet he ended up pointing the wrong way as a result. Right, you're jumping out of your chair again, David. What have you seen?
15.4 seconds. It's still nothing to write home about, but it's...
Oh dear. that's Garcia off the road again. That was a different BMW this time. I don't think Alberto Garcia is going to be visiting his local BMW dealership anytime soon, because every time he's on the receiving end of contact, it does seem to be one of those big beamers punting him out of the way. That one, I'm not quite sure on the number. Oh, that was Radizzi, was it, knocking him out of the way?
Well, to be fair, I didn't see any indicators on it, so, he's maybe got a point.
Yeah, are you surprised, really?
Well, you've got to take them. It's the easy, low-hanging fruit. Look, we're at that stage now where there's no friendships, there's no love lost. It's just you're doing what you need to do to take the place, and you likely will lose the place after race control give you a penalty for it. It's now the problem I've got is you're fighting for. Race control are mental, right? Okay. The problem is, you're fighting for 16th place. Is it that important that you need to risk getting, sent back to P25?
No, it's not. But in the heat of the moment, all of a sudden, it makes a lot more sense to you, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. No, because it's just But saying that, this is not stuff that I apply myself. If it's me and I'm fighting for P32, you're getting sent to the wall. There's no love lost from me. But what I'm saying is, in logical terms, you would think that they'd maybe just try and cool their jets a little bit and think of the bigger picture.
You'd think, wouldn't you? But we've done enough of these races to know that's not always the mindset that they have. I mean, we're deep into this race, and we've spoken at great length in the past about the psychological fortitude that you have to do one of these races. Yes, it's not a real racing car, and yes, you're not being subjected to the physical endurance element of these long-distance races, but psychologically speaking, your brain is fried. I mean, I think you're living, breathing proof of that, David. Just talking about a 6-hour race can frazzle your brain, let alone competing in one. So, you get down into these final 10 minutes, and if someone's in your way, you run out of patience very, very quickly. I'm not condoning it, but it is a fact of life that a frustrated racing driver is a racing driver who is more than happy to use the bumper to move you out of the way.
A frustrated driver is also one that's likely to cause more damage to their own wallet than anybody else. It's thoroughly impressive. But yeah, look, you don't think properly when you're frustrated and you're stressed and it's that whole caveman brain that kicks in, isn't it? That whole fight or flight sort of thing that narrows your decision ability, which is why when it comes to 5 minutes left to go in the race, unless it's for a top 10 position, I'm more inclined to think twice about making a move. But then you get someone like Dennis Medvesek who just drives round the outside of poor Oshman like he's not even there.
No one has been able to overtake Andre Oshman for the last 20 minutes, and then Medvesek just makes it look like the easiest thing he's done all day. That was a brilliant move around the outside, no less, at turn number 1. Fantastic stuff. Right, Andre Michel here on the tail of Florian Haupt in the number 78 McLaren. Another battle within the top 10 breaking out. 9th spot this is that they are debating. Wherever you look, there are battles coming to a head here, aren't there? The lead gap is not one of them, but it is getting awfully close now compared to what it was 20 minutes ago or so. 13.2 seconds now between Bykov and McCormack, the first two. McCormack in turn 6 seconds nearly ahead of James Baldwin. So top 3 looking fairly set, although I'm very impressed with McCormack's pace here. The inside looks Michel, and we've seen this a few times. You show the nose there and the car in front just hesitates, doesn't want to turn in. It didn't hesitate there though, did it? Florian Haupt was not hesitant in closing the door on the run down the hill, and he does manage to hold on going into the 7-8 chicane, but very, very close battle between these two. Meanwhile, hearing there's a warning going out to Jonathan Seville in the number 17 car. He's one of the few drivers I haven't seen doing anything questionable in the last half an hour, but clearly he's caught the attention of race control. Speaking of questionable, David.
Yeah, that was... we'll say nothing about that. Wasn't the 17 the one that we were laughing at? The one that...
of course it was, yeah.
The side one, I think it was like day glow yellow. The accident... Well, I'm going to say accidentally drove round. There's a penalty coming in for the Turn 1 Pro, which is the aftermath of that accident that we saw. Certainly, that's what we're being led to believe. But we'll bring that as soon as we. Oh, there you go. 10-second time penalty for car 100 for causing a collision. Right. Oh my goodness me, is Michelle? See, this is fine. This is like for a proper big number spot going on here in the top 10 is already outside. Oh my goodness me. I honestly thought Michelle just absolutely clattered the side of that car there. Jonas Salvalainen though trying to get past Christopher Streppen and Radici further up the road as well as somebody trying to send it up. And yeah, I think it's safe to say we're not getting 12 seconds out the next 2 minutes, so I think the lead of the race is done. But yeah, fair play to Darren McCormack. That is some blooming impressive pace.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for effort. He'd only just gone back into the 44s, 44.0, so he's absolutely flying. His pace at the end of this race has been something else. Now, if Alberto Garcia was grumpy the last time we saw him, I think he's in an even worse mood now because he's just been knocked out of the top 20. Jonas Savalainen in the Grip Hacks engineering car, which was a good 7 seconds or so behind this battle last time I checked, has just moved into 20th place. Now, Jonas is a quick driver. He's only got 2 minutes, so that's going to be, 2 laps left because the leader has just gone on to what should be the penultimate lap of the race. So he's got 2 laps left to try and gain some more places, but he's got 4 cars basically in a line ahead of him. How many places can Jonas Savalainen gain here? I think he's going to gain at least 1 more before the end, maybe more.
3. That's my official Mystic Meg prediction going on there as he goes down into turn 1. I think he'll make short work of Verstappen. He'll get Radici on this lap, and I think he'll get Apostle on the next lap. In fact, actually make that 4 because he'll automatically get Apostle anyway with the time penalty. I think he might get Oshman.
Well, he's certainly got more pace than Oshman. It's just going to be tricky to get past this whole group of cars. From bad to worse for the number 100 McLaren. We saw it getting that time penalty for the collisions, plural, that it caused up at turn number 3. It's now been given a drive-through penalty for track limits as well. So when it ain't your day, it really ain't your day, and that car comes in now to serve a drive-through penalty with 2 laps to go. That is insult to injury, isn't it?
It really, really is. So we're going to get 2 more laps then because the race leader coming out of the final corner just now. So that'll be that'll be the last lap, won't it? So he'll cross that line just now. The thing is that again, I think for at least put a feather in Darren McCormack's cap. We'll come back to that in a second. That is the most gentle, robust overtake I think I've ever seen. Sebastian Apostle gets that move done, and it's safe to say that Radici is absolutely raging. He wants to punt anyone off that even comes near him. He's lost like 4 positions in 3 corners. Oh my god, and that's going to be Garcia trying to get past him as well. This is literally going to end up with somebody into the crowd, isn't it?
Right, Garcia with a chance to get back in the points, Savalainen likewise. Neither of them will want to give this up, will they? Garcia's got the inside line and Savalainen gets sent. He gets knocked into the BMW, runs out wide now. Oh, don't lose it, Jonas, don't lose it. That was really close to an unsafe rejoin, and he is now, I think, back out of the points, isn't he? Because that's Seville back in front, I think. So he's back down to 22nd place, and Jonas Savalainen, perhaps we shouldn't have... he's out of the top 20 anyway. We shouldn't have made that prediction about him gaining all those places because he ends up losing out big time. That's a real shame for Jonas. Meanwhile, the Simware.Pro by VDES Bentley is less than half a lap from home, David. It's been a brilliant performance, this from them. They're just about 10 seconds up the road from Darren McCormack, and victory is now surely theirs.
Yeah, it's looking almost certain. But how? How is Darren McCormack taking 20 seconds out of a lead gap in one stint? That is... The guy's a madman. The guy's an absolute madman. But nonetheless, the victory, the joy, the celebration belongs to that Simware.Pro by VDES number 41 team. It's been an exceptional effort. It's been strategy. It's been big brain thinking. And what a performance from the entire team. A huge congratulations to Igor Ogorodnikov, Mikhail Baikov and Vyacheslav Abeladze from start to finish. They have been ones to watch. And what a transformation from that team from just a couple of years ago to taking the SimGrid World Cup, and just incredible performance out there today. They look very dangerous this season.
We're hearing about more penalties coming in here. The 333 car, which was somewhere down the order, I think, but they've just been given an extra penalty, and they are going to fall foul of this new harsher penalty system, aren't they? Because that's, I think, their third strike for the race. We've had McCormack through, we've had Baldwin through, we've had Kirill Sadarov through, and now Michael Tauscher, who certainly in the 90 minutes or so of the race that I've been doing, I think I've seen this car exactly once. So it's had a fairly anonymous end to the race, but 5th place is some valuable points for them. And Jason Foster will get 6th position then. He was stuck behind the Shermatinsky BMW, wasn't he? But that car, did Shermatinsky get a penalty late on? I know we mentioned him for some reason in the last part of the race. He certainly dropped a long way back because he was nearly a full lap behind Foster in the end, who will bring the GTWR 383 car home in 6th.
Brilliant stuff. And Shermatinsky taking that 7th place. Harry Phillips in 8th. It's then Finn Haupt 9th. Andre Michel taking that top 10 position. Wow, Andy, thank you so much for joining me towards the end of that race. That was just so much fun and so enjoyable. Wow, what do we possibly say? The other thing I want to just quickly mention is Michael Tauscher. The fact that 82 slipped under the radar for so long during the race. Yaz Heat, the likes of George Boothby, Michael Tauscher and Mik Malinowski. It is just a brilliant performance. They got there. They were about P5 or P6 at on that note, we heard a little secret, and I think it was about you, Kirill. Is it true that you race in third party with your steering wheel?
Yeah, it was my secret for the 2 years in ACC, but it gives me opportunity to fight fairly with other people and never be in problem. But
so how did that all start? How did you did you start on console and come across, or did you always just use that?
No, I was driving in first Assetto Corsa in public lobbies, and in the first corner of the first lap I was every time in the wall because of the people behind me. So my decision was to take this third view, and it solves all my problem.
Excellent stuff. Well, obviously a fantastic start to the season. Looking ahead, we have the next rounds at Imola. Do you all feel fairly confident about that?
Yeah, the Bentley is actually very strong in Imola, so we'll try to fight for the win with both our squads. I think Williams Esports could give us a very tough competition, so I hope it will be a fun race.
And then just finally, you talked about your other team as well. We've got them as the 42, but they were down. I think it was the 322 on the actual server. They played an important role for you in the last half of the race, where they were really fighting against the likes of the McLaren and with the other Bentley.
Yeah, it's beneficial to have two teams, so one team can work for the win of the other. So Igor can drive away, and we were trying to hold Williams Esports and James Baldwin as much as we could, and it paid off.
Excellent stuff. Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again, guys, and we cannot wait to see you out next time at Imola.
Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye.
There you go then. That is Igor Ogorodnikov, Kirill Sadarov, and our unforgettable main man, Mikhail Baikov, there for the Team 41 Simware.pro by Vides. There we go, Andy. That was a late join for you, but some enjoyable action nonetheless.
Yeah, part-time commentator or what, hey? Yeah, when I woke up this morning, didn't know I'd be doing this, but very, very happy to be here. Always a pleasure to come and work on the SimGrid and work alongside yourself, David, and hopefully able to provide a bit of relief after what I'm sure was a gruelling stint on comms there. But yeah, brilliant racing. I mean, we always expect this from this kind of championship. Endurance racing is something that I know we both really enjoy, and actually kind of interesting for me to jump in late in the race. Yeah, normally when I cover these 6-hour races, I've been there since the start, and we've seen the stories developing, we've documented the storylines of each car throughout the race, and it's kind of interesting to jump in when you're into the final 90 minutes and think, right, okay, I don't know how we got here, but I'm enjoying what we've got anyway. And it kind of goes to show you can dip in and out of these longer distance races, although I would always recommend that you sit in front of your screens for the entire 6 hours, because there's always action aplenty. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Thanks for having me. Very happy to be here. And yeah, I'm sure the rest of this championship's going to be just as entertaining.
It certainly is. A huge thank you as always to Coach Dave Academy for making events like this possible. Head over to coachdaveacademy.com and get your hands on some of the best professional developed esports ready setups for all of your sim racing needs. That is us for tonight though. The next time we'll be back for Coach Dave 1000 is at Imola on the 30th of April. After that's Nurburgring, Silverstone and Monza as well tonight. Remember to head over to thesimgrid.com and get yourself involved in the community, get yourself involved in some of the incredible community leagues and championships that they have got on over there as well. Like the YouTube channel as always, and we will see you next time. Thank you so much to our production team behind the scenes of Michael Hamlet and the amazing Steve Proudley on the cameras. Thank you to you at home for watching. Thank you dear God, thank you to Andy McEwen for coming in and saving the day towards the end of a very, very tiring afternoon. I've been David Christie. He's been Andy McEwen. Until next time, have a wonderful, wonderful week.